Ready to spread the love over to the stage because we are now ready for Yakuza Like a Dragon. Froob, show us how it's done.
Feels good to actually be in an in-person GDQ. It's very, very bizarre. Speaking of bizarre, we have a shopping list of things to get in like chapter 5, and it's a very good thing that, I didn't break my glasses last night, so looking forward to this. It's going to be fun.
Did you just make a bizarre pun?
Hey, Bobby, what won the language bid war?
Let's find out. Guess what? The dub crowd wins.
Ooh.
We're going to be listening to the amazing English dub of Yakuza Like a Dragon. It was very close. Only about $200 separated them.
All right, this is cool. This doesn't happen very often because usually the Japanese is faster by 15 seconds, and we'll talk about why during the run. And speaking of I would like to introduce you to my amazing couch. So,
Hi, I'm ghostkumo. I'm going to be moral support / dumb guy.
And I am MechanalystTom. Froob is the world record holder on PC. I'm the world record holder on PS5. And one quick shout out to the team that made the badges. It is Ichiban singing, just like Froob can sing that there Baka Mitai.
you get to, for reference, it would be obviously the Japanese version because I think everybody would want to hear the Japanese version of how iconic it is. But do you really want to hear a British guy off-key sing a Japanese song? I don't think so.
I will say though,
I heard that.
the English version of that song is not bad. If you haven't heard it before, definitely check it out. Like, if you were like averse to it, they did a phenomenal job on it.
Fully agreed. All right, so let me just double check. Yep, we're English. Okay, so we're going to get started with Yakuza Like a Dragon. If you haven't been keeping track of the Yakuza series so far, this is going to look real different and real interesting. So let's get going if you're all ready. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
All right, so Yakuza Like a Dragon, you were going to start off with a remnant of, if you saw the Lost Judgment run a couple of months ago, one of the chase segments. It's the only chase segment in the game. We're going to be using the same kind of tech of just moving past certain crowds and stuff. The story at the moment, we're getting a couple of flashbacks with a person who we'll call Arakawa Sr., who is voiced by George Takei in the English dub, but you won't actually hear him speak because we skipped most of the cutscenes. Please ignore the nasty thing this man is about to say to me. But you'll notice that we are not playing as Kazuma Kiryu. This is Ichiban Kasuga. This is a brand new protagonist for Yakuza Like a Dragon. Fun fact, the English dub starts as closer to this guy than the Japanese dub. I don't know why.
I was just going to say, I never saw that before.
It's literally only the English. I don't know why. As far as the plot goes, we are here in Kamurocho, surprise. We are at the end of the year 2000. So storyline-wise, Kiryu's somewhere in prison right now. Spoilers, we're going to be there soon. And essentially, we're chasing this guy because he's been illegally distributing adult videos involving... Let's just not go there. So as soon as the chase is over, which is going to be in a minute, you want to be careful. This is so weird. You don't want to walk into the walls because you will get a game over. Trust me, I've had to reset runs like this, unfortunately. You're going to notice one very big difference right now. So this is Ushio. We'll be seeing him again a bit later on. This is a turn-based RPG. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. It's not an action game. But actually, there's a lot, especially in the speedrun, a lot of divergence that can happen in every single fight. For this fight, we're actually paying close attention to damage values. Currently, I've got about average damage values. Much like every Yakuza game, it gives you a tutorial on, obviously, like how fights go. I'll be using guard quite a bit later on. For those of you who played this game, you know what happens later on. We have strats. We've actually, myself and Tom, we've been labbing some stuff. Whilst here at GDQ, we found a way to make things harder, which we're not showing off today.
Harder, but faster.
Yes. So after the first fight, so I should mention, considering it's a turn-based RPG, every single level up is always going to happen at the same place for Ichi. So I know all of the, if you missed that quick menu, I was doing a skill shortcut. Every single level up is going to be at the same place. Every single level up is going to be the same value number, which you would think would make runs quite simple in terms of, oh, I know what's going to happen in turn order and stuff like that. No. It gets rough at points, especially in the early game. There's a lot of the early game, especially when we get to the likes of Chapter 4, are going to basically require us to hopefully get a good turn order. You've really gave me the extra scene. I'm going to blame that on English.
So you can very clearly see here, there's a lot of influence from Sega's other big cash cow RPG series, like Persona. There's like a bunch of social stats, and you have bond levels with your allies, which very briefly do get touched on in the run. But you'll see we're playing this game, and it is in the Dragon engine, the engine that they made for Yakuza since 6 onwards, as well as Kiwami 2. Translating it into an RPG, there are some odd little quirks there, but like, you know, the overworld navigation is going to be very similar to runs like Lost Judgment, Yakuza 6, Yakuza Kiwami 2. But the combat system is made turn-based, which does actually give it that kind of Chrono Trigger style, like you will fight an enemy in the set piece that you're in, which actually does come into play a little bit in the run. And it's one of the areas where the turn-based combat system actually is integrated well into the Yakuza series.
One quick thing that happened there: the first enemy that we target in this combat here, their HP can just glitch out. We don't know why, but you can even crit that enemy. That enemy has like 28 HP. You can crit for 42. He survives.
So yeah, you just saw him kick a motorcycle. It did a little bit of extra bonus damage to the attack. Didn't matter here, but it can matter at some other points of the run. Another thing to note is we haven't touched on one little aspect of the combat system. It's going to come into play a little bit more in the earlier parts than the later parts, but there is such a thing called an opportune attack. When you knock an enemy down, you can actually hit him while he's down, similar to the heat actions of prior Yakuza games. That basically just does a bunch of bonus damage, although it is only doable on regular attacks.
Yeah, as you can tell, there's a lot actually for the very start of the run. There's actually a lot that's going on. I understand that turn-based RPGs are kind of hard to follow at times, so we're going to do our best to make it simple. Hirotsuka here has 70 HP on the dot. That's a good start. So Tenacious Fist, which is our skill, which as you can probably tell does the most damage. Thank goodness he's still stunned. Tenacious Fist, which does the most damage out of anything we've got right now, has a secondary application where it can stun enemies, which stops little issues like that. Hirotsuka there, you want to ideally take him out within 2 turns. If you don't take him out within 2 turns, he will use a skill called Megaton Hammer that can stun us, and we can lose 30 seconds from that. That's why I was talking about there being a lot of variances to a lot of the fights in this. But story-wise, we're going to go and meet, we'll call him Arakawa Jr., Masato Arakawa, and basically he's who we'll call the young master as well. He's obviously the son of Arakawa Sr. It's his birthday. He's actually in a wheelchair. He's had bad health problems since he was a child, for reasons you'll find out later in the game. And he's here celebrating a hostess's birthday, I think? And this is Horonoichi. If you played Yakuza Kiwami, he's not Jingu. Simple as that. And then we're going to get into the first part of the run that actually has fight spawns. Now, this is a bit rough because we don't have any... On PC, one of the big differences between PC and console is we actually have a way of dealing with fight spawns on PC, which we call the save load method. You can probably tell what it is. We save the game and then we load the game and it gets rid of all the enemies, which is fantastic. It also gets rid of pedestrians and cars, because cars are actually a bit of a weapon. That's a good fight spawn there. I like to see that one.
A bit of a continuity thing from prior Yakuza games. Going to a vending machine is also a very quick way to get rid of a fight spawn if you happen to see one and it's in your line of sight. The fight spawns in this game, their sight radius is... It's kind of indicated, but it's a little bit deceptive, so you want to be extra careful. You can run away. It is an RPG, although the running mechanics we'll get into a little bit later. Not always the best.
Yeah, Dragon Engine shenanigans, a phrase we absolutely love to use. Essentially, we're getting a bit of backstory on Arakawa Sr. and his son. Basically, when Arakawa Sr. was a young member of, obviously, the Yakuza, his girlfriend or fiancé who was having his child got into some trouble, and he had to go and obviously save his kid, and it's caused some lung problems. But we're going now with him. We're going to go get some Peking duck. That's a theme, trust me. Itchy Poor soul, he'll never get his Peking Duck. Hopefully one day.
Also, Arakawa Sr. here is holding out on us. He despawns all the enemies for us. I wish he would give us that technique for the entirety of the run.
Yeah, let's just say is quite the infamous Yakuza, so they probably are running on sight if they know who he is.
Yep. And we're going to get into our next fight after a bit of backstory. We're going to get a bit of Ichi's backstory. If you remember from K2 and 6, Shangri-La, the soap land, that's where Ichi was born. So essentially, Ichi was just riding along in life. He got into a bit of trouble with the local Yakuza, name-dropped Arakawa because he looked up to him, and Arakawa actually saved him. This fight has a really nasty little deviance to it. So we're going to do a normal attack on this guy, and then we're going to hope to either stun this guy or for him to just normally attack. He has one of many debuffs you can see in this run. Thank you so much for showcasing that. I didn't want to see it. This is Taunt. As you can see, it aggroes onto Ichi. As you can see, a tenacious attack would have done half his HP, but instead now we have to sit through 2 normal attacks and 1 for him. So essentially we'll be describing everything in kind of like turns, in that that's an extra turn of Ichi's. So that's going to hopefully not happen too often. Chapter 2 especially has a lot of RNG when it comes down to those debuffs.
And especially early on in this game, we're in a pretty RNG-heavy section of how fast we can go. Our options are pretty limited, so we have our techniques to go as fast as we possibly can, but if the game's just going to waste our time, it's unfortunately going to waste our time. Lots of status effects can waste our turns, such as in this fight, where not the main guy, but the other ones, very rarely will cast a fear onto Ichi, and that just causes Ichi to do absolutely nothing for 2 turns. We really don't want to see that.
Yeah. So you're seeing right here, this game has a perfect guard button. If you press the circle button right as an attack makes contact, it does reduce damage. It might not seem like it's doing a whole lot more, or a whole lot of damage reduction right now. Later on in the game, it will be a difference maker, so.
It's also important to do because by doing the perfect guard, it keeps your animation at like a neutral stance, so you get your turn back about 1/3 of a second faster for pretty much every one you do.
Yeah.
So it's actually genuinely good to basically get used to it.
And more than the third of a second, some attacks that can knock you down. If you perfect guard, you don't get knocked down, so.
To save from like really piling on the information as well, you've probably noticed after every single fight, we have a general EXP bar and a job EXP bar. We'll get into jobs later on, but when either of these bars rises to max and we level up, it is a full HP, full MP heal, which we've got routed out really nicely for the certain parts of the run where we need those for obviously keep using our skills. Should be mentioned, actually, the original person, I did the first run of this, which was like 8 hours. Wasn't good. Then Metza, a runner called Metza came in and basically rerouted this entire run. And then Tom's come in and has been doing a load of amazing optimization since then. We actually used to get a specific summon for the Summon Showcase, Nancy. Nancy isn't in the run anymore, but Nancy will be a part of the Summon Showcase if it's met, because I can easily just do Nancy in like New Game Plus.
Yeah, so what's basically happening here, Ichiban's Yakuza family is a very low-ranking member of a very third-rate Yakuza family, but basically somebody in the family killed somebody of a higher-ranking affiliation, and that is really, really bad for the family. So Ichiban decides that he's going to take the fall for the family and, take the blame for the murder, and he goes to 18 years in prison. So we fast-forward from the year 2001 to the year of 2019, which is, typical Yakuza, takes place in the year that the game was being developed.
That sounds similar to Kiryu's situation. Yeah.
And a thing you'll also learn from this series, don't go to prison. Everything, I know that sounds simple, but terrible things happen in the lives of everyone who goes to prison in this series.
Okay, so this is an example of a bog-standardly average fight, and that's actually a good thing. Essentially, that guy has Taunt. He can cast Taunt whenever, which causes, again, an extra turn for Ichi. But by just doing nothing, it's just an average fight. And yet, unironically, that's a good thing. It's actually quicker. There's a couple of fights in this chapter where we would like a bog-standardly average fight just because nothing happens. There's a couple of fights in this chapter specifically where we're really holding out hope for random crits, because those can end the fights 1 turn or 2 turns earlier. Tom, if you'd like to explain this bit whilst I focus on not messing up this menu.
Sure. Just a little bit of shopping here. There is a check coming up later in Chapter 4. We're going to need a piece of armor and an accessory, or 3 pieces of armor and an accessory onto Ichi. Otherwise, the game just won't let us progress. So we're going to get some real cheap armor right up here. We got a nice straw hat with holes in it and a worn out, we got the leather shoes, worn out leather shoes. As well as a smoke bomb, because we can escape fights. And smoke bombs are the guaranteed way of doing that. We can manually escape, which we'll see coming up later in this chapter. But the guarantee is it's a nice backup when Dragon Engine just decides to say, nope, you're not running this time.
So you'll see he's actually named Arakawa family. So it's 18 years in the future. A lot has changed with the Arakawa clan. And Ichiban claims that he's part of... So the Arakawa clan was part of the Tojo clan of the, Kiryu fame from the past games. The Arakawa clan now is apparently, in the story, part of the Omi Alliance, which was the Kyoto-based Tojo clan's biggest rival. So Ichiban saying, what, I'm part of the Arakawa family of the Tojo, immediately provokes the Arakawa members into attacking him.
Yep, I'm keeping a very close eye on my minimap for fight spawns here. We've got to get to the other side of Kamurocho, so this is probably a great time to hand it over to Bobby. I want to hear some of those wonderful donations.
Absolutely. We have a $250 donation from Shy Ranger that just says, time to donate to a friend. That is referencing the Summon Showcase that we have $4,500 out of the $10,000. We still have a little bit of time to get that, but please get that up. We also have some love for the couch here. We have a $10 donation from Cahill saying, come for the MechanalystTom, stay for the Yakuza. Seriously, shout out to Tom, great streamer, watch member, and most importantly, Guy.
Thank you, Cahill.
Okay, so this fight is very important. This guy has Taunt, but this is the one fight where Taunt isn't a bad thing. We want to end this fight specifically with a normal attack. We need the MP that we've got right now to be able to make it through the next attack, through the next fight. And you've probably noticed that we are targeting specific enemies at specific points. We're going for the enemies that die the quickest so that obviously we can just keep going and not have extra enemy turns whilst going through. Like, one of the things in like turn-based runs, especially Yakuza Like a Dragon, is the less enemies there are, obviously the quicker things are going to go. And essentially one of the things that we're aiming for the end game is the... ooh, that fight spawn. Okay, I gotta be careful now. With the fighting towards the end game, we're gonna be trying to get as good AoE attacks to try and one-shot everything outside of bosses, because again, if you've played this game, the wall is coming, and that's what we like to consider the end game.
We will have plenty of options to get ourselves nice and overpowered when the game finally opens up, but those options run out once we hit that wall, so...
Lucky. I was wondering if they were going to turn around there, because that fight spawn usually likes to walk down. This is Adachi, by the way. He picked us up outside of prison when we came out. He's an ex-cop. He's going to be waiting for us in a little bit. We don't basically know what's going on with Arakawa. He obviously knows what's going on. I almost went to the wrong place. I don't know why at GDQ I keep going to the Millennium Tower all the time. We'll be going to the Millennium Tower later, but not for a couple of hours, as you can probably guess.
So yeah, there's a lot that's kind of changed over the course of these events. You might notice Ichiban's very peculiar hairstyle. They do address it in the story. Basically, it's been 20 years. They don't know how to make his favorite haircut anymore.
So this is unfortunate because this is one of the fights that can end faster with a crit, and unfortunately I crit the other guy. Unfortunately, this guy also has fear. So it doesn't, even though you like crit one enemy, it doesn't mean you can't crit again in the fight. But if we could crit on this guy, he would have died one turn early. A bog standardly average fight, which again, because this guy has fear, good fight.
We take those.
Yeah, with how RNG heavy this early portion is, you'll take standard.
And it's time to get our first, quotation marks, party member. This is Adachi. As said, he is an ex-cop, and this is the fun part. This is where we get to describe escaping from fights, because escaping from fights in LAD is a common misconception. It's based on your agility stat. It's not based on any of your stats whatsoever. It's actually based on how much distance you have behind your character. And we actually have ways of basically telling the game where we want to run. If you run from fights initially, you're either going to go slightly to the left or slightly to the right, or sometimes straight backwards. If you target an enemy specifically, this is the hard one to escape from. If you target enemy specifically, you can tell the game, I want to run, yeah, it didn't work. There's always a bit of a luck one with this one, unfortunately, but this is why we have the smoke bomb. So as Tom was describing earlier, the smoke bomb allows us to escape all fights with 100% accuracy, except there's
With an
also an
asterisk.
exception to that as well.
That asterisk will come into play in Chapter 6, mostly.
Good old Chapter 6. So we start this fight on the left. It looks like we're quite close to the wall. You don't want to be next to any walls, obviously. Walls are really bad in terms of like trying to escape from fights. And we should also mention something else that will come up in Chapter 6. Depending on which character you use depends on how easy or how hard it is to escape from a fight.
Ichigon's got quite the run on him, if you haven't noticed that animation. Oh, I love Ichi's run animation so much. But he also has to take the longest distance in order to successfully escape. Other characters will have very short distances, and that'll come real nicely. One final one here. This one's tricky.
I think I'm a bit too far to the right. I use the crowbar on the floor as like a visual guide. No, we're good.
Nice.
So one thing to quickly mention, if you watch speedruns of this game, it's usually done in Japanese, so you don't really notice this. There's kind of a weird quirk with the dub, so you'll hear characters like, you know, random NPCs and enemies just like saying throwaway lines in Japanese. That's actually an unfortunate side effect of the dub. That's not, you know, a bug or anything. That's just how the game is. So.
Actually, it's intentional.
Yeah.
The localizers did it because they wanted you to feel like you were still in Japan. So all of like the ads around town are just basically in Japanese. So this fight is not great. We're going to... The problem with stunning these enemies is that we just want to use an opportune attack, as was described earlier, to just take them down. You'll notice we're going for the level 6 enemies before the level 4 enemy, because the level 4 enemy takes 3 hits, and the level 6 takes 2.
Luckily, we had some good targeting, because the targeting system in this game...
Choice words.
It works based on the camera's perspective on where your direction wants to go next, not based on like the lower allies on the bottom or the enemy list on the right. It is just camera direction, and sometimes it doesn't cooperate. You hit left and it'll target the guy on the opposite side of the screen, but to the right. We might have some, hopefully, nice words to say about it later on.
I'm not talking about it today because I get very heated about it. This fight requires, again, a little bit of luck. We want to do enough damage to this guy to take him out, so it requires high damage rolls from both Adachi and Ichi, which we got, which was nice. And this guy will just go down in one skill. So it's a little weird because, obviously, from what we've been doing so far, we usually take out the one-hit enemy first. The other guy has a gun, and that gun actually does damage. Essentially, in this game, most gun enemies don't do that much damage, but there's one.
One enemy has the cutscene gun.
We'll get into him later on. So for these ads, all of the ads will go down in one skill, be it from Ichi or Adachi. You'll notice we didn't put Adachi's onto a shortcut yet because we only use it in this one fight, like in this 2 places here. We're going to use, hopefully, Ichi to stun this guy. He's obviously got a much higher HP bar than everybody else here. And Adachi, now the nice thing is we know the targeting is going to be targeting this enemy because it's obviously panning over this way. So again, any stun we can get here is really good. If not, it's fine. At this point, once it actually done this next attack, he can die. There's not many opportunities, or there's not many points in the game where we want our teammates to die. There's actually a lot of places where we don't want them to die, especially in Chapter 4. Looking at you, Nanba.
So you'll see Froob is actually spamming a lot of skills. The important thing to do with the routing in this game is every time you level up, you get a full heal. So
We'll get one at the end of this fight, which is good considering what's on the other side of this fight.
Perfectly placed right before a boss.
So both of these enemies have taunt. It's very, very hard to get out of this fight without being taunted. You either need absolute dumb luck in stunning the both of them, or just a bog stand of the average fight. So if we can stun this guy here, bog stand of the average fight. Don't you do it. Good. Bog stand of the average fight. It's always weird to go into a fight and just think, I just want an average bad fight.
And that fight, if we get a stun early on that, we actually want to defeat the stunned enemy, because if the other guy taunts us and we can't kill the other stunned guy before he's down, they can just ping-pong us across the room. It's terrible.
So if you'd like to describe that special lethal feature to the start of this fight as well.
Sawashiro, our first boss fight. We basically will Tenacious Fist until we defeat him, hopefully. Good, no stun.
Thank goodness.
Because Sawashiro's pretty resistant to stuns. It's pretty rare we'll see a stun on him. But this cutscene just gets rid of that stun. So we want a stun, just not after the second attack.
So this is a reasonably long fight. It's going to take up all of our MP. We are looking for a specific opportunity to potentially use a piece of furniture for extra damage. Or we're hoping that Itchy's agility will eventually roll over on itself, and that way we can get a free opportune attack, but that is a little rarer.
Also, we took a brief detour while we were in the sewers to pick up a thrown item that'll do about 2.5 Tenacious Fists worth of damage, just to speed up this fight a little bit. Otherwise, we'd run out of MP, and basic attacks aren't too fast.
Shame we're seeing Cold Fury today. Ridicule is just, he taunts. It's a shame. If we got the stun off, we could potentially skip a move that Sawashiro is going to use after this hardball called Cold Fury. He's going to buff his strength. Oh, if you skip it, I would absolutely love you, Sawashiro, until we see you later on.
As far as I know, this is a pure RNG skip if he will do his special attack or not. It is pretty rare.
There it is.
There it is.
So the important thing to see... Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. The important thing to see is you will see a attack buff above Sawashiro with a red arrow. Every arrow indicates a increase, or a blue arrow indicates a decrease of 10%, up to 30%. If you remember Yakuza Kiwami 2, with all of the wonderful muscle soda memes, it's in this game as well. Now, unfortunately, our agility didn't roll over, so Sawashiro gets another attack. Gonna use the bottle. Where did you grab that from?
You got lucky at the last possible second you could have.
How did he grab that? It was so far away.
So far away.
So, Itchy finally
Terrible.
catches up to Arakawa Sr., and unfortunately, Arakawa Sr. shoots him. As you can see, we've got a bullet wound in our chest, and we wake up here, if you remember the Lost Judgment run, in Izizakiya Jinsho. This was a map that was first debuted in this game, which means there are some subtle little differences to Lost Judgments. But one thing we have access to here is Treasure Hunt. You can check under vending machines for money, and the first 3 here are going to be fixed, 550 and nothing. We are going to, after the next boss, need to use Treasure Hunt, and if we don't get the money needed, we lose like over a minute. So I have a safety save for that, because this is usually where runs die really early on to RNG.
And yeah, we were shot and left for dead here. We have 0 money. Money routing in the early game is very tight.
Oof, isn't it just?
That's why we are hoping for 1 treasure hunt that will get us just enough money to use the taxi. Just enough.
So this is a minigame brand new to Yakuza Like a Dragon. It is Can Quest. If you look at the minimap, it looks a little like Pac-Man. It's a little like Pac-Man. We have to do the tutorial for it. This is actually one place where the English dub is slower by 5 seconds. But other than that, we're just gonna do the tutorial. There's gonna be some ghosts in a bit, aka people that steal our cans. If we run into them with the boost, you can see on the top of the map, we'll take them back. Other than that, this is gonna be about a minute's worth. So Bobby, if you wanna do some donations, that'd be perfect.
Absolutely. We have $101 from Bohemian saying the #1 runner playing the #1 game with the #1 best boy Ichiban, who would enthusiastically support MSF's goal of healthcare and reproductive rights for all. I'll donate another $99 from the Ichikawa fam if Froob Atomic drops the young master. Best of luck on the run, and let's see those amazing summons. We have raised just over $5,000 out of the $10,000. We're about 50% of the way there. I want to see those.
As do I. They are a delight.
Yes.
Well, let's go.
Guess I got me some competition.
You want me to do another one?
Yep.
All right. We have a $20 donation from Stripe the Historian saying, I was wondering when I would put up my usual GDQ donation, then realized Froob was running live, and it only seemed fair. Hey, Froob, good luck on the game where your best weapon is a table or a chair or anything on hand. Wait, is that another Yakuza? Anyway, good luck, Froob. Bon brassiers from France.
Hey, thank you very much. Okay, so again, fun fact, you can just skip things very, very fast if you're holding the direction for the actual skip cutscene button, which is nice. We get 6 yen for doing nothing. That's pretty good, I guess. We get a little story introduction to the big Ijincho 3 powers. This is the Yokohama Lumang, and this is Zeng, a pain in our backside.
Also, this is a JRPG. Ichi's been doing a lot of physical attacks. You know, standard stuff. Nanba's a mage.
Yep. This is our Hobomancer friend Namba, our actual proper second party member. Oh, my perfect guard timing is terrible today. Good to know. It's not going to be good later on, that's for sure. Zeng is a pain in the backside because Zeng has stun. Now, Pigeon Raid is the best damaging attack we have here, even over Tenacious Fist. The downside is that every single pigeon is its own physical damage source, which means that every single pigeon has a chance to wake up Zeng when stunned. The downside is obviously because Namba is very magic orientated, his opportune attacks only do like 20 to 28 damage. It's not good. So we are still going to use Pigeon Raid even if he gets stunned. These are some good stuns though, not going to lie.
Very nice.
Just don't use stare down on your last turn. Thanks. Now you'll also notice that Namba is getting very, very weak. Ichi's equipment was taken off him. Okay, cool. Ichi's equipment was taken off him at the end of the last chapter. We're going to get it back in a second here. But Namba is a very frail party member, and that's actually genuinely a massive problem for what's coming up in the next chapter.
He's a feral party member that we won't even put any armor on. Well, actually, no. We'll put dirty Tanugui on his head.
We have a towel.
Yeah.
we got it in the sewers. It's fine. So we unlock an important skill called Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. It's our first Essence attack. And Essence attacks are essentially cutscene attacks, so you could probably guess why they're really good in the speedrun. So we're going to go into our box and grab everything that we had in the first 2 chapters, bar the money. And then these party chats are going to be very important in the next chapter. But now it's time for luck.
Hoping for a good drop.
Oh, that's
First
perfect.
try. Let's go.
We needed a minimum of 730 yen. We have 761. Oh, come on. So you can use vending machines, as said earlier, to despawn enemies. That's not going to work because we're too close to them. It should work. Thank you, Namba. Appreciate it. That's unfortunate. Okay, so I did hear the confirmation. Thank you. Thanks, Dragon Engine. So hopefully we don't get another fight spawn on the way. Essentially, with Ichi here in his Zaki Jincho, he's got nothing to his name. So we're trying to get a job. So we're off to the job center. Hello Work. Now the job center, Hello Work, is going to play an exceptionally important role in this run from chapter 5 onwards.
So yes, this game has a literal job system.
Yes, you can change jobs later on to other literal jobs, such as a barmaid, or a hostess, or a chef.
Or a Devil Rocker if you have the DLC, which some people will be curious. DLC, you can do a run with DLC if you want. We don't allow it for the normal any %. But the problem is, even if you were allowed to use the classes, it's not necessarily faster. Because the vast majority of your damage in LAD actually comes from a different source than your level ups. And you'll see that again in Chapter 5. You'll see a lot in Chapter 5.
So one of the things you'll notice here if you've played or seen other Yakuzas, but not this one, you have to actually visit every individual taxi cab in this game at least once before you can taxi to that fast travel point again. The convenient thing, though, is that Ichiban lives in 2019 when smartphones are a thing. And you can actually hail a cab from anywhere and fast travel to any taxi point. The caveat to that is it costs about like 1.5 times as much.
1.1k yen.
Yeah, so there are points in the run where money won't be as much of an issue, but money is incredibly tight for the early games, so it does matter. And he needs to go and collect the taxi travel points anyway, so fast travel is kind of routed out around the lower income at the moment.
Yeah, the fast travel is one of the things that is so very tight in the run because of money. We'll be going down to something like 6,000 yen spare at most, and that's because we're going to get the yen that we had in Chapter 1 and 2. This is Matsuo. We met him at the job center. Much like most people, the man is afraid of pigeons to the face. I'd be weak to that too, to be honest.
What would you do?
It's nothing.
Swarm of pigeons.
So we get a very brief introduction to the second powers here in Izazaki Jincho called the Komi Jewel. We'll be meeting them later. But more importantly, that fight gives us the Silver Safe Skeleton Key, which allows us to open a bunch of silver safes around town. So whilst we go around and grab a couple of taxis and make our way towards some of those silver safes, Bobby, if you got any donations now, would be perfect.
All right, well, we have a $500 donation
Ooh.
from Shenpai.
Hey.
Coming in like a dragon and hitting Froob with the opportunity attack. Big shout out from Shenpai. I am super proud of you and seeing you up there. Everyone in the home Discord server is cheering you on, and we love you. Go ahead and beat up Tendo and don't get one shot.
I love you, Shen. Thank you so much, and everybody else watching. Go for another if you want. We've got time.
All right, we have a $100 donation from Oraiko saying, "Hey Froob, looking forward to watching Like a Dragon on GDQ and to hear you sing. Good luck with the run, and let's get that karaoke incentive going." Let me give you a quick update on that. The karaoke incentive, we've raised almost $13,000 out of the $20,000, but also important is the summon showcase. We've got $5,500 out of $10,000, so we need about $4,500 more to see the amazing summon cutscenes. You want to see these, I promise.
That's the wrong one.
Also a very useful thing for speedruns. You can set shortcuts for your abilities, so you don't have to menu them as much in combat.
And the menus are incredibly responsive. You input all the things, the menus will comply. And that we can have some lightning fast taxi menus later on.
Yep. Yeah, you've probably noticed as well, like in Chapter 2, there's some actual places where we actually want to mash the text to skip through it. It's kind of the same for most of the Dragon Engine speedruns. There's usually one or two places where mashing text is a lot faster than start skipping. And there's a couple of places like that in this run as well. We have one last fight left in this chapter, and it is the RNG fight. Namba, if you get in the way, I'm going to be very, very upset.
Yeah, we picked up a hand grenade right before Sawashiro's boss fight in the last chapter, and we have no AoE capabilities at the moment, so our hand grenade is our only option. So it's time for us to go bowling. We preferably want to strike. One pin spare is also perfectly acceptable. Nanba can stand in the way if he wants and take it to the back. We don't want that. That's a good grenade.
Yeah, I'll take that. The nice thing is, with Namba's new weapon, he can actually take out enemies in a normal physical attack now. We can now mention that the vast majority of your damage in this game comes from your weapons, and that's something that most people don't realize until they hit Chapter 12.
Guilty as charged.
Same first time around, not gonna lie.
Especially armor.
It's actually Matsuo is having a bad day, but because we helped out Hamako there, she was somebody at the bar that we helped out from the Hello Work job. She gave us a place to stay, and as we were sleeping at night, a certain somebody has come back to say hello. Give it a second, I kind of was a bit too early on this prompt. Smartphones, folks. Adachi's back. He is now our proper third-party member, and our job changes from deadbeat to freelancer. It doesn't actually change in any way, shape, or form. Now, you might be also curious in that I didn't equip Ichi's weapon. That's because Ichi's weapon is that baseball bat stuck in the ground, and much like the legends of yore, when Ichi pulls the bat from the stone, he becomes hero.
That is Ichi's job change, and with that job change comes a couple of new abilities. Ichi's got an AoE capability now in Mega Swing. We'll bop all these enemies, and hopefully, unfortunately they're not terribly lined up. Adachi also has an AoE capability in Reckless Charge.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to use it because we can't get the opportune in time.
Yeah, that gentleman moved out of the way. That is a straight
Nice
line
crit.
from you to the enemy.
So reckless charge, any enemies that are on the way to the target get incidental damage, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, the way that RGG did it is they programmed it so that if they're in the line of Reckless, when you select it, they will always get hit, which is a really nice way to do it, considering it could go a lot wrong than that, because people can just walk around in these fights.
Yeah, and it's difficult to make reference to every single JRPG that this game references. It's got the enemy and AI movement, where AoE can be dictated by positioning, like Chrono Trigger. It's got the perfectly timed guards and some of our special abilities and stuff, a la like Super Mario RPG. It's got plenty of a ton of Dragon Quest references.
There are so many Dragon Quest references. Yuji Horii is in the credits of this game because they basically paid him to like use the license.
You've probably heard mobile phone sound is literally taken from Dragon Quest, which is really cool. Oh, yeah, I have to attack you, that's fine. Usually this guy takes 2 hits to go down. So let's talk about turn order and stuff like that, because it's very, very important. The ideal turn order that we want, especially in this chapter, is Namba, Ichi, Adachi, and you'll see why later on. But essentially, as you can see, with Tag Team Methods of Mayhem, it's actually a lot quicker of a way to get through fights. Tag Team Methods of Mayhem is going to get stronger as we get stronger. The more party members we have, the stronger it gets. So it's not at the most damage it's gonna do yet. And I was not looking forward to this bit. This is, ignore this, man. This is gonna sound weird. This is a Pokemon reference. Trust me on this one.
So this is the part of the run where you admit your undying love for Bulbasaur.
Absolutely not. We're not doing this again. I am not shenanigans.
Be sure to donate for the summon incentive to get Froob to apologize for what he just said.
Oh my goodness, not this again. We're not doing this like Lost Judgment again, you know. What did you just do? All right, so unfortunately we've got a bit of an unfortunate fight because we don't have the burn on, which means we have to use this because he's risen the fizz. Good, run continues. We got a rare item drop called an odd stone. We need at least one of those from 3 fights, otherwise the run's dead. Simple as that. So we're bringing Squirtle to the forefront.
Squirtle squad.
That way we can set fire to both Bulbasaur and Squirtle, aka Charmander's the best.
I can respect that.
Even
though I am on the Squirtle squad. Look, there are no bad Gen 1 starters, okay? That's my hot take.
So you might be wondering why I waited there. We've got a little bit of a weird thing with certain moves like Pyro Belch in that it won't fully hit the enemy unless they are standing up. There's a couple of moves like Reckless here would just hit anybody in its way. But for certain moves, unfortunately, we do have to make sure that, you know, the enemy are sufficiently standing on their feet. There's 2 moves especially like that in the run. This I need to use Bat Buster. I like Bat Buster. It's a really good skill. We don't get to use it often. Now, usually you would not normal attack with Namba here, because as you can see, Namba's normal attack is really slow, but Adachi's is super fast. But unfortunately, because we had Ichi go first, I had to use Namba there. You might be wondering why I didn't use another Mega Swing for that fight. We need enough MP to Mega Swing for the fight after that one. So the entire time that we're doing these fights, we have to keep in mind how much MP we've got for skills, because it's all very important. This is another Soapland. That's a group called Bleach Japan. We'll talk about them later. The guy at the front is Kume. Everybody hates Kume. Thumbs up.
Yeah, so effectively, we'll get a little bit deeper into what Bleach Japan is all about, but as their name suggests, they want to bleach Japan clean, essentially, of all what they call the gray zones, which are like the morally like gray areas of society.
I'm going to say something that's not going to make sense real quick as well, because it might happen. Every car 25. I don't know if you want to go doubles on me.
I can match that.
Nice. Essentially, you can get hit by vehicles in this game. It loses you 10 seconds every single time, so I don't want that to happen. So if it does happen, I'm going to give $25 to charity for every time it happens, because there's a little bit of a habit with me to get hit by a car in almost every single run. We have to make sure we set fire to this guy with Pyro. Sometimes he will line up with the Color Gangsman behind him, but then after that, we just use Mega and hopefully hit everyone. Do not walk away from me, Dynam Dasher. Good lad, because then we can just use Adachi. Please?
Get in there.
To do that. Good fight. Very, very good fight. That's one of those fights that, depending on your turn order, can go exceptionally wrong. So we're going to go around. We're going to grab a couple of taxis that we don't actually use. We'll be using this one in this chapter, but we're going to grab some taxis that we don't use until chapters 12 and 13. So whilst we run halfway across this Zaki Jincho, Bobby, that is a wonderful time for donations.
All right, well, we have a $50 donation From Astra GT saying, I want to see that karaoke showcase in search for others who want that as well. Here's a quote from the incentive. Yes, Yakuza Like a Dragon has Bakumitai. Yes, Froob can sing Bakumitai.
Not well. Like to preface, not well. Keep going, you got plenty of time. We got
Yeah.
until we go down the end of the street.
We have a $250 donation from Jellotech saying Yakuza quickly became one of my favorite series after I tried Yakuza 0. We need karaoke. Thank you, GDQ staff, for all you do. Also, we have a $25 donation from Elric saying, karaoke showcase? Okay, I'm intrigued. Take my money. And we also have a $50 donation from Solid Link saying the Yakuza series changed my life. Never has this made me immediately binge play every game there is.
25.
You are kidding me! How did that hit? I'm trying to avoid that fight spawn! There's no way that hit!
So, Dragon Engine shenanigans.
My apologies.
Look out, it's baseball, man.
Schneider, what are you doing here? Go back to Yakuza 5. How did that hit me? There's no way. Sorry, Bobby.
Yeah. Let me continue what Solid Link said here. The story is riveting, the characters relatable, and the best part, spending hours singing karaoke till I learn all the lyrics, even when it's 90% in Japanese. Let's smash the karaoke incentive. Let me tell you how that's going on. The karaoke incentive, well, we've just crossed $13,000 out of $20,000, but we still need that summon showcase. We need to actually hit that one first. We were at $5,600 out of $10,000. You have a little bit of time, but go ahead and split your incentives when you put in your donation, part to the karaoke, part to the summons, or all to the summons. Whatever, it all goes to Doctors Without Borders, and I know every dollar there counts.
So technically the summon showcase just started, but because we use the vast majority of all of our summons all the way until the end game, we can do the summons and show off the summons at any time. So if you want to see the absolute legend that he is from previous Yakuza games, Gary Buster Holmes, for example, let's please get those donations in. Whilst I use Tag Team Essence of Mayhem on this guy. Oh, do we talk about this or do we just let it happen?
Just don't question this sub story here.
So, the Yakuza series is known for some very peculiar sub-stories across its history. We don't really get to do those in most other speedruns. Like a Dragon's different. They get us useful things for the run, but also, like, I don't know, even the main story of this game has a lot more like the whimsical, funny nonsense that you kind of miss in some of the other Yakuza speedruns.
So if you've played Kiwami 2, but you haven't played this game, or OG Yakuza 2, you haven't played this game yet, what's about to happen might sound real familiar. We met up with a guy who has the last bottle of baby formula, and essentially we've heard crying on the street. So to be a good Samaritan, we've got some hot water, which we're about to turn this entire city nighttime. Don't ask how it stays hot in our pocket. Magic. That's how it works.
Blazing water.
Namba
Very
can now
good
cast
thermos.
fire from his mouth. I'm sure that's how they do it. That's fine. But if you played Yakuza Kiwami 2 or OG Yakuza 2, you might recognize the guy that's about to turn up. Don't question it. Just stop it. I did warn you about this, GDQ. I did warn you about this.
Don't mind what they're doing.
Don't mind.
Don't
the man,
mind.
Don't mind the man in the diaper. This is Patriarch Gondaro from Yakuza 2. Yes, he's back and he's up to his old shenanigans. Where are you walking? You're supposed to go backwards and to the right.
I got 2 out of it at least.
He is being a pain again.
But while we were on the way, running through this chapter where we unfortunately got hit by a car, we picked up another oddstone along the way. We need
That's bad.
3 of those. Ooh, that's
Almost
a
died.
lot of damage. We need 3 of those by the end of the next chapter, so that we can craft a fancy new weapon for Ichi, and we'll need more later. So as many extra as we can get. Which
we
we got
got-
another one there.
Yeah, we got 2 of the drops out of the 3. We have a choice here. Drink the milk. It doesn't matter. The passion doesn't matter. Drink the milk. He's a summon. I will be full front and just say he's not going to be in the summon showcase. He's a bit creepy, that one. You could probably guess.
Yeah, we had to do that. We had to do that because otherwise we would not have enough money to use more summons later on in this chapter because, again, we are poor, as well as more oddstone chances. And the Gondara's pound mate is not a terrible pound mate either. It does a nice debuff on the enemy that we'll use in some fights.
So this is Bar Survive. This is where we do karaoke. Don't. Essentially, what we're going to do now is the Drink Link conversations. Remember the party chat from earlier? This is where everything all of a sudden gets important, because that charisma, everything from this point on is important. That charisma unlocks a job for Itchy coming up later on. You can see on the right-hand side the bond marker. We need to get Namba's bond points to a specific level before the next chapter. Unfortunately, if Namba dies, that's a problem. We have ways of obviously rectifying that, which we usually do in the run anyway because it's on the way. But essentially, Namba needs to not die. And the one person in the party that loves to die is Namba.
So, so the bonds in the drink links basically increase the amount of experience that your allies that are on the bench get, which we will be getting more than 4 party members, which is the limit. Does that actually come into the routing at all, out of curiosity?
Not too much, but it has come into play just a bit with a recent reroute that I did to the next chapter. So wow, they are really spread out.
Yeah, that's what I thought to go after this guy, and hopefully Reckless the next 2.
Line up. Yes. Oh, nice Adachi.
Good stuff. Please hit that guy. Yeah, see, so you can see that he was like all the way over there, should never have gotten hit, but because of the fact that Reckless works, that the enemy is in the line when we did the attack, it still hits no matter how far he goes. This is our next boss. This is Totsuka. He's weak to physical and fire. Guess what's the only 2 things we can do at the minute? Unfortunate for Totsuka. We aim for the guy on the right. Tom found this quite recently. We get all 3 of them here. Mega Swing is nice. It can hopefully hit everybody. I'm missing my damage bonus, and that's really not good. I know I might have been early.
I think that should have been good on both.
Okay.
There we go.
If we
Fortunately, he survived.
Yeah, if we got the burn on Totsuka, it would have been a little better. We'll have to attack him at some point. This guy has a lot of defense. Now, because he's in a corner, and I said earlier that you don't want to use pyro on enemies on the ground, you see that he's kind of falling over. Usually, a couple of those attacks would actually miss, but because he's in the corner, he won't fall backwards. So we are guaranteed to still hit him. We get an accessory from that fight called the Health Ring. It's a very small 5 strength boost, which we're going to put onto Itchy right now. I love this menu. It's really fast. It's really short. But I love this menu for some reason. Oops, I did my wrong menu earlier. Not fast anymore.
Okay.
Namba sliding into
And now we are into our first gigantic big set piece.
Pigeons for the hammer guy, right?
Yes, pigeons for the hammer.
Keep using pyro mulch. So, okay, we didn't get the bonus. So essentially at this point, we're now going to start using our summons, and we can get this thing. We'll remind you of it like as the run goes on, in that your summons can, it's not crit per se, but your summons can get a bonus effect. Now, if it's Gary Buster Holmes, because Gary Buster Holmes' extra thing is to stun all the enemies, which, as you know from Tenacious, is really, really good, it guarantees that you will stun all the enemies, and it does a little extra damage. We're going to get a couple of pound mates later on. Gondara, for example, we're not going to use his pound mate until chapter 12, but his pound mate actually drops the defense and the attack of the enemy as a default by 10 and 20, 10 attack, 20 defense. With the extra bonus, it will be 20% attack and 30% defense. Nice load. This is Ida. We don't like Ida.
Yeah, Ida has a lovely mechanic where Ida will summon backup. And we actually want him to summon exactly 1 backup in this fight, because that will actually allow us to line up our level ups so that we get a level up, not after this fight, but after the next, which is conveniently right before an enemy that has way too much health, and we need as much MP as possible.
This is really bad positioning from the enemies.
This is also Chapter 4 is probably one of the biggest reset points of this speedrun. All of these fights, all of our AoE is all dependent on the enemy positioning and our ally positioning. If they are not cooperating and not lining up, as unfortunately right now they're all very spread apart, we unfortunately are going to have to be taking a lot of extra turns.
This guy has that's
rude.
the problem. The other guy that comes
Also, that's
in,
a taunt on everyone.
The other guy who comes in casts taunt immediately, and there you can see this actually might have an Amber Death. Because obviously, Namba, okay, so this is actually something we never mentioned before. Because when you do a normal attack, not skill, when you do a normal attack, if you run towards the enemy, they can interrupt your movement and stop you from doing that attack, which is what happens in Namba. So if you're wondering why Namba didn't have a turn and our Batbuster and then probably Opportune,
And this is also why, in some of the early game fights, we actually choose to Tenacious Fist when a normal attack will actually do the job, just because if they're not right next to Ichi and Ichi has to run past an enemy, he's just going to get kicked and that skips their turn. So that's a waste.
Yeah, that was a really bad Ida
That
fight
was
for
a very
reference.
bad Ida fight.
You might be wondering why I didn't just use Tag Team SMA in the last fight. If Ichi gets that random first turn, we need his Mega Swing here to do damage to the enemy. We have a nice little backup for this fight, though, which actually is just using attack on Ichi. The other aspect of just attacking, which we haven't mentioned, if you just attack on Ichi, what you can actually do, I know he's going to get a turn, it's fine. What you can actually do is you can grab furniture like that. Instead of kicking it, you'll actually like just outright grab it. It's something that only Ichi can do. It's very positionally based. It's something that we obviously did with Sawashiro with the chair. But yeah, we're now full HP and MP, which is good for the next fight.
So we haven't really touched on what exactly the significance of this set piece is, but this is an HQ of the Seiryu clan, which is the third pillar of the Izaki Jinsho trio.
Also love this move.
20% defense down just because we breathed on him. Now, we do have currently the good pattern. Kaseyama here has a really nasty little thing to this fight in that he guards every single attack from the front that doesn't interrupt his animation, like Pyro Belch. So what we want to do is obviously use Attack Team Master Mayhem, and we get a free opportunity attack every time with Adachi. Now you should understand the importance of having this as the turn order. If we get lucky and can burn with Namba in the next turn, and get a crit from one of Ichi or Adachi, we can potentially end this fight one turn early. It's very rare that it happens, so hopefully we can get it. No burn, but we could still get the crit damage, hopefully. Nope. Be careful here, because if you're too close to Adachi, you can miss. Yeah, not enough. So normally, if, say, for instance... Hello, Kaseyama? Please don't kill him, by the way. Okay, thank you. Normally, if you have Ichi go first, you'll still put on Gnarly Breath with Namba to reduce the defense by 20%, but you'll then guard with Namba until the end of the fight, because it's just quicker to do Tag Team SMA Mayhem into the opportunity. I love doing that lineup.
Turn order is so very important in this chapter, and unfortunately, there's not a whole lot we can do. I once had a very dumb idea of getting some very cheap loafers in Chapter 3 to give Nanba, I think it was like 9 more agility, and that is not enough to clinch any range. It changes it from maybe a 2/3 chance for Nanba to go first to like an 80%. And unfortunately, I had good luck with it. Froob, when Froob tested it out, Nanba did not go first once. Literally every single time each he did. So we threw out the loafers pretty quickly.
I swore off shoes that day. I'm actually wearing flip-flops today. So we got our third boss coming up right now. This is Kikagawa. This guy kills Namba at full HP. That's why we were saying earlier that it's very important that Namba doesn't die. I do not like Ichi going first. I'm just going to take care of this guy, I think, and just go for the ads first. Kikagawa gets off the buff. He gets off the buff. Hopefully he shouldn't this way, actually, if we don't do that much damage. But essentially, the ads are frustrating. One thing as well is that you really do not want to leave any ad standing that has a crossbow. Those are the worst normal ads in this game. They don't in this set piece, but later on in the game, they're going to go invisible for an entire turn. And at that point, our agility is going to be 2 of their turns, which is very frustrating. But it looks like he's not going to use, because we've gone over the HP threshold, he shouldn't be using his special skill, which is Fighting Spirit. That increases his attack by 20%. Then he is guaranteed to use a move called Cleave, which is the thing that kills Namba. But the weird thing is, Cleave actually has this one weird little special oddity to it, where it's one of 3 attacks in this entire run that gives the character that Cleave hits a guaranteed critical attack, which if Namba can survive with a perfect guard against the Cleave, then your Pigeon Raid will crit with every single pigeon. It's always fun to see that.
I don't think I've ever used that in a run before.
It's rare because obviously at this point we're just like taking him out before Namba would
Also,
get
yeah,
hurt.
also Nanba has to survive the hit.
Yes, which is very important because obviously Namba, the only person who has armor right now is Ichi.
Nanba has a dirty towel.
That's true. You've seen, I'm going to take a little detour here, we usually wouldn't get this, but this is a solo target healing of 200 HP. Solo target healing is very, very rare in this run. We also don't get that many first aid kits to revive characters. I am getting every single one that's optional bar the one in here on this run, because if we run into a specific boss and he does Tendo things, we're gonna need all of them.
Yeah, it is worth noting that this game takes kind of that, I guess, SMT style, where if Ichiban dies, the party dies. Like, it's game over. And retrying would either involve loading a file or losing a third of his money. So
This is a
we
great
really
start
don't
to
wanna
this
die.
fight.
I should probably Reckless Kikigama. I'm just going to do a normal attack. He's going to wake up. Kikigama again. He's not the problem. Ida is. There's the fighting spirit we mentioned earlier. In this fight, Ida... I was hammering X. I did the thing again. With Ida in this fight, he no longer summons backup. He heals everybody else with stamina and X's. Now, we know that on the second turn, every single mental debuff, like her aggression, stun, lasts 2 turns. So, I don't know what to do, push and shove or pyro. I should probably done pigeon, actually. That's fine.
That works.
Nice.
Yeah, we got the backup, Adachi. So, here's the downside to Kasuyama in this fight. He will use Taunt. I'm using Reckless to do 1 more damage, and 2, hopefully get it so that he will attack or taunt Adachi. Sometimes doesn't do that, so we're just going to finish this fight the same way as we would. This is actually, so far, fingers crossed, not over yet, has been a pretty decent fight in terms of this fight, because it can go very nasty. Do not taunt Ichi. That's fine, I'll take that.
That's okay.
Yeah. Namba does good damage, but essentially what we really want to see is obviously the combo. The downside to Namba being aggroed is that I can't use him to give a Tyrant to Ichi, who is now out of MP to use, obviously, Thing. I was really hoping you'd wake him up by running into him there. Sometimes that happens. It happens with your, like, allies as well. I'm going to try Bat Buster, actually, because we got his back to us. Should be fine. Yeah, good stuff.
Nice.
And then Namba should come out of his aggro this next turn, and then we'll put on the Tyrant onto Ichi. This worked out. Yeah, this worked out quite well, actually. He's just sleeping. It's fine.
Now, early on in this fight, you saw him skip a summon cutscene. We've got $4,000 left to be able to see that summon cutscene the next time it triggers. We've got a little bit of time, but I want to just remind everybody, we just got over $6,000. We need $4,000 more towards the summon showcase.
And you want to see some of those summons. Oh, they're so fantastically animated. But unfortunately, they also have skippable cutscenes as their attacks, so for speed, we don't see them normally.
Yeah. You'll get to see a cat that's actually a tiger, and a chicken, and a crustacean called Nancy. Nancy's great. Nancy used to be the basis of the old route. Unfortunately, we've routed Nancy out, and instead we have welcomed the wonderful, again, old Yakuza character, the Korean superstar himself, Illusion. Like Illusion, but Illusion. So this is going to be the end of the chapter. Not the best chapter 4 set piece I've ever had, but the final fight was okay, at least.
So yeah, the very short summary of this is the Seiryu clan is operating this kind of like big, elaborate, like dirty scheme with retirement, like a retirement home for really old people. And they've been taking advantage of this woman who works at the soap land that we just recently got our first job, because Ichiban has been in prison for 18 years. Dachi is a former cop, and Namba has not had a job in a long time due to his past. So it's kind of hard to get work. So this was the first place that could take us in. And the significance to this in the plot is that the woman whose grandfather that we were, investigating, she worked at the soap land. Her twin sister will be joining us very shortly.
Yep. Almost said first female party member in any Yakuza game, but Haruka. That Haruka. Can't forget that wonderful part in the Yakuza 5 speedrun, that's for sure. So, as said, the owner, and unfortunately the owner of Otohime Land here has been killed in typical Yakuza fashion. Saiko was on the phone to him at the time and heard a name, Lao Ma. So we're gonna head over to the Liumang area restaurant row to try and find this Lao Ma, aka Mabuchi.
So yeah, the basic summary of the 3 pillars of Ijincho is they form kind of this, like, what they call the Great Wall of Ijincho, which sort of protects it from outside gang influence. But as a result, it has 3 active gangs: the Seiryu clan Yakuza, the Komichul Korean Mafia, and the Chinese Liumang Mafia. And all 3 players kind of played their own different roles in the story of this game.
right, so remember Kasiyama from the previous chapter who guarded every attack from the front? This lovely lad is called Part-Time Hero. He can end this run if he wants to. He goes very fast, attacks very hard. This is not a turn order you would usually have. I'm going to attack with Sayako. Now, you might see, like in the previous fight, that we don't actually attack with Sayako. You can see she only does about 50 damage on an opportune. That's because at the moment, every one of our party members has a really strong weapon on them. Sayako doesn't. So despite the fact that, again, Sayako is a higher level, that doesn't mean more damage. A lot of your damage in Yakuza Like a Dragon is tied to your weapons, which is going to be a theme coming up in this chapter. If I could hit these perfect guards, I would appreciate it.
Also, we beat up Part-Time Hero, and now he's going to actually reward us for doing so by opening up a vast amount of content for this game. This is where Chapter 5, which we are currently in, is where all of the game opens up. We will be introduced to the Jhobz system shortly. We now, with Part-Time Hero, get access to rescue quests, NPC fights across Ijincho, as well as a bunch of just the completion-style rewards. Use a taxi a bunch of times, such as the Civil Taxi War right there, which we actually have routed in, and they are actually important because we need 2 personality traits to get to level 3 by the end of this chapter. We need Charisma, which we started with Adachi's bonding conversation. We also need Style.
Yes, which we got from taxiing, I think it's 5 times, 10 times?
5 times, I think 5 times, 10 times, and 30. We will taxi 30 times by the end of this chapter.
Yes, we are going to be doing... So this chapter is usually, if you play this casually, about 20 minutes long. In the speedrun, it's almost an hour. But it's not actually an hour. It's about like 40 minutes real time. Can I get double? Oh, that would be nice. So usually you don't get both of these at the same time. Good.
Beautiful.
Double. We're going to be using Gangbuster Holmes to try and stun all the enemies. No bonus, so it might go a little wrong. Ooh,
wow.
That's not good. I'm actually going to take care of this guy, because he's going to get a turn. So I'm just going to take care of him out of order that we usually would. This guy's fine. I think Sayako might be able to take him out. I'm going to take care of this guy, because this guy definitely needs a Pyro Belch to go down, because he's resistant to pretty much everything bar fire. Sayako, give the slider Clobber Bag. Clobber Bag is good. It has a chance to stun. It doesn't obviously do that much damage. Should have probably used Tag Team on Kumo, but oops. Oops. Still an okay fight. Everybody will always get a job rank up here, provided Namba or Adachi don't die in the previous chapter. And despite the fact that Sayako just joined us, Sayako's going to disappear for 5 minutes, and we're going to get into a big new feature for Yakuza Like a Dragon. It's been done a couple of times in previous Yakuza games, obviously, but as we mentioned a couple of times already, this is going to be one of the most important things in the speedrun. We're going to go visit Samir's blacksmith.
It is worth briefly noting that your job level and regular level both affect your stats. A lot of games, they don't have that with the job system where it like directly affects your stats, just the skills you learn. It actually does affect your stats in this game, so.
Job levels are incredibly important in this speedrun. They are worth like, what, 4 to 5 regular levels?
Yes. And you will obviously get different stats depending on which job you do per character. You'll see which jobs we do for each character in this run very, very soon. But essentially, you saw me take a bonding conversation before we got here. If Namba dies in the previous chapter, you have to take that one. We take it anyway because if Namba dies in this next fight, it's also going to be problematic because we're slightly off of the bond points we need for Namba for this chapter. But it is time to see an old friend again. Not the hostesses. Zeng's back, and Zeng has a couple of new tricks up his sleeve, which is not ideal. That's not one of them. He's also got 2 turns in a row. That's one of them. The defensive stance, basically, if we hit him with any kind of normal attack, please don't hit him, Sayako. Ooh, oh, Yanichi. That's not cool. So we need to do the same thing as we did with Kasiyama, in that we need to do attacks that are going to interrupt his animation so that he won't counter us back. But with Ichi, we're going to do something a little different. Please do not hit him, Ichi. Ooh, yes. Lucky. We're going to do a Mega Swing so that Sayako can take out the rest of the ads. I was hoping you'd go down to that so I could get an opportune as well, but he was just too far away for the second hit. Now, Zeng's second new ability. Ooh, that's nasty. Remember when we said Zeng has fear before? Try Zeng having party-wide fear. Absolutely disgusting. Don't you use it. Good. I'm not okay with you still attacking Namba. Now, the problem is we've got a bad turn order because, again, He's not in a corner, so we have to wait for Zeng to stand up to be able to make sure Pyrobelch fully hits. We have actually a visual indicator for when people stand up. I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to use Beatdown to try and aggro Zeng to not fear. Didn't work. He might not use it anyway.
That
You
works.
know what? Yeah. It should be Itchy after Psycho. Yep, so Tag Team Master Mayhem. Psycho does not have the damage to finish this fight, so we know Itchy does, so guarding until Itchy's turn is faster than trying to use Psycho. I'm saying that Psycho isn't that strong. She's going to become our strongest party member in this chapter. In the early to late game, Psycho is one of our strongest attacking party members. She is absolutely amazing. But for now, not quite. But we're gonna head back to Otimiland. We're gonna spend the night here, and now would be a good time for a couple of donations where we kick off the big explanations.
Absolutely. We have a $5 donation from Regali saying, always love seeing Froob at GDQ. I appreciate your explanations of the plot of the series and your enthusiasm. Let's unlock all of those incentives. Those incentives we've got going on. We have $4,000 left to see those summons that we've been skipping so far. There's still time to see them. And we have almost $6,000 left for karaoke.
All right, so this is our introduction to the Jhobz system. You'll see one of those, and that. We are, as you can see at the bottom, there are several parameters to unlocking Jhobz for certain characters. It's either the bond level, now you can probably understand why we do certain bond levels. With Psycho, we can immediately change to Hostess. Oh, yeah, we met Onomichio, didn't we? There's your Onomichio. Everyone's gonna be having the good old charming, was it Ransaku face? Now, once we unlock the Jhobz Center, we also unlock the big thing for the speedrun, and the thing that really is a bit of a problem for newer runners to learn, because that weapon right there is for Psycho's new job. It's not getting extra attack, but it does have an ice affinity, and more importantly, it's upgradable. Once you see a cutscene of that cat's bottom, congratulations, you have started the big Cat and Kappa side quest. We're going to be running out of this door right here. We're going to be crossing the road and we're going to be getting our first cat. The reward for the first 9 cats, don't you hit me. The reward for the first 9 cats is 1 million yen, with access to one final cat, which will give us another 1 million yen, and one of the best damaging pound mates in this entire run that gets used all the way to the final boss. And as mentioned, you'll see it over there, the mythological creature itself, the Kappa. We're going to be going and taking some pictures of the Kappa statue around town. For those who are aware of this game, the reward for this is 2 million yen. Yes, this is our basis for the Sotenbori trick. I almost went to the old route again.
Yeah, I did a little bit of rerouting in this chapter and kind of screwed with all of Froob's muscle memory built up over a year.
I learned this route for 12 months, and all of a sudden we do... These were used to be the last cats. Now they're the first cats.
I have to ask, have there been any Kappas in chat? The response.
I didn't know if it was a band emote, and I forgot to ask the mods. I'm sorry, mods. What is this fight spawn? It's terrible.
It is in chat.
Good. Sorry, chat mods. But essentially, one thing that we can do, provided we don't get another fight spawn along the way here, is there is a second bond link conversation. Speaking of old route, over there is the vocation school. We used to use that in the old route to get certain state parameters up, but we're going to be using a little bit of a glitch, the only glitch we use in the run. I know a couple of my friends from Sega do like to watch this. If you could look away a bit later, I'd appreciate that. Please don't patch it, thank you. I'm going to be grabbing this taxi right here because we need this taxi in this chapter, not later on now, actually, because we're out in that other taxi. And thankfully, we get a good fight spawn so we can go and carry on with the story a little bit, which is the counterfeit money bit, isn't it?
I believe so.
I keep forgetting. So basically, when Ichi woke up in Izazaki Jincho, he had a bloodied note in his pocket, but only half of it was real. Half of it was fake. So we know there's a counterfeit money smuggling ring going down here somewhere in Izazaki Jincho, and we are trying to work the docks where the Liumang work, bad fight spawn, to try and figure out where the money is coming.
You're going to have to talk to the cashier.
Yeah.
This unfortunately doesn't despawn, but the cashier will.
We used to use the cashier to buy a certain item to get Nancy as a pound.
Are you kidding me with these fight spawns?
This is nasty. I might actually be able to go this way and not get spotted.
Excuse me?
Huh?
Sirs.
I don't have a smoke bomb. I'm going to wait for Nama to come forward so I can hopefully run backwards. Good.
Nice.
There is supposed to be a grace period for fight spawns when they're that far away. So the way that fight spawns work in Yakuza Like a Dragon, what?
Another 25 in the bank.
What?
This might be the first.
You don't run right back into it.
Hey,
This might be the
You're
first
fast.
audience I've seen in a while cheering, somebody getting run over by a car.
that was not enough speed.
It's $50 for sure.
I'm glad I had extra money when I came over to America. Getting my bathroom replaced at home while I'm over here. I don't have the money for this.
I will say the nice benefit, at least to that, is depending on the fight, enemies can get hit by cars too.
Yes, there is actually one fight later on in the run where you will potentially see that. And here's our final cat for now. This used to be the last cat. Now my muscle memory's all messed up. Sayako, we're going to put on Sparkling Cannon. We're going to give her her new thing and some shoes. Very good shoes, very fast shoes, important that. And we are now going to go over here and we're going to sleep at Otohime Land overnight. We used to do this about halfway to the end in the previous round. I keep forgetting there's not a cutscene for this one, that's later on in the run. We used to do this like kind of later on in the run, but we're now going to meet with Bleach Japan again. So, as said, they want to get rid of the gray areas, like obviously the sex shops and stuff like that, the brothels, the soap lands. I love the Onomichio face. We'll be seeing more of them during the run. If you're wondering why we haven't equipped more of them yet, that's because we're going to be changing people's jobs. That's when we'll be doing their, obviously, Onomichios. Ideally, in this fight, we hit Okuno and Yokoyama. That's good targeting.
The two gentlemen with the baseball bats.
The ones that are pretty strong, that doesn't do much with Namba, but it's fine. We want to soften them up for Gary Buster Holmes.
And this is why we actually had to go and make a detour to grab that ATM from the Popo, because we just, as much as I wanted to reroute this so that we didn't have to grab it, we needed that extra 6,000 yen.
Here's Kume.
Also, Kume's here. Everyone hates Kume, including the developers, because they made him weak to literally everything.
That's why we like him. We don't like Kume, but boy, in the speedrun, is he nice. That could be a triple, that'd be good, yeah.
Oh, I got
dodged.
backed up.
Good, okay, we came back in.
Nice.
Good fight. Very good fight. So as you can see, there's a lot of RNG like that, and hoping to get enemies in the right position in fights is very, very important. Now, we have a little bit of a problem. Later on, Namba's going to disappear. We're going to go down to 3 party members, which is going to make the game hard. Say hello to the strongest party member in this entire game. This is Eri. She's an office worker.
We love Eri.
She is genuinely amazing, and she is genuinely one of the strongest party members in this game. She is an optional party member that is tied to the actual business minigame. You might remember me saying previously, every single Yes game has some kind of business minigame. This is actually a business minigame. So, thankfully, I have an accounting degree. You don't need an accounting degree for this, but I am going to show you the very quickest way to get through this minigame as fast as possible. But one small note. We used Gary Buster Holmes' summon in that past fight. We need Gary Buster Holmes for the next fight, and one thing we haven't gone over just yet is that every single poundmate has a cooldown on it. Now, because we've changed the run to be Illusion has a 4-turn cooldown, whereas Nancy and Gary used to be 2 and 2, so it was a nice, easy, obviously, support system. Wait, one more. Now we are going to have to make sure that we get Gary off of cooldown for the next fight. So we're going to try and do, obviously, one fight. So if you'd like to explain this while I concentrate, and don't make the wrong menu this time.
Yeah, we are going to equip the best party members for aligned for the right stats for our property. And
That is a chicken.
that is, in fact, a chicken omelet is gracious. Need to cut some of our less dutiful employees. And then before we go on, we need to upgrade 3, 2, 3, 2.
That was me. That was me.
And that is all the upgrades we need to get to rank 100 in the business minigame as fast as we possibly know how.
Yep.
And that's it. We literally don't have to do anything else.
There's a couple
Except
of
for wait.
things. Yeah, there's going to be a couple of things that pop up that we'll talk about in the business minigame when we next get here. We're going to be here for about 8-ish minutes, hopefully. We're going to be coming out of this real quick. I'm going to throw it over to you, Bobby, in about a minute's time. We've got a couple of little things to describe first, and then we'll get into a big donation setting, or big donation reading session. But essentially, we're going to get Omelette. Downside. Omelette doesn't get used in the run because Omelette is a random chance of healing HP or MP, but if we meet the summon showcase, we'll use Omelette in this chapter. So before we throw it over to Bobby, we're going to need to run up this... Oh, wait. If you've played this game before, you know this is the end of the chapter. Again, we're going to be here for another 20 minutes. 10 of those-ish is going to be spent on the business minigame. The rest of it is going to be getting the cats and also preparing for the early to mid-game. Because again, it's very, very important we do that now. Otherwise, we're going to run into a lot of problems real soon.
Yeah, we do so much extra stuff in this game, or in this chapter especially. We do the business mini game. We're going to grab a bunch of upgrade materials, a bunch of money, so that we can craft a bunch of things, upgrade a bunch of things.
There's
and
taxi.
it takes quite a while to do, but without it, all of the fights are so slow.
Yes. Yeah, most of it is going to be, you'll see what it's the benefits for at the end of the chapter, but essentially we're going to go into the business minigame, and this is the other aspect of the business minigame, the shareholder meetings. So in order to describe what's going on here, we are going to go to our employees. We actually, despite the fact we fired 2 of the red guys, we need these 2 specifically, Nishio, Masasaoka, make everybody happy, go to this menu, you for you, begin. That stops any tutorial windows. And this is the shareholder meeting, so Tom, if you'd like to go through this so I can concentrate, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so for this one, the business minigame, we need to break. They launch an attack at us, we have to break with the corresponding color, and then we need to hit them with their weakness and then hit them with omelet. This is the fastest way for the first 2 shareholder meetings. So based on the color of their shield that they launch up, that's their attack. We have our lovely triangle a la Fire Emblem, so you correspond the color.
And you also have a super, which charges up over time, which is just progressively increasing levels of apologies.
Mm-hmm.
Typical business.
We have to win over the shareholders. It's important.
If you make a mistake on that, you will lose one of your staff members and you won't get enough money at the end of this, which will make it not rise up in rank as much. We also, as you can see, get 60,000 yen. That money is real, whereas the rest of the business's money stays in the business. So all the shareholder meeting money is going to be important. We're going to go into the minigame, and we're going to be here for a couple of minutes. This is important. In this bit, there's a couple of pop-ups like the debt one. If you want a little bit of a hint, if you're doing this casually, when the debts appear here, take out a debt of 5 million yen. Don't touch it, because in this next bit coming up, there's a bunch of pop-ups that happen, one of which is guaranteed to happen every single time, the rest are random. So we want as little pop-ups as possible, but the one that's going to happen is going to be the one coming up next. And if I do get the lucky on the 5 million, I'll show the cutscene off just in case. But it's also very rare that you get that. That's not it. Ooh, that's not it.
Yeah, we get a bunch of these pop-ups. That pop-up is the important one. That one basically flat out doubles your profits for, I think, what, like 3 business cycles or something?
It's really good.
It is an insane increase in this business minigame. And we saw one of those pop-ups there, investment opportunities, we don't care. There is literally all the pop-ups except for one type of pop-up we do care about. If our employees ask for a raise, we give it to them. We respect our employees at Ichiban Confections.
Oh, you give it to me now? So essentially, it's going to be this for a couple of minutes. The difference is going to be the final shareholder meeting. You must make sure your employees are happy before every single shareholder meeting, but especially for the last one. And the rules for the last one are going to change. Apart from that, we got a good couple of minutes. Bobby, you want to reel off a bunch of donations? How's it the time?
Absolutely. Well, the Summon Showcase, we jumped up $2,000, so we've got a little bit over 7,800 out of the 10,000 for the Summon Showcase. So let's keep that coming in so we can actually see some of these Summon cutscenes that they're skipping. We have a $25 donation from Shadow D. Osama saying, there once was an orange with a soup cap, black boots, and a fish pouch on a strap. Wearing a bold, trendy shirt, Ono's white mittens bring hurt. He defeats all his foes in a snap. Putting my donation towards hearing Froob's beautiful pipes, sings Baka Mitai.
We want that. We want Froob to sing Baka Mitai.
Oh, no, we don't. Oh, wow, that was quick.
We have a $100 donation from Puzz saying, I would like to see the Yakuza men do a karaoke, please. We have a $100 donation from Rayline saying, I want to see that karaoke showcase just to watch chat cry during Baka Mitai. Let's go. We have a $1,000 donation from Anonymous. It had no comment, but thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much.
And hey, how about this $5,000 donation from Fangamer?
Yo.
Hey everybody, patriarch of the Fangamer family here. We are back with another donation made possible by everyone who has shopped at the Fangamer SGDQ 2022 merch collection. Thank you. 100% of the profit from GDQ merch sales through the end of the event goes on to support MSF. You can find the sleek GDQ arcade coin slot pin and more exclusive items over at fangamer.com/GDQ. We have a $5 donation from PS Caller saying, go Epic Gamer.
PS Caller, another speedrunner of this game, a very skilled one.
We have a $100 donation from I'm Weasel saying, always love to see a Yakuza run at GDQ. Shout outs to a great runner and all the behind scenes staff that make all of this possible. Can't wait to see Ichiban destroy some people with Sky Crayfish.
Yep, that'll be Nancy if hopefully met the Summon Showcase. This is actually a pretty good business minigame.
Jinx it.
Always. Mammoth Tattoo has yet to appear. Or Home Run Takashi, one of the two. Keep going, Bobby. Plenty of time.
Yep, we have a $10 donation from Jumpstarter saying, I had absolutely no idea the Yakuza franchise released a turn-based brawler. Watching foes ragdoll down from a gut punch and hulking kick every turn is absolutely hilarious, and I'm here for it. Donating towards the incredible tradition of forcing our beloved mob heroes to settle their disputes through song. Music is always the answer. We have a $25 donation from Bob Not K saying, let's go, Froob. Don't lose your voice during the run because you're going to need to sing later. Also, I will donate an additional $50 if we get Turn 1 Trickster's top hat. $20 if we get it at all.
We're holding you to that one. It's going to be a while.
See you in a couple of hours.
We have a $20 donation from Max Poetic saying, hey Froob, Max here, channeling love from myself, Poi, Pillar, Yule, Shen, Ku, and all your friends over from our corner on the internet. You're fantastic, and we pray that Tendo's right hand cramps up so he can't hit you with it. Putting my donation towards your sonorous tones, singing Baka Mitai.
For those who don't know, these right hands that are being specifically mentioned, the final, or technically one of the final bosses, you'll see in a couple of hours, he has an insta-kill attack from his right hand. It's absolutely wonderful. This should be a shoulder meeting. Yes, okay, so this is the last one. This is the one that's important, so I'm going to need to concentrate for a second here. So, Tom, if you
Yeah, we have a different strategy for this one. We need to aim for Jessie first. Need to break the shield, hit her with Tome 2 times.
Controller.
Then we're going to aim for one of these green gentlemen. Need to wait for getting a bit more. Shield, Nishio, then Tome. Wait for our apology. Need to make sure it's nice and sincere. Oh, we're so sorry. Waiting. Oh, we got enough.
Actually, we actually have a heck of a lot.
Yeah, heck of a lot. Another Nishio Tome. And we're out of the business minigame.
So essentially, for that last one, the difference is we use Tome instead of Omelette to finish people off because she has more persuasiveness. But yeah, extra 90,000 yen, we're up to 233,000, we're up to rank 100, which is the more important thing. This means that we can unlock Eri. Later. Hold on.
In a bit.
It's time for shopping and me being unable to read these notes. I mean, one of the lenses is still in my glasses. I could put them on, I guess.
Okay. Wouldn't that make it even harder to see with one actually correct and one terrible?
Unless I close the left eye.
Oh, one eye strats. Let's go.
Exactly. So we learn a skill called Stack Slap. Now, hopefully, if we have good RNG, you'll only ever see me use it once. If we have bad RNG, thanks, Jan. Oh, no fight spawn for once. So usually if there's a fight spawn here, we will start that sub-story. We don't do it, but that sub-story gets rid of any fight spawns around. Kappa statue. That should be Kappa statue number 4, if I remember. You just heard in your right earlobe. It is another cat. Once we've gotten this cat, we're going to start a sub-story specifically, the second-hand shop sub-story that we're not actually going to finish until chapter 12. Remember, we're in chapter 5. This is also, as I said, the big, long explanation bit.
Yes, it is. Chapters 1 through 4, Yakuza Like a Dragon is split up into pretty much phases of RPG speedrunning. You have chapters 1 through 4, which is mostly RNG intensive. We have chapter 5, which is our lovely execution, where all of our routing, all of our planning takes place, and we're going from point A to point B as fast as possible to get everything built up for the next phases. Then it gets to just pure execution in the middle game, where we're gonna have a lot of power. Fights are gonna be very fast, so we just gotta go as fast as we can. Sorry for interrupting the menu.
No, it's all good. That was on me.
And then we reach the end game, which is a lot of adaptation, where the fights get very, very difficult. Our allies are fragile, and we have to pay very close attention. But yeah, I recently, I started running this about 6 months ago, and I had a lot of dumb ideas, but I also had one good one. And we rerouted this chapter. We rerouted chapter 5. A lot of, as was mentioned before, Metza did the majority of the work on this entire run's routing. And praise be to all the work he did, because man, it's a lot of variables to take into account.
Essentially, Tom's route is going to go back and kind of loop on what Metza gets in the end game, but this early game it's harder in places, but it's so much nicer.
Yep. So we used to get even higher personality traits, and we did that by doing the vocational school, which was taking literal tests in the middle of the speed run, so that we could get enough personality traits to enter a underground casino hidden in the back of a bathroom, don't question it, and an underground gambling den underneath the highway. But as I was able to find out, there are alternate ways of getting the things that we wanted from those areas. Downside, that does delay some of our power-ups until a bit later, but it does mean we don't need those personality traits anymore. So I was able to reroute things out of order and able to, I think we shaved off like 5 minutes off this chapter, a very, very significant time save.
Because all of the vocational tests would usually take you, including like the cutscenes, like 45 seconds to a minute, depending on how fast you were.
Yeah, very, very intensive.
And we used to do 3 different ones to get all of the stats that we needed.
Yep, and that was all just to get 3 upgradable weapons. That's like all those personality traits were just to get 3 upgradable weapons also.
Almost did that right.
Need to remember to shut up for menus because they're very important. Our money is still incredibly tight right now.
Hey, by the way, my friends at Sega, please don't watch this next bit. Thank you, love you.
But now, we get to do more bond conversations, and we wrote it in one with my chapter change, but we used to do all of these before. Airy. We use X as the option. That gives us another charisma boost of 20. We'd in total need 80 of both charisma and style. Charisma is absolutely the hardest one to get, but now Airy officially joins the party. Hooray!
She's going to join our party, and she will literally never leave.
Yep, she is in the party until the end of the game.
That's how good she
She is too important to us.
So I'm going to try and speak to the bartender here instead of Nambus. If you'd like to describe that bit next, that'd be great.
Yep, so one of the things that I added in was one of the... Oh, wrong person.
Very familiar looking...
Again?
Very familiar looking. Namba's hitbox is bigger than the bartender's. He might look a bit familiar, by the way. Who's that guy? I don't know. Good. And now Namba.
And now to Nanba.
Everything else is circle, isn't it?
Yes, circle for all the remaining bond conversations.
The next one for Namba used
has
to be
2.
X.
Yep, and now it's circle.
Which that throws me off
Circle.
so much.
There we go.
Appreciate it.
Gives us charisma and style.
You have to skip like 1 or 2 text boxes to be able to skip the rest of the cutscene. That's why I'm doing that. For this next bit, that's my movement hand. Don't touch it. We have to literally just hammer X, and that way we speak to Sayako instead. And it's Lily's. That'd be Lily's. Now, if you notice, we are start skipping on the right, and notice that the Lily's supposed to give 25 bond points, but actually we just kind of got 100. Because if acts like a cutscene, therefore, if you start skip like a cutscene, it starts stacking the bond points. We call this the bond point glitch. We have good naming conventions.
Yeah.
And that gets us the extra charisma that we need that we lost from the vocational school.
Originally only used in all sub-stories routes, but because of all the changes I did, we did cut out one of our charisma options, so I had to find a way to get more, and that was Sayako's bond conversation. I was able to get us just enough charisma to reach level 3. And also, what I had to unfortunately add to the speedrun is gardening. Because yes, you can garden in this game, and we need some of the materials to be able to craft bento boxes for healing, as well as for part-time hero quests, that if we get long enough in a chain of them, will get us one of those weapons that I cut out. But it has we can get all the materials we want from basically from a single shop, except for one. One of those ingredients is a rare drop, or very few thrown about the world, or you can actually garden for them. And I initially threw out this idea to get that item because I thought gardening was going to take too long. And then I was just like, oh yeah, there's fertilizer to speed that up. And it speeds it up from like, it's like 45 minutes actually in game in order to do it without fertilizer. With, it's like 20 seconds. So we can just plant it, go do some other stuff, get back there and grab our lovely mysterious fruit that we get.
I'm going to do this out of order because I just went to the wrong one. It's fine.
That is fair. Actually, no, that's going to be bad.
Is it?
Yeah, you won't have the money for the shop if you buy these.
Taxiing to the wrong place. Wonderful.
Yep. We could have potentially mixed something in there, but money is very tight because now we get to do...
All right, we go down to like 2,000, don't we?
Yeah, we go down to like 6,000 yen here. This is the big shop. We get so many materials to upgrade all of our weapons throughout the entire run. That 1,000,000 yen that we just got for turning in 9 cats, we will use all of it here. And so I'm going to let Froob focus here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Bobby, if you want to reel off some donations, I won't be able to focus for a second, but I can just focus on the game. So if you want to reel off a couple of donations now, isn't too bad.
So you're going to ignore me, is what you're saying. Got it.
Yeah, please don't tell people to donate for karaoke. Thank you.
Okay, well, how about this? We're only about $800 left from the Summon Showcase. So get those in. And yes, we have less than $4,000 for the karaoke. This donation came in a little bit earlier, so it's a little bit out of date, but I want to read it anyway. This $50 donation from Peach Phoenix says, was going to donate $25 anyway, but might as well make it $50 for the car hit. Here's hoping that no right hands, and let's meet all of these incentives. That was back when there was only one car hit.
Whoops.
We have a $50 donation from Choo Choo Online saying, donating again so that Ichiban can afford his phone bill and call a friend. Do it for Nancy. And we have a $100 donation from Bowl saying, did I hear karaoke? Take my money, bring on the karaoke. And we have a $250 donation from Dynamic Type saying, Yakuza Like a Dragon is my favorite game of all time, and I'm so glad it's at GDQ. Shout out to Tom, rocking the Ichiban jacket. Now let's get that Summon Showcase so we can see the best girl omelet. Bagok!
So we get a lot of garlic because we're going to go fight some vampires. I always say that joke. It's not a good joke. I say it every time. All right, good. Phew. So we need that shop to be correct because otherwise the run's over. Thankfully, I have a safety save just in case I did make a mistake.
Yeah, we used to do a lot of fast math to like get exactly the materials we needed. But someone had the idea. It wasn't me. I don't remember who it was. But they were just like, can we just buy a certain amount, just like take into account what the random drops can probably be and just route in with the extra money we have? And we were. And but that is a very tight amount. We literally got more than 1,000,000 yen there. We used all of it except for like 5,000. Yeah. And we need enough to still taxi to get back to get another 1,000,000 yen. So that was very tight.
Lunch boxes. 1, 2, 10, 2, 10, 1. All of these are completely different than what used to be in the routes. So it's like, it really is fighting my old muscle memory. So I have to concentrate really hard for all of this. We still need that fight as well for Gary Buster Holmes.
There's our plant that we got earlier.
How hard is it adjusting to this game's taxi menu? Because I know that's kind of been a recurring issue for Yakuza speedruns, so they keep changing the menu.
This one's not too bad because obviously unlike Lost Judgment starts you with like every single taxi, so it's not actually too bad in terms of that 210-1? 210-1. We're just wondering, just quickly, the 10 lunchboxes we're getting are our healing items for the run, so we only have 20 healing items, which is a bit of a problem, as you'll see. Itchy weapon.
They are the best healing items in the game, though. The 2 healing items that we got are a 200 MP and 200 HP heal for the entire party, as well as a 500 HP heal for the entire party. They are the best healing items in the game, which is great because we don't have any healers. Healers aren't fast. So we do damage.
So once again, Muscle Soda fans, it's back, as well as these Kiwami drinks. You'll see what they do very, very soon. And a Suntory mineral water for a sub-story in Chapter 7. To answer your question, basically, Lost Judgment starts with every single like taxi point on the map, so you don't have to go around and unlock them. I don't know which one I prefer, because I kind of like this because I know where everything is. We don't get any like superfluous taxis at all, but it is kind of nice to have access to everything from the off. You know, it's one of those things, I'm not quite sure.
And now we do our lovely first trip of blacksmithing. Need to upgrade her facilities so that we can upgrade even more stuff.
No, craft first.
Craft.
Broom. So broom, lightning bandages.
Looking good.
Mount ruler, you can have couple. So I got 1 spare odd stone. That's what I wanted
So
to
we'll need
check.
4 additional odd stones in chapter 6.
Pouch by 3,
Nice.
and bandages by 1.
Nice.
Cool.
Almost there.
Excellent. And
Jhobz.
even in the midst of those upgrades, we also got 10 more style points, and that is just enough for Ichi at level 3 so that we can go into Hello Work and get Ichi's 2 jobs. Because Ichi's special and gets 2, well, we get 1 only for 1 special ability.
Can I help you?
In that, we get him foreman so that he has, what's it called, like destruction or demolish. It is an overworld ability that can break through wooden barricades. Also, yes, while we're here,
Namba.
can't forget,
Namba doesn't get a job change, so Namba gets his Onomichio head right now.
did you give Ichi the on job?
He did.
Okay, good. Just double checking. But yeah, we got that demolish ability from foreman, which is what we needed the
That's
charisma
gonna
for,
cause
and
the
then
fight spawn.
and then we got the host ability for Ichi, and that will be Ichi's job for the rest of the run is the host.
Wow, that's lucky. That little sidestep there should have had that fight spawn start a little earlier, but it thankfully didn't. We give over a bunch of all the lunchboxes and the flowers we have to get the tarot cards and the magical lighter specifically in that menu right there. We're going to break into this with the demolish skill as mentioned by Tom. This is Fumier's shop. We're going to buy a couple of things. Hi, lady. 7 gold safe keys. We won't see these until chapter 12. 10 smoke bombs, 2 gambler's ties, and 2 fancy business cards, one of which goes over you. Adachi. Yep. Adachi, Eri, Namba. Saka gets her things. I actually did this menu right for once. Wow. And we need that 1 fight right now. So we're hoping for a good fight spawn coming up here.
And this conveniently is right after we bought smoke bombs. So if we don't look like we have a good angle, we can just smoke bomb our way out.
Should do if I could take this way. I had this one always work.
Should be good.
Most of the
Depending on where area is.
time. Might be too far, Dragon Engine. Not good.
Excellent.
Okay.
Eri, as you can tell just in that brief instance, Eri needs such a little space behind her to successfully run away, and Eri is incredibly fast.
Right, this fight's different. Kiwami, Gary. Kiwami, Gary, guard, rolling. Yeah.
Yep. But now we are actually finally closing out chapter 5. This is the final fight of the chapter.
It's a really late Ichi agility roll.
That is an incredibly late Ichi roll. Hopefully he goes right after Eri.
Yes, good. It's one of the big
As
worries.
you can already see, our increased damage is already coming into full effect, wiping out enemies just with Gary alone. But now we get to use Robson. And we guarded with until Eri's rolling kick because this is one of the odd fights. Most of the fights, essences and summons are guaranteed hits. This is one of the very few where they can just randomly miss. And as you can see, Robson did about 700 damage to everyone. And we don't want that to miss.
Oh, that chapter is draining.
But it's done.
Yes.
And on to the big RNG chapter. Yay!
Oh, we hate this chapter in the run because this really is a nasty bout of RNG. There's Mabuchi. You'll see him soon. He's got an amazing fight. Females to most of the bosses in this game. The game is now about to do something kind of naughty. It's going to, because it's taken away all of our equipment, it's going to take away our job of obviously host that we just made and put us back to the default freelancer job, which kind of sucks. So, that's not a good position.
Another hand grenade, although they did. Oh, group up, please.
Nice.
Yes!
So everyone, the 2 ads in this will go down to 1. You take my thing. I need that, sir.
Sir, give that back.
Do need that, thank you. So the nice thing is, the ads will obviously go down to the grade. You must use the grade on Yan, because then it makes it so he only goes down in 1. If the ads survive, they go down in 1. I won't forget to do my skill shortcut here, will I? I have done that a couple of times in practice this week. Beautiful. Once again, solo single target healing is exceptionally rare to get, so we're going to be grabbing these on the way through. And now, hopefully, we get a weird bit of luck and that we don't hit one of these enemies with Thumbtack Scatter. But if you're wondering, Thumbtack Scatter is a new AoE attack that we have on Eri. Once again, Eri's very, very good, and this is very, very good. You might be thinking, this is the reason. Nice,
Oh,
good
beautiful.
start. Where's Ichi, though? Ichi can take out with a tag team, but obviously, if he's after Psycho and Namba, it's not really worth waiting until his turn. To the wonderful people on tech, this is the chapter I warned you about. Because there's a couple of miscreants in my chat that like to tell people to raise the volume. Thankfully, we have tech here to be able to help us. We've got a little bit of an issue. We're in the sewers, which is the least of our issues, but the problem with being in the sewers is that we're going to have to take some fights for EXP for Eri. That's not good, unfortunately. We'll have to use a smoke bomb for the first one, unfortunately. So, essentially because we're in the sewers, we're going to be trying to finish 3 fights for Eri for EXP. Now, the downside is every sound in here is actually amplified, and for some reason, if you finish a fight in a single hit, especially with a critical, which Eri loves crits. She is an amazing critter in this game, as you'll see later on in the run. Things get a little loud. Like, the actual volumes... That was way late. The actual volume spikes up to, like, the loudest it can be. That would probably fail. Oh, you're beautiful.
Eri. Excellent.
Eri is absolutely wonderful in both damage and in escaping from fights. She is going to be our literal savior in a lot of places in this run.
Yeah, we are going to avoid pretty much every single fight in this sewers. We'll take a few just to get just barely enough XP for Eri to hit level 15 at the very end of this chapter, which will unlock her next job. Perfect run from Eri.
Tech, turn audio down. Thank you.
Yep.
Next 2 fights.
But now,
it's nasty.
Yeah, we will be taking the next 2 fights, and if everything is lined up correctly, they will just vanish with a thumbtack scatter.
Fun fact, it hasn't been because of the PCs.
Oh, that is fair.
Which we'll go
PCs
into.
are too fast.
We'll go into that. We found a little bit of an issue in practice, and that the GDQ
game audio
isn't
down.
too good. That might not, because it's on the guy on the left instead of the guy on the right. Well, that's a shame. Where's Ichi's son? I instinctively flinched there because I hate it. Because the streaming back at home, I can lower the audio for stream, but I can't lower it for myself. So I get it like 20 decibels higher, and it just gives me fear at this point.
We got one more fight of it. This one's not quite as loud, but it will still kind of be loud.
And we're watching out specifically for the drops from this fight and the fight after this one. Hopefully this fight gives us enough. You get to see Eri being badass here. Look at that. She's awesome. She really is. How many old stones? That's not
You'll
enough.
need one more.
Which should be okay.
Which should be okay. The odds of getting enough odd stones in this chapter are insanely high, but still not 100%. But we only need one more from the next fight, and it has like 6 enemies that all have a chance of dropping it, so we should be good.
Saw that happening. So I'm going to do something specific here by targeting that guy. You can see that I ran away parallel from that guy. This is what I was saying earlier, in that you can do something to be able to make it so that you run parallel away from certain enemies. There is a fight skip coming up here, kind of hard to get. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run against this wall early, because I want the fight spawn over there to notice me earlier. No, I ran too far to the right there. Just too far.
It is a very hard fight skip.
Essentially, ooh, that's unfortunate. I'm going to have to use a smoke bomb because everyone else is kind of in the room. So essentially, the way that fight spawns work is that the earlier they see you, the later it takes for them to actually like start the fight sequence. So if you walk into a fight spawn from behind, you've usually noticed that the fight spawn will start instantly. It's the same as if, like, one of the fight spawns from earlier where we obviously walked into, like, the pillar on the side. It just started instantly, although that was a weird one.
Mm-hmm.
But essentially, this is the Chapter 6 set piece. It's a little too long for its own good. We're going to be running in here for, like, 10 minutes.
One
Actually,
brief fight skip here.
Maybe not.
Just hug the right wall. Easy.
It's not too good.
Yeah.
So essentially, whilst we're running around getting to our 3rd fight, Bob, if you got donations, now is
one brief thing before donations. Again, we are running away from all the fights. We're trying to get a good lineup for our allies to run away. If they don't, we can smoke bomb. But we do need to hang on to smoke bombs. We need 5 coming out of this chapter for future fights. So as much as possible, we do want our allies to successfully run away.
I should not have taken that when there was no enough.
You can actually run into enemies pretty safely for running away. They try their opportune attack, but because Ichi's so fast, they usually miss. Also, Bobby, take us for donations.
All right, well, first I will say we are less than $200 away from the Summon Showcase.
Let's do it.
so close. We have a $150 donation from Anonymous that says, here's some money to see an amazing chicken and crustacean showcase. And a $100 donation from Victor Prime saying, love you, Froob. Let's get those summons. We are very, very close to that. And for the singing, we've raised over $16,700 towards that $20,000. So we are close to hearing your dulcet tones, Froob. Yeah.
Froob's all nervous, but Froob's gonna kill it.
He's ignoring me, y'all.
Told you not to tell them about it.
We have a $250 donation from Not Jack saying, pay attention, Froob's singing. And we have a $200 donation from the Panda saying, let's hear it for Froob. Here's $200 to hear Yakuza Froob roar like a dragon singing Baka Mitai. And we have a $25 donation from Serene Dragon saying, I finally played Yakuza Like a Dragon at the start of the year and absolutely adored it. Really awesome to see someone play it faster than I thought possible. Putting the money towards the karaoke showcase to see the characters perform all those awesome songs.
Yeah, something people don't like it when I say this. You can do this game at the lowest possible EXP values that you can do. Doesn't mean it's fast for the speed run, but yes, that even means that essentially you can get through, for those who have played this game, Chapter 12 at level 32. I have done it, I have video proof. There's a couple of little secrets to going fast in there. Not glitches or anything like that. Tech final time for audio down, by the way. Forgot it was here.
And real quick, Froob, next time you get a summon, you have to let us see the cutscene because we just hit that
Hey,
$10,000.
let's go. Nice. I would have missed him anyway, it's fine.
Also, show tag team.
Yeah, why not?
This is a summon showcase. I mean, we might as well show off some of the other attack showcases as well. This is our lovely full party attack that Ichi uses.
With the wonderful Onomichio heads.
How does he breathe through that? Hell.
If you're wondering why Eri doesn't have an Onomichio head, next chapter.
Here comes the drop kick.
I love the double drop kick.
So because of the length of these, we'll obviously only be watching these one time so that we're not here for like 10 hours. 5 odd stones is just what we need essentially for the actual weapon upgrade after we're done here. So very, very nice that we get that in one go. We only needed the one, but we are good for the rest of this now.
Yep. One small note, we did pick up that felt hat along the way a few fights ago. Because of my reroute, we normally would have Adachi here, and he would be a very powerful class with a very powerful weapon. That's not the case anymore because we delayed that to Chapter 7. So we have Nanba in for a bit longer than we used to. But the damage range for the upcoming fight at the end of this is very tight. And without that little bit of magic increase from the felt hat on Sayako, it is not a 100% guarantee. But conveniently, it's right next to the path. We can grab it. Sayako now will clinch the damage range, as well as getting a little bit extra damage for the middle portion of the run.
Very surprised when that one always escapes because that one is so tight to the corner. There's a really good weapon for Foreman down that left-hand path there. I really wanted to route Foreman into the initial run because of the fact that it does like a massive amount of damage. It's just too slow. Best enemy in the game, Pseudo Trash. Literally men in trash bags.
Oh, we won't be able to see it quite so much in this run. Oh my god, the localization in this game is so phenomenal. The enemy names are so ridiculous and amazing.
One of the enemies that we took out in that last fight with Thumbtack Scatter was called Twitchy Streamer because they live stream themselves on the internet.
Yeah, it is absolutely worth it to. They call them the Sujimon. Yes, that is the name that they are called in game. The enemy types. Effectively, the Suji Dex is the game's bestiary, and it is absolutely 100% worth it to just go through that and just read it through. Like they had a blast with these enemies.
And they're all still better than Bulbasaur. This next fight is one of the hardest.
Oh,
We didn't even bring that whack back up. You did.
And
This
there
is
was
one of the harder fights to
clap
escape here.
from the audience. One clap.
are you sure you don't want them to switch Shen's face with yours? His run isn't until tomorrow, I don't think.
I'm just warming up the crowd. It's all good. So there's also a weird little thing. When you escape from a fight, if you walk into an object, you can actually gain elevation. You might see it a couple of times in this run. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it because solid walls are unfortunately solid walls. It's not like Yakuza 0 or K1, where we actually have a way to go out of bounds. The trouble with the Yakuza games is that RGG is very, very good at making you go via the story triggers. So even though we have an out of bounds in 0 and K1, there is unfortunately no practical application for it. Yakuza 5. However,
pretty solid runs this chapter.
yeah, I can't complain about most of those, honestly.
And that is the last one. We'll finally be escaping the sewer in one of my friend's favorite boss fights of this entire run, and I question it every time. Who put this here? Why is it in a sewer?
Yeah, Yakuza Like a Dragon is very, very good at doing, like, kind of wonderful, like, out there boss fights. Whoever fights a digger, like, an excavator. So we have to do a specific set of attack patterns. We want to use rolling kick because this goes through defense. Nice crit. Taxi Masters of Mayhem. Anytime we yellow on an attack that isn't an opportune, that is a crit. They're very, very good. If you get a crit with a red outline, you have crit their weakness as well. And specifically, we use Pigeon Raid in the first half of this fight. Said first half. When you get the excavator to half HP, Yan's gonna fall out. We're gonna hope for a good turn order, which is Sayako before Nanba. That way, we don't have to wait. Hold on, let me drink. We need the XP. Must remember that.
It is worth noting that like grab attacks don't work on the excavator as it should. You cannot do a suplex on this excavator. I'm sorry, Final Fantasy VI fans. You'll get your run later though.
Yeah, the randomizer. I'm looking forward to that. Actually, really looking forward to that. Not to mention the Final Fantasy X run coming up this week, which I don't even remember the last time if a 10's ever been in a GDQ. I'm actually excited.
It's the first time.
This is this is an RPG GDQ.
Yeah, first time at a main GDQ, barring stuff like hotfix.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, this is absolutely an RPG GDQ, and whilst this might be our only RPG in the Yakuza series, I'm here for it. I hope everybody is enjoying this run so far. The exciting stuff. Hey, see, this is the fun part of being back live again. Yeah. Well, this is my first live GDQ, obviously, but
I was hoping you were gonna let the car alarm go off.
No. I was not. No loud noises other than myself.
Before that cutscene that we just skipped actually shows anything on screen, a car alarm goes off. We can skip it before the car alarm's off. I wanted Froob to let everyone wake up with the car alarm though.
I'm not that mean. I'll only wake everybody up with my bad singing.
So one more quick trip to the blacksmith. We got the tarot cards before. We can now upgrade those, as well as we now have enough odd stones to upgrade Ichi's weapon another stage, and that clinches some nice damage ranges later.
All right, we get to talk about the theory that we came up with rather than actually do it, because that's coming up in this next bit. So this looks like a set fight spawn that you have to take. No, you can run from it. It's just there. It's great. There's certain fight spawns like that one down there. That's there. You can run from those as well. But once we get to the Liumang area, we're here to try and stop a fabricated video made by Mabuchi trying to instigate a war with the Seiyu clan. Yeah, that's a skip. It's the one that's after them. Skip. So again, with the different routing, we're going to have to change up what we do in these fights. Usually we would use Nancy here. We can't use Nancy. You'll be seeing Gary in the next fight, folks. Make sure that we... Ooh, yep.
On the big HP.
I don't know if you know this. Fun fact, you can just attack this guy with Psycho. Found that out in practice because I was hammering X again. Gotta stop doing that. Now, this is Kappa statue number 7? You can get this one again later if you miss it here. This is the only one you have a second chance to get. Here's another secret shop. I'm going shopping. Remember when I said I loved Eri so much? We're gonna get some rings. And Adachi some rings. And
some rings for later.
Yes, for a very, very hot lad that we haven't met yet. You have in the actual game, but you'll see. So 2, oops, it's fine, you can cancel equipping, yes. 1 silver bracelet on Sayako, and then 1 for storage, and then the military insoles over on the health ring, because I keep going and doing the wrong one. We need, I don't think we explained the card.
So
the card
do not cutscene skip this.
It's actually a long load. It's like a 10-second like fade out that you can't do anything about. We use loadless, obviously, for the run. Want to make sure we get the guy with a large HP with thumbtack specifically. The other 2 don't matter, because they are going to go down to the wonderful legend himself, Gary Buster Holmes.
Oh, you got to show the
first part,
the phone animation once at least.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, we have plenty of opportunities.
It's the same for all of them, thankfully.
If you're a fan of Yakuza 1 and 2, you'll recognize this lad. This is the Gary Buster Holmes. Gary Buster Homecoming, Gary Buster Holmes. Still a legend. Love you, Gary. Now, there's going to be some good comedy summons coming up later. Don't you worry about that. We're not going to see every single summon in the game. There's a lot of hidden summons that we just can't get in the run. There's, as of, I think this couple, like chapter ago, chapter 5 or chapter 4, you can get these Tojo Clan crests around town. And when we get to chapter 12 or 13, we unlock 2 very secret summons that require 50 crests each, which are actually cool. We don't have, unfortunately, the opportunity to go and get those during the run.
We get to see Robson now.
Almost forgot about that. Ignore the fact that Ichi doesn't have a shirt on, or here is Onamichio head right now. It's a special fight. You'll like this one. Look at how adorable Robson is, folks.
Kitten.
But about that,
Still adorable.
not the last tiger you're seeing today.
I never got this one, so that name is just great.
It's so good. And again, we're going to be using Robson specifically all the way until the end game. Look at him.
Adorable. And wipes out almost everyone on screen.
Yup.
There's a part of me that's kind of got my fingers crossed you'll get what happened on my stream whenever I see that tiger.
Oh, yeah.
There's some interesting cinematic
I got the mother of all ragdolls.
I didn't get a ragdoll. I got a human tiger, and I'm still terrified by that thing. Tiger should not be walking
A
on
tiger
2
that
legs.
kicked furniture.
It's not something
I
that should ever
remember
happen.
that.
So, all the crimes, that's our boy Zhao. You'll see him much later on, and then you won't. Essentially, with what we've done, we've got an Eri to level 15, which is going to unlock her best job. So, Sayako is more magic orientated, whereas Eri is more physical orientated. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Hello Work, and we're going to change 2 people's jobs right now, and this is going to be the end of Namba in the run for quite some time. But with Eri, we're going to become Dealer. Dealer is very, very good. And with Adachi, we're going to become Enforcer, which is also very, very good. Now, Ichi's going to do something rude. He's going to go and steal Sako's shoes, as you do. Thank you very much. Then, obviously, Party Namba goes out for Adachi, and we are going to go over and start the other big change to the route that Tom made. This is the Korean superstar, Illusion.
Indeed. We routed out Nancy and instead are going to get Eugene just because it's also a summon, does pretty comparable damage to Nancy, but it also gets us a job XP item. And unfortunately, Eugene's a bit down on his luck at the moment, kind of bumming around some bars, kind of raising a ruckus with the townsfolk. Not at one bar, multiple bars. So we need to put some sense into him.
The way we do every Yakuza sub-story.
Yeah. With a tag team. And a kick.
I was kind of wondering if it was going to be Sayako's turn and you were going to just spray him with alcohol. It's like, you're just enabling his problem.
That would be kind of bad. But even at job level 1, Eri is faster than Sayako. So essentially, Eri has a high level of agility, which is going to be something that's actually problematic later on. Must remember to get that taxi now, because we found out yesterday we got a quicker taxi here, which is nice.
But we helped Eugene out. He didn't respond to all that alcohol too well. That's why we needed the mineral water from way back in chapter 5. And now he's got the vigor again. He's gonna go back out there, gonna get back on tour, start making shows again, and immediately gets aggressed upon by a paparazzi. Who also needs to get taught a lesson. And again, Yakuza fashion. A little bit of tag team action. Good fight.
Nice, easy fight. So, Illusion is going to pay back his courtesy by giving us, a bullet.
It's one of the few things where there is a reason in context that actually makes sense.
Is there? I didn't even know.
Well, considering the class that it's for. Yeah. So the bullet of memory, as Tom mentioned earlier, is a Jhobz XP item for someone you haven't met yet. This is the only break in the run. You've got 20 seconds, Bobby. Go.
All right, we have a $25 donation from Billy D saying, always a treat to watch Froob, a Froob run of the Yakuza game, and Like a Dragon is a fantastic game, so it's all good vibes for 4 hours. And we have a $200 donation from Jeff and Victoria saying, it's always a great time watching Froob Tiger Trop his way through the Yakuza series and loving the run so far. Any chance Ichiban can get some Peking duck this time? We think he deserves it.
I wish.
If
No,
only.
you're fine.
You got time for one more.
Besides,
We have a $50 donation from Vivio312 saying, Froob's an amazing speedrunner and Like a Dragon is such a wonderful game. So glad to see both at SGDQ. Good luck, Froob.
okay.
I wonder if that's actually a bit slower in English.
I think that actually was quite a bit slower in English.
Yeah, that's
Gives you more time for a bathroom break if you want to run English.
true. All right, so because of, again, the route change, we don't have as strong weapons for Adachi right now, so we're doing a little bit less damage. We're going to start with Gary, obviously. Don't worry, you'll be seeing a new summon very, very soon. A little bit of a slight attack here from Eri to do just enough damage that Sayako can finish off.
A little bit of persuasion from Eri is just enough for Sayako to finish.
This gets both Eri and Adachi to the edge of job level 6, where every job level, or job level 6 for every class, is going to unlock a new skill. And for both Eri and Adachi, that actual skill is very, very broken.
Very, very broken.
And here he is.
The Korean superstar, Illusion.
There he is. He's so beautiful.
나도 사랑해.
So beautiful.
And that freezes everybody. All right, so we're going to get job level 6 on both Eri and Adachi. For Eri, we learn Dart Airstrike, one of the most powerful skills in the game. On Adachi, we learn Paralysis Prongs.
Skill shortcut.
No.
Oh, you
no,
don't do that
Tom,
yet?
No.
I do
later.
that right now.
No.
Oh, okay,
It's a
okay,
wasted menu, Tom.
Okay,
no.
okay.
Because we don't use it until the boss. So if we wait until we get Adachi's weapon.
That's fair. That is a good small time save. Oh. Also why we saved the smoke bombs from before.
There's pretty much every fight in here is actually escapable, but we are only going to be escaping from 2 of them. If you've come in here with only 4 smoke bombs, there is a fight you can run from coming up in a bit. It's a little bit tricky still. Like, you can still... I've messed it up once or twice.
Also, if I could maybe get some audience participation, we're going to play some Dora the Explorer here in a little bit. We have to find some Gomi Jewel members. They'll appear on screen somewhere. I just don't know. I'm not sure if we can find them all.
I'm going to give it an extra second here because this has crashed on me. Good.
Can you find the Gomi Jewel members?
Found it.
It's over there. It's on the left. Over on the right? No, on the left.
Found it.
Just skulking behind the fire is the hardest one to see.
And our reward for finding them all, well, we have to fight them.
Yeah.
We have to fight them all.
This is usually where I say during the run. A lot of people ask me basically how do I remember what to do in fights? I remember what Ichi does. I'm going to be grabbing a spare couple of healing items in here for this run, by the way. Trust me, these might be necessary. But essentially, Ichi is going to become attacker, supporter, defender, buffer, debuffer, and essentially, pretty much for everybody else, if Dart Airstrike is so good, we're pretty much just going to use Dart Airstrike. If Paralysis Prongs is going to be so good, for the majority of the game until we get Adachi's Job Level 22 Essence, we're going to be using, obviously, Paralysis Prongs. You're going to get to see both of those coming up in a second, but essentially, Ichi does pretty much the most different things in any different fight. So the way that I remember what to do in this run is essentially just remember what Ichi does, and everything essentially falls into place.
And it should be mentioned, it is really impressive how much Froob is doing from memory. I've been following along on my notes this entire run because I can't run this game without notes. And Froob is doing almost all of this off memory.
I put the notes down after the shop, so...
Hey. Okay.
I should have skipped that. Essentially, all these first aid kits I'm picking up, you don't need to pick them up in the run, but because this is a marathon and because Tendo exists, I'm picking them up.
Let it be known, there is nothing wrong with using notes in speedrunning, even marathons. Like, so if you're ever concerned about that. Anyways,
Here's the hot one. Please go first, Eri. No, that's a shame. Okay, so little bit of a tricky Dragon Engine thing with Dart Airstrike. I didn't shortcut like I was supposed to. Now we're losing time because we got
Wait,
like
did you equip Adachi's weapon even?
did.
Okay,
Yes, I did.
that's the big one.
Yeah.
Just unfortunate menu lossing.
Remember when I said we don't do the menu till later? I meant after this entire set piece where we lose time for not menuing. Unfortunately, we don't get the exceptionally rare Jungi Hand Drunk that stops this attack. It's going to look a little scary. Now, the nice thing is, by using Paralysis Prongs on Adachi, it's going to put him in front of Jungi Han, which means Jungi Han is 100% going to attack him next. Don't use Sleeping Powder.
so that's
Son of a... Of course. He can do like 5 different moves. That's the only one that wastes our time. Because now that Adachi is asleep, he can't do the damage to finish him off. So Jungi Han is going to get one more turn.
If he goes for Ichi, that could potentially be a problem.
there
Should be fine.
quite a lot to this
Sayako can
fight.
take this, probably, hopefully.
By the way, every boss from this point onwards can kill the run. Just as a heads up. For the marathon, it'll be fine.
Yeah, this fight in
That's not good,
particular-
she's dead. But it's fine, because she's... Ooh,
Nice.
nice perfect guard. If I didn't perfect guard that, she's dead.
Yeah, this fight in particular really
She's
shows
dead.
the benefit. Oh, dang.
Poison tick, folks!
Yeah, so this
Luckily,
fight, this
we don't
fight-
need Ariel.
This fight really shows the benefit of having that 4th party member, because if you don't have Ari, you're going in here with 3, and he can just gun you down, so...
The nice thing about Eri dying is it should guarantee Ichi will go first in every fight from this point onwards in the set piece.
Sure hope so. Because we did a little bit. We have military insoles on Ichi as well as some nice speedy boots. Menuing the system.
I'm so mad at myself. I'm hitting
but
the
yeah,
shortcut button every time to use
We
the
increase
shortcut.
Ichi's agility and don't have any boots on Eri so that she will hopefully slow down because we want Ichi ahead of Eri in a lot of these fights. Dart Airstrike, an incredibly powerful move, does 3 darts on 3 random targets. If Ichi goes first, Ichi can clear out the riffraff so that we have exactly 3 or less targets so we know exactly who's going to get hit by darts. And if they get cleared out by Ichi, that means they probably have the high HP, so they're exactly who we want to hit.
Unfortunately, we got the slow Sayako agility roll here. And again, as we mentioned earlier, there's enemies with crossbows in this. Every single one of them can go invisible on their turn. You do not want that. The crossbow enemies have to go. This last fight, we're going to be attacking the main enemy with Ichi to try and hopefully get all of them, because Dart Airstrike should, theoretically, take care of everybody. Except this guy because he's got too much HP. That's what it is. All right. Nice.
Beautiful. And finally, we're out of the... Why did I forget their name?
Komijo.
Gomijo. We're out of that set piece.
But before we leave, very important, turn around, go up the stairs, camera out, look left, Kappa statue number, whatever
8.
one we're on. Yeah. that's one of the above.
There, conveniently, we have a way to check our count without actually looking, in that there is one of those part-time hero missions to literally just take 10 pictures. There are 10 Kappa statues. We took one extra, so on Kappa statue number 9, we'll get a lovely little ping in the corner telling us that we indeed got all the Kappa statues that we wanted.
So one of the big ways of seeing how much extra damage weapons do in this run is Adachi. You are going to see, with that weapon upgrade, how much damage Adachi does in the next chapter. So, storyline-wise, Namba's kind of betrayed us because his brother was being held at Komi and he wants him back. So he's gone off to help Bleach Japan. So we're going to go over to an invitation from Seiyu Clan Chairman Hoshino to go to the Heian Tower, the restaurant over here, where we're actually going to meet every single leader of the Big Three. So whilst we get to the next chapter, which is the shortest chapter in the game, Bobby, now's a perfect time for donations.
All right, well, we are actually really close to $450,000 total.
Let's go.
And we have raised just over $17,300 out of the $20,000 for the karaoke showcase. So let's keep those coming in so Froob can sing to us. We have a $100 donation from Baby Bat that says, always amazing to see Yakuza games featured in GDQ. This series changed my life and absolutely needs more love. Good luck, Froob. And we have a $250 donation from Slink saying, I always enjoy seeing Froob running these games. He is fantastic at explaining what is going on at all times, and I love seeing the best Yakuza game run at SGDQ. Now let's get that karaoke incentive met.
We don't have to, by the way. So, we're going to take a fight outside here. This is definitely not an enemy just standing around. This is the officers of Bleach Japan. In a second, chat, if you've got a jam emote for, you know, dancing, singing and stuff, you're going to need to get it out. Now, hopefully we dodge. Shame. Because we didn't dodge, I'm going to have to take a heal here, which is unfortunate, because there are guard strats for the next fight. If I don't get that menu shortcut done, I'm going to get so mad at myself.
You're going into the menu to heal.
Yep,
Make
exactly.
sure you get those skills.
Exactly. See, time save. Cough. I didn't know I was going to get hit here. So we're going to take one of our healing. I'm going to actually use the toughest light, which is nice. Hey,
Skills.
Hey, check, watch it. Dice trick. Principal shield blast. Yeah. All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, your best jam emotes. This is Mabuchi with
This
the title
song
track
slaps.
for Maker.
Slice them up however you want.
Now, we're paying very close attention to our turn order. As long as Sayako is going to go ahead of Adachi, we can just attack with Eri, and we don't have to attack with Sayako in this fight. Otherwise, we're going to have to do the opposite. Because we need to get one of our first muscle sodas over onto Adachi, and you're about to see just how much extra damage we're now doing. Nice. This is good. Now, the worrying thing is this fight can kill Ichi, especially if he comes into this fight with no HP, which is the reason why we want to heal. Not a Kiwami drink. That's later. That's very much later. Tiding system is a pain in the backside sometimes. Watch this. Almost 1.5k. Good hitting him. As long as it doesn't hit Ichi there, I have no fears for next part. 420. If Ichi gets hit in that bit there, I will 100% either heal or guard. But we should be safe. It's a DPS race to here. He has a HP block until we see Crimson Aura. At this point, again, we don't need to attack with Sayako. With this one last Paralysis Prongs on Adachi, we can now let Adachi die in this fight. He's likely using an AoE attack.
We don't want Adachi to die, thank you very much. He needs this XP, but he's good.
No, he's good. He actually gets it back later. It's early enough because of the Invested Vagabond fight. Fairly
Not sure.
I'm certain.
Might get our thing later on, one fight later if he dies here. But
No, I'm fairly certain.
We're good.
It does. I'm
We're good.
fairly certain because I've done it in the
Mabuchi's
past.
down. And that's the end of the chapter.
Yeah, that's
it.
literally it. So we see a newspaper clipping on the wall of the Bleach Japan offices of a politician who goes by the name of Ryooki. Now, the thing is, when Ichi looks at it, he goes, "That's the dead young master." And it is. So chapter 9 is going to be essentially a boss rush. Got a couple of bosses, some easy, some hard, some kume. And essentially we're going to go and basically try and find our way to the young master, who you can see on screen right there. The downside is that this is also the introduction to one of the nastiest bosses in the entire game, who turns up the most.
Yeah. So this is kind of the part of the story where things actually start to come full circle, because we spent the first 3 chapters on focusing on Ichiban, and then now we're on like Ijincho and the Great Wall, which is starting to crumble now that there's been some like insurrection within the Liumang. Is Mabuchi was really trying to like break down the the unsteady alliance that kind of kept the gangs together in Ijincho, and kind of kept, you know, external factors, specifically the Omi alliance, the dominant gang, the dominant Yakuza in Japan, out of Ijincho. So, yeah.
Should just wait for Eri there, I think.
Unfortunately, not group for a shield blast. That's a nice AoE attack that Adachi has. But they're all stunned, so he didn't lose that much time.
We need a weird bit of RNG here. We need a fight to not spawn. If a fight doesn't spawn, we can go down the quicker path down this road. Otherwise, we're just going to have to go on the right. Ooh. Can still spawn, don't. Okay, that's not bad. This is the road we want to go down. Yeah, we're good. Okay, sweet. That's like a weirdly like 10-second time save. Like, it's actually a surprising amount. You wouldn't think going down this road would actually be that much more time save, but it is. Don't.
I see another car.
Yep. It's fine. It's fine. Our wallets are in my
I
hand.
was just gonna say, it's not just your wallet anymore, Froob.
That might be a fight. Oh, that was lucky. That was very close, actually, I think. That was a bit lucky.
When those indicators turn red, that means they're just about to start the fight.
Which is going to be something to watch out for later on with a specific fight skip in the
Also,
finale.
Kume's back. We still hate him.
He's still weak to everything. Please, Ichi, go first. Beautiful illusion.
Because that gets rid of everyone but Kume, so Kume can take all of these darts to the top of his head.
gonna take a little bit of time here, actually, because my plan originally was to
Oh.
Okay, I'm
rude.
definitely taking a bit more time now. So essentially,
Oh, missed. Cool.
I should have just done the thing, but it's fine. Because my initial plan was to use Omelette in Chapter 5, I need a new place to use Omelette. Now Omelette only works during the day. Hi, Omelette. Let's call Omelette.
Oh, I love this one.
Financially excellent chicken. If you're wondering what a wonderful chicken like this can do, apart from go at like 80 miles an hour. Yep. How did HP one? That looks like HP one. It
HP?
is. So Omelette basically gives you HP or MP. We're not quite done with this just yet. Don't ask how Itchy's about to eat this.
I feel like don't ask is like the mantra of Yakuza at this point.
Beautiful.
Thanks, Omelette indeed. But yeah, we don't usually use Omelette in the run because it's not a guaranteed HP or MP heal, whereas we have the lunchboxes that are guaranteed. Hopefully we don't start using our healing items just yet. We're gonna need a lot of them. They go all the way till the end. And as we mentioned, or briefly mentioned earlier, the GDQ PCs are really good and make one boss fight actually really hard. You'll see. You'll see. So the nice thing from this fight is that both Itchy and Adachi should heal. It doesn't matter if Eri and Psycho get hit, but preferably we would like, obviously, one of those two to get healed. I'm going for this guy in the hopes that I can shield blast the other two. Trying to get good. So shame that isn't AoE. That should be good, but he might not die to them.
Yeah, Oguro will not die to that.
Ooh, okay.
Wow. They're being very rude to Eri this run.
That's unfortunate. It's fine.
She got a level up.
Okay, she
she's
died before, of course. Yeah, so her level ups are now in a weird place. Shouldn't be a problem for Eri. Anyway, here's a second heavy mystery, but it's something worse. An Omi Alliance leader.
A particularly bad one.
Hello, Reiji. The absolute bane of Yakuza Like a Dragon speedruns. This man right here is systematically the boss that will kill you in every single run. He is the hardest by far. We're going to be doing a certain couple of attacks here. Because I didn't get a crit on Itchy or Eri, I'm going to take one little moment to do a different attack with Adachi, just to make sure that this fight goes the way it should do. We're going to use Shield Bash instead of Sealed Blast. It should still do the damage with Blast, but just in case I'm going to use this. The nice thing is, that also aggroes the Crane. If you aggro the Wrecking Ball there, it won't do any of its AoE attacks, but because we do enough damage, Reiji gets flung out. Now look at the top right-hand side of the screen, Reiji's HP bar. You'll notice the stun is reapplying itself. This is important because this means that Reiji is going to stay stunned for 2 whole turns. Unfortunately on the dart, but we should be good. We cannot beat Reiji when he is outside of the Crane. So we're going to get hopefully around to Adachi's turn, at which point the game is going to say, oh hey, he's low enough HP that he can go back in the Crane. As long as the game doesn't glitch out, which we didn't test on the GDQ PCs, we should have it rotate back around to the start of the fight, which is my turn. Please?
Please.
Please?
Rude.
Ah. Hits again. Yeah, in a second. Well, that's actually fine on Psycho, only gets 1 turn. So it's a bit of a time loss if he does get an attack off. Another thing. Oh boy. Still, that's the easiest Reiji fight. The next one is not.
So yeah, you saw in the mob fight with the Bleach Japan guys, they were named Omi Alliance, and it turns out that the Omi Alliance have basically been kind of using Bleach Japan as kind of a front for their nefarious plans to try and get into Ijinsho.
Yes. You will notice as well that I am making safety saves before certain boss fights because, ooh, some of these are nasty.
We were talking earlier about a certain enemy that has a cutscene gun, unlike everyone else's gun. Reiji's that one. Also, Nanba's back, but on the enemy side?
Look at the typesetting of this fight. That's so cool. That's so good. So we're hoping for this is good. We're going to use Robson. We're going to hope that Reiji doesn't counter. Good. We're now going to use a Muscle Soda over on Adachi. And I'm going to hope that Reiji does not shoot Itchy. Good.
That's okay.
Not perfect guarding, it isn't. We're now hoping that Reiji counters Sayako. This is going to make it so that Reiji's turn order gets messed up and keeps delaying him for his next turn. This might feel... which it didn't. I'm not doing a very good job on my perfect guards, which is a very, very big worry. I think I'm going to take this safe for Marathon and just guard with Itchy so he doesn't die. Though he might die to gunshot.
You might die to gunshot still. May
me a
have been a
favor, aim
safer
for
option to
Adachi.
heal. Aim for Adachi. Thank you.
Look at the
This
damage.
hurts.
Yeah, that would have killed.
Yep. That can kill Ichi at full HP, by the way.
I was hoping that would finish off, so Adachi, I mean,
Oh.
Sako's gone.
Enemies have not been kind to our female party members. It's incredibly rude.
Although I just noticed that actually Namba went down to Dark Airstrike for once.
Yes.
That's rare. That's nice. All right. Not the best fight, not the smoothest of fights, but still, we're good. Whew. God. As I said, boss fights are very, very scary in this run.
Yeah, because, Ichi's still wearing a straw hat with holes in it and a stretched out t-shirt. Not
be-
exactly the greatest defensive armor in the world.
We will thankfully be replacing that, but not for a good couple of chapters. So, Namba has obviously set fire to Komi Jewel's counterfeiting system, which actually all the big three were in on from the start. This guy here, Ogasawa, he is a high-ranking member of Bleach Japan and confirms what Ichi suspected in that Ryo Aoki is the young master, and Bleach Japan are going to come and get him back. This is another bit of a luck fight depending on who gets hit and where the positioning of them are. It's one of the nice things about LED as like a game is the actual enemy positioning is like so genuinely important that it's actually really refreshing. We won't be able to kill the both of them with Adachi, but we can still shield blast the both of them and get rid of one of them at least. Usually, hopefully, you can take out this guy with Sparkling so that obviously, you know, it's just a little bit extra damage. And of course, tag team just to end the fight a bit quicker. And with that, we are going to get party member number 5, but 6, if you get optional Eri. The hot one, Jungi Han, joins the party. If you remember Yakuza 6, you might remember this guy's dead. About that. Not quite. He is wearing a bin bag, though. I still don't get this.
I don't understand the look.
So, we're going to do a bit of a shortcutting. Head Trauma is a 6 MP, absolutely massive amount of damage. It is absolutely massive amount of damage. Oh, yep. Oh, yeah, don't worry. I was going there.
Just double check.
We don't usually change his job, but we're going there because a man needs an orange on his head.
Although his trash bag look is questionable at best, oh, with Onomichio, it's just so perfect.
It complements it.
It truly does.
Boom. And if you do have the DL... Chinatown?
No, the Seagull Cinema.
Oh, I am...
Yeah, that we normally do not go to Hello Work for.
Yeah, oh
for
yeah.
Jungi Han.
Oh, right, Zeng. Spoilers, Zeng's back. I forgot to change out Psycho.
Whoops.
This keeps happening. Again, Eri first?
Eri, stop going
oh,
so fast.
right, because no Jungi Han.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, that would do it. Yikes. The extra
Normally,
menu definitely
Jungi Han is supposed to be in this fight, and he would showcase his fantastic 6 MP ability that does almost
There he is.
1,000 damage.
I possibly could have shield blasted the other two, but I don't think I could have because they're quite far away. This one hurts. This one hurts.
This is an odd fight without Jungi Han.
With the two of them left, Tag Team SMA is only going to take out one of them. Dark Airstrike's going to take out 2, so it's better just to wait. And here's Zeng. Now, Zeng has the same things that he had earlier, but Zeng has one big weakness that we now have. Gun. Gun. As you do. Now, hopefully we can get a bit of paralysis off on Zeng so he doesn't attack Ichi. Thank you, I appreciate that. So he doesn't get his attacks off against Ichi, who's a little weak. Jungi Han somehow is going very fast, so once again, gun. Now, here's the thing. Dark Airstrike is classified as a gun attack. Watch the damage it does to Zeng. It's a lot of damage.
That was 1 dart, by the way.
Usually he would take 3 at this point, but somebody messed up the party order. Not naming names.
What? What? I was just kindly reminding him to go to Hello Work. I didn't know that this was going to happen.
I didn't know it was going to happen either, to be fair. Everyone should level from this fight because it's a boss fight. We're now a couple of levels below every single boss, which is why everything is kind of scary. There's a couple of actually genuinely terrifying bosses in this chapter. We're going to be getting into one very big set piece soon, but we have a few smoke bombs left. Once we get through these 3 fights, Bob, if you got any donations, now again is once again a perfect time. 3 smoke bombs. Wow.
All right, well, we did just cross $450,000 total.
Nice.
Go. We have a $50 donation from Taciturnus that says, big fan of the event, big fan of Yakuza speedruns. Love listening to Froob talk about the game. Good luck. Donation goes toward Mario Yakuza. And we have a $100 donation from Cherry Scary saying, it's Yakuza time with Froob? Sign me up. Donation to get that karaoke showcase. We've got just a little over $2,000 left to hear Froob sing.
So close.
We have a $25 donation from Bat saying, have to donate for a Froob Yakuza run. Saw him last time he was on GDQ where his knowledge and love of the series was enough to convince me to start playing Yakuza.
Absolutely fantastic series. All right, so very glad people are picking up these games as well. They're not quite as niche as they were once ago, but they are a fantastic series.
So just saying, I think they're a part of the Steam Summer Sale, and most of them are more than half off. Just saying.
All right, so for this fight, we're going to use Robson in the lobby. It's going to take care of all the enemies. We're now going to have to, because we used to use Robson in the next fight instead, but the next fight is actually a bit easier to take care of without Robson rather than that lobby fight. That lobby fight's always just been a bit
Very
long.
inconsistent.
Yeah.
So we dragged Robson from this upcoming fight to the earlier one so that one was guaranteed consistent. This one's a little bit slower now, but takes out all the inconsistency that could have cost us so much time.
The nice thing is the people that we want to head trauma are usually at the front of the fight, so it's very easy to just do the skill immediately and just get through it. We will also be taking a heal from that lovely platter of food over there. And thankfully it actually gets a nice agility roll that I can just use an opportunity attack. I think perhaps this might be a bit quicker, animation-wise, maybe?
About similar. There's a little ability animation, so it's probably about the same.
Right, you have to skip that cutscene to be able to get through. Why skills? What are you doing? That's what you want. The EXP card, my dude. I keep forgetting that quite often, and we want to optimize on Eri. Reason being is that Eri is about to become our tank, even though she has the least HP. Don't worry about it. We got a 2-phase fight coming up here, and you might remember earlier I said you wouldn't be seeing, or you'd be seeing at least one more tiger in this run. It's right there. So, first phase of this fight, unironically enough, we want Ichi and Adachi to be the ones that get hit. I also want Ichi to go ahead of Eri in this fight. Which is nice. And Junki-Han getting hit isn't the best thing, but it's also not the end of the fight if he does. This might miss a dart. Nice crit.
It's fine. He's pretty resistant to darts. Good targeting.
Please don't use your paralysis claw, because we do need to do a move with Adachi.
But still, please hit Adachi again.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Perfect fight. Eri's going ahead. That's going to make this fight a bit slower. Okay, so, phase 2. We hinted at it, and yes, this is happening. It's time for the tiger fight. Now, the tiger fight is a cool fight in that there's actually a unique gimmick to it. The tiger will always attack the last person who attacked it. And it's also weak to gun. Always gun. Did you just say that to a tiger, Adachi? Are you sure about that? Now, here's the thing. Adachi has a special skill being Enforcer class, Transfer Shield. This is going to make it so the person he gives the shield to gets a mass increase in defense that drops his defense by 30%. Now, the tiger is worrying due to the fact it can do...
Whoa, Eri! Whoa, Eri, get up!
That's never happened before. I'm gonna have to heal her. So we're gonna take a couple of hits with Junki-Han here. I do not want to use a healing item in this fight. So
Should be good, so long as Jungi-Han takes the hits.
he might not is the problem with the next one. I think I should heal just in case. If we have to go get fresh, yeah, if we have to go get fresh lunchboxes, we have to go get fresh lunchboxes. Essentially, the tiger has 2 different debuffs. Bleed, you can see that one. He also has fear. He can do it on every single attack. If Eri gets feared, you must remove it immediately because, as you can see, Eri's our damage dealer. When she's not sliding along the floor like, you know, initial D. That's delayed, sure. I probably should have waited for Eri there, considering the fight's over. This time, were you okay?
Every time that tiger changes focus onto a different ally, it roars.
Somebody gave that tiger some catnip. That is not good. Anyway, there's something very important that we're missing from our basic repertoire. Shoes. Let's go get some shoes. These two saves right here that have kind of awkward hitboxes. Thankfully, they have some magical sandals. As you could probably guess, they raise your magic attack. Surprise. And tactical booties, which are going on area immediately, along with one other thing we need to pick up, as well as some first aid kits just in case. Again, single target healing is hard to get. That's a good sound XX, a premium first aid kit. Open this for a tactical vest. If you did everything correctly earlier in the run, Adachi is in slot 3. And chat, you'll be spamming your best jam emotes again because Mabuchi's back. Now, fun fact, this actual fight is a DPS race. We can get him to a specific point in the fight as long as we can do enough damage to him early. Hopefully one of these darts hits him. If it doesn't, it's okay. We can still do just enough damage to everybody else. And thankfully, Mabuchi isn't near the furniture. For as good as Jungi-han is, Jungi-han can kick the furniture towards the person he's running towards, which is actually a problem because the furniture will knock into the enemy, knocking them to the ground, and head trauma won't apply. Thanks, Jungi-han.
You're in court now.
He's on the other side of the furniture. I'm noticing this. I'm not happy about this. So he's going to drop his counter phase now, and this is where we need to get the damage up. Please don't kick the chair. Thank you. This is where we need to get the damage done before his next turn. We should have enough if darts doubles on him. Hopefully, nope.
Yeah,
That still should be fine.
Probably should be enough.
Crimson Aura. Nice. Good. Okay, so now we're just going to do our best single target to finish the fight. Mabuchi will probably aim for Jungi-han once or twice. I've had him aim for Ichi here and, kill the run at one point.
Jungi-han actually has armor, unlike Ichi, so it's actually perfectly fine for him to take damage for us.
Yeah, Jungi-han comes in with a whole bunch of... Obviously, he's 3 levels higher than everybody else. He also has a lot better equipment. He's got the lightning bandages that we upgraded way earlier in the run. Here's his one attack. This is a defense down. This is the one thing you don't really want to... Okay. The one thing you don't really want to see on Ichi. This won't take out the fight, but Jungi-han will. Dragon Breaker is fine.
Good 2 fast attack animations, though.
Very.
He has 2 other attacks that he can use that are like big swooshy swoosh attacks with that glaive, and they just take so long to play out.
Guess who's back? This is why you need Adachi in the 3rd slot, because Namba always replaces the person in the 3rd slot.
Namba's
Also-
not the only one who's back.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's Reiji free. Free? Yeah, free.
Free.
So, unfortunately, we're going to do this fight a little differently. We're going to start off... You think we would do our best multi-targets like Dart Airstrike? No, we need to take care of this guy. Crossbow guys have got to go. But also on Ichi, we're not actually going to use a summon. We're just going to hopefully not get countered by Reiji. I see you looking at me. Namba got such a good turn order.
And we get
because
what?
Namba gets to use this. We're definitely going to have to skip some of these later on for time if we start dying. Yes, as you do. So the nice thing about Namba is that this skill, which he shouldn't technically have just yet, is very overpowered. Don't you counter. That's good. Good. So we don't want Namba to be feared. If Namba is feared, then unfortunately we can't swap him out on his turn. We are going to use our first instance of Gondara. As I said earlier, we're not watching the summon, I'm afraid. It's not great. The bonus, though.
Ooh.
That's going to make it, as we said earlier, so that his attack goes down.
You jerk.
Don't see this move. Essentially, it's a cutscene attack. You can perfect guard it. Unfortunately, as you can see, it does daze the person that it uses against. And Eri is one of our best damage dealers. So I've got a thing I need to do with Ichi. I'm going to do that before I get her out of that. Kiwami drink on to Jungi-han. He needs a bit of extra EXP at the end of this fight. It's really unfortunate not having Eri for this. Maybe I should have done her first. Probably would have been better. But the nice thing is, with the bonus, we have less damage on Reiji. So even if he aims gunshot at Ichi, it shouldn't kill him at this point.
Yep.
Eri wakes up next turn. You'll see the difference here. Look how little damage that is now. That's the reason why your bonuses for your summons are so vitally important at certain fights in this run. I should have ran earlier because it's the entire room.
They are...
Don't.
The summon boosts are almost either like 50% or up to like double the effectiveness. It is incredible to have a boosted summon whenever they happen.
It's something that we strive for in every single run, because no joke, it can turn some of the nastiest fights in the run from being like 2 or 3 heals to not needing a heal phase. They are that good. Like, you can literally take much bigger risks. So, Namba's back. You'll never see him again. He's come back a little too late to be useful in the run, unfortunately. Here's our boy Zhao. We were here to save him from Mabaji. He was just chilling outside, apparently, I guess. And we're going to do a little bit of spring cleaning before the end of this chapter. We're going to go and get the last 2 Kappa statues, whilst the politics side of Yakuza Like a Dragon starts up. Every single Yakuza game has some kind of political side to the story. This is LADs, where the young master is trying to become Prime Minister of Tokyo because he wants to remove all the Yakuza. So whilst I go around and look at the weird Kappa statues in corners like this, Bob, if you've got any donations, now would be perfect.
I absolutely do. We are about $2,000 left to hear Baka Mitai. So we do have a $50 donation from Magical Grill saying, I've been loving all the runs at GDQ so far and so happy to see Froob crushing this run of Like a Dragon. Much love to all the tech crew and everyone who works so hard to make this event happen each year. Let's get that karaoke showcase. And we have a $25 donation from Firestorm saying, having a great time watching the run. Good luck, Froob. Great to see you run again at GDQ, and now they're in person. Go Ichi. And we have a $10 donation from Queen of Darkness and Loops saying, amazing run. Thanks, Froob, for playing the Yakuza games on GDQ. That got us into playing the games as well.
That's
unfortunate fight spawn.
You can go ahead for some more with this fight spawn now.
All right, we have a $25 donation from Fuzzy saying, I love the Yakuza series. This donation goes out to Baka Mitai. I'll donate another $50 if I can get a really good Nani Mitendeo from the couch.
Not even Tenteo.
I'm going to hold you to that. And a $25 donation from Dryfe saying, here's to the bestest runner for an amazing game. Let's get that karaoke incentive.
I was trying to remember where that line was from. Is that the enemy line that they shout constantly as you're within range?
Yeah. Yup. GK's actually been quoting it in practice a couple of times. It's a shame GK wasn't here for
GK
that.
just steps out to go to the bathroom.
It's the absolute perfect timing of it. Decent Chinatown. Chinatown, I don't think we mentioned when we came in here the first time. Chinatown has the worst concentration of fight spawns in the entire run, and it's also one of the places that we run through the most, which is unfortunate. So, essentially, we're going to learn on the politics trail that Ogasawara has unfortunately died mysteriously. Parliament's going to be dissolved, as you can see. That guy is one of the people that like runs the country in the background. He's on his deathbed, and Ryo Aoki basically threatens him. Here is your 7th and final party member, our boy Zhao. You'll never see him again. We love him, but unfortunately he joins way too late. But our boy Zhao does have one use in this run. His shoes. It's always the shoes. Whoops, Adachi. We want his shoes on Adachi. The interesting thing is that the shoes that Zhao has are actually the best shoes in the game currently that we can get and have the highest agility rate. So you might be wondering why we're giving it to the character that has the lowest agility rate. It's not to keep up with our party members because that will literally never happen with how slow Adachi is at it. So I am not going to risk it. You can just about make it to the cutscene there if you don't mess up your earlier movement, but I messed up my earlier movements. I'm just gonna.
And that is a nasty fight to get into because that teleports you into a separate arena at that little intersection, and your characters can't run away. So if you don't have a spare smoke bomb, you're losing a lot of time.
Ooh, this chapter's one of the shortest ones, but this is where our 3 dirty little secrets come into play. Remember me saying earlier, you can beat chapter 12 at the lowest possible level you can be. We're going to need to do a couple of things for the speed run, though. So, if you're struggling with chapter 12 yourself, there is actually our dirty little speedrun secret of how to level up fast. It begins with this SOS quest here. We want a specific SOS quest in this chain. It's the 3rd one. You recognize it when you see it, and if you played 100% of Yakuza Like a Dragon, you'll recognize the one that's coming up, but we'll be going back to those in the next chapter. There is, however, one thing in this chapter that we're going to be picking up that is actually very, very overpowered after the next fight. And this is the taxi we got outside of Ichiban Confections earlier on in the run. So if you forget to get this one earlier on in the run, you'll only realize about it now.
You have to do a walk of shame.
Yup. done that once or twice, sadly. Now, we're trying to get down to the car park to meet the young master. He's here in town. Unfortunately, the way in is blocked off, but thankfully, drunk Adachi remembers a side path here over at the bar district.
I wish they would make Adachi actually drunk for the next fight. Continuity.
Drunk is a status effect.
It is a status effect in this game.
It's a surprisingly annoying one, too.
It's a shame
It's
that we can't
ostensibly
get it.
confusion is drunk.
Yeah, it's a shame we can't get it, like, obviously more often. And just to make sure this fight ends, you can use a normal attack for an opportune, just in case perhaps spawns also works. So, the young master, we finally meet him and he recognizes Ichi and he says to meet him at Otohime Land, the Soapland, tonight. If you played this game before, you know this is where you can end the chapter off, but we're gonna do one little thing. It's time to go and do our dirty little secret number 2, and this is a side story, the last one we're gonna do, that unlocks one of the most powerful powerful power mates in the game, despite the fact that it doesn't do any damage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the summon for Mr. Masochist. I got the okay to say his name, don't worry. Essentially, we like to either call him Mr. Masochist or Mr. Feels No Pain for reasons that you can probably guess. We meet a dominatrix who can't give anyone any pain or pleasure. I don't know how this works. We meet Mr. Masochist here who can't feel any pain or pleasure. I really don't know how this works. We're gonna go and see Mr. Masochist and we're gonna try and deliver him some pain? Pleasure? I don't understand how this works. I don't like that fight spawn though, but thankfully it's far away enough that we can get rid of it with this vending machine.
Let's go, Dragon Engine.
Love the Dragon Engine. And he's, you know, just headbutting a tree, as you do.
He's trying to feel pain.
Say his actual name. Do not skip this last one, it's a long one. Don't question it. Again, one of those things, just go along with it, it's fine. But here's the thing about this fight. Harry walks slowly. Here's the thing about this fight. He takes no damage. So we have to trick the game into thinking that we've actually done damage to him.
Oh, we tried our best.
Yep, so basically, the way that this works is that you attack him twice. He has a fun time. Dances with glee. Doesn't really do anything. He doesn't do anything in this fight. We don't do anything in this fight. It's a mutual understanding. I don't like the fact he's doing this in a public park, but you know, it's fine. He's going to go through a second phase, and then we're going to get to his last turn. You can also see that Adachi in the turn order is slightly keeping up with everybody else in our party now, instead of being lapped, but he will get lapped eventually. So, physical pain has not worked. Let's go try some mental pain instead. Let's go get his mother. Yeah, it's not a fate that I would wish on anybody, and I know my mum is watching. Hi, Mum. Hope you're doing well. So, at the same time, we're also going to be going to the Popo, where we are going to be handing over the reward for the Kappa statues that we've collected. This is going to be a nice, cool 2 million yen. Sounds like a lot of money. We need 3. We actually have that 3 million yen. Here's his mother. The downside is that we don't have that money in actual cash. It's in our assets right now, which we will be getting the rest of in the next chapter. Mr. Masochist jumps in, saves the day, feels something, I don't know what. We're much, much higher level than this sub-story right now, so Dart Airstrike does the rest of the work. Nice crit. We love our crits that are, you know, out of place. We don't need them, but, you know, we appreciate the extra crits, especially coming up to the end game. We get Mr. Masochist as a pound mate. You will first see him in that fight in the next chapter. It's the first time we use him, and you can do, I said this before, you can do this run at this EXP level right now. You can do it without Mr. Masochist, but it gets very, very hard. If you remember Transfer Shield with Adachi in the previous chapter, imagine that for all of your party members, and imagine it getting twice as strong with the summon bonus. We should also mention with the summon bonus so far, it's completely random. Young Master's here, TLDR, he's evil. Thumbs up. Best fight theme in the game, don't at me. There's so many good fight themes in this game.
This game has an incredible soundtrack.
The Yokohama battle theme, like, that one alone, that's like the regular battle theme and is like top 5 regular battle themes in RPGs.
Yes. So the nice thing is, or the not nice thing, the thing we have to remember in these 2 fights, there's this fight and then there's going to be a 2-phase fight after this one. We are now back to watching our MP consumption. Shame you weren't stunned like you usually are, but that's fine. Dart Airstrike will take care of the other 2 ads here. whilst we do our best single target against Hamaguchi that you can see has quite a few resistances in this fight. And you can see that obviously a lot of our attacks are using up a lot of MP. The downside is that Jungi-han is usually now going after Adachi or Ichi, so we have to wait a little bit for head trauma, which does way more damage than an opportune attack, although sometimes I will just do the normal attack just to keep things moving. So, next fight. Two-phase fight. We need to start off with a bad targeting system, and hopefully this guy moves towards me so we can get him earlier. He did not. There he is. It's a bit of a shame sometimes with the targeting system. I know what they're trying to do with it, but I wish they had, like, you see how the enemy is lined up on the right-hand side and how we're lined up on the bottom? I would love an alternate, like, control scheme in the next game where we could just use, obviously, the D-pad for selecting via, like, the left and the right for allies and up and down for enemies. Because unfortunately, the targeting system likes to not play at some points, which is unfortunate. So this is okay because it's not going to save him. But the nice thing is, now he has 30% less defense. Dart Extract take care of him. Hope the two darts go for Omura. With Ichi's next turn, we are using said lunchbox so that we can actually get everybody's MP back. 8 and 8 is a little less than I would like at this point, but it's fine. Phase 2 of this fight. If you are a boss, like this lad right here, you've got a name that's 6 letters long, Matoba, begins with M, ends with A, you are resistant to gun attacks. It's a little bit of a hint towards the next chapter as well.
Hint, hint, wink, wink.
Yep. So we're going to have to Dart Airstrike to get rid of the ads anyway, but as you can see, it only does 82 damage. We're going to use Gondarawa to make sure that we can actually lower his attack and defense. The attack isn't a problem. One thing we haven't mentioned about dying. If you die, or you get a game over, I should say, you will lose essentially half the money. I don't remember the exact amount, but you'll lose a big
good chunk of your money.
Yeah,
It's like a third to 40%.
it's enough to end the run because we won't have the money to get to Sotenbori at the start of the next chapter. That can crit. It's not a guarantee. It's a shame when it doesn't. I like him going for Jungi-han because Jungi-han usually obviously evades. And again, this is the problem, is that Jungi-han going after Ichi is the problem where, what do we really do? Because we could wait for head trauma that does way more, or we could just keep everything going. And we're just going to use our best single targets. Matoba at this point is not a problem fight. If Ichi was going to get to low HP, we would obviously heal Ichi up so that we don't lose the money. I do like the fact he's only attacking because that's nice, actually. He has some really nasty attacks. I'm going to wait for head trauma because he's on the other side. It's a bit long, but it's fine.
This unfortunately also starts a common phase with many fights, is the singular enemy that has way too much HP.
Yes, he's like, apart from Jungi-han, he's like 4 levels above us. So again, every single boss fight right now is way higher level than us. And in this chapter, they're going to get over 12 levels higher than us. This is chapter 12. This is what we refer to as the end game. This is where everything gets very, very nasty.
The end game, the wall, the difficulty spike, all of the above.
Yep. Note to self EXP items on Airy. So, we're going to go and do a couple of things quickly here. So I think now is probably a very good time for a couple of donations quickly.
All right, we have a $10 donation from Zoe that says, big love for Froob, psyched to see him back again with more Yakuza, and it would be shame if we didn't get to hear the Yakuza Like a Dragon karaoke showcase. Let's get a $10 train going. Let's do that. We are less than $2,000 away from Froob serenading all of us.
$10 train will hit that in no time.
That's right. And we do have a $125 donation from Hyperguyver saying, Yakuza Like a Dragon has been one of my favorite games of the last 5 years. Froob inspired me to dip my toe into the speedrunning community with it, and that has allowed me to continue to enjoy this game. Seriously, get and play this game. It is fantastic. Froob is a heck of a streamer and ambassador for the Yakuza games. Congratulations again on another GDQ, and here's hoping for a first try Trickster's top hat.
Mouthful, isn't it?
It is.
Really hard to land as well. So, we're going to start this. You might recognize this. This is the second-hand shop sub-story that we started all the way back in Chapter 5. We're now in Chapter 12. You do not skip this. It's one of those long loads that basically doesn't count. Long fade-outs that doesn't give you...
Also, we can do the sub-story in Chapter 3.
Yeah, this is one of the first ones in the game. I think it's actually like one or 3 on the sub-story listing, but
Also, very importantly, this is where the time loss is for the English dub.
I think my manager is going to be real pleased after today.
I don't. Essentially, there's a missing text box there for some reason. In the Japanese dub, it's there, but in the English dub, it's just not there. That's the big reason why English is like 15 seconds slower. Not just because of that, but with the other things as well. So we're going to sell off the watch and the ring that we got from previous boss fights. Now, if you've done 100% of this game, you're going to recognize somebody in the next fight. But if you're struggling with Chapter 12 and you need to level fast, this is our dirty little secret. The enemy at the front of this fight is an infested vagabond. They are the equivalent of Dragon Quest's metal slimes, aka they take actual number damage or hits instead of actual damage.
Of course, Jiggy Han can just unload, so does a lot of damage really quickly.
Ice Spreader.
An ability we rarely use on Ichi, the Ice Spreader.
Please don't miss. Because if we miss, that's a problem. Now,
There's the Vagabond.
with him dead, I want you to pay attention to the right-hand side of the screen at the end of this fight. Look at the
Nice
CXP. We have gone from levels 32, 33, all the way up to 38, 39. That is 5 levels. With every single character, you get a base 500,000 EXP. That's too slow to skip that. Yeah, fair. You get a half base million EXP. For Adachi, who has his Kiwami drink on, he gets 600k. For the people that have their job cards, Ichi and Eri, we get almost 1,000,000 job EXP. And yeah, that's the big dirty secret number 1. Well, number 2 after, obviously, Mr. Masochist. We have one last one that you'll see very, very soon when we go to Sotenbori with our 4 million yen.
And this is why we had to collect all that money, or that's why we had to get the secondhand shop and why we had to get the Kappa statues, is this is a money gate in the speedrun. For story reasons, we need 3 million yen to fund a political campaign.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Sorry, I'm like losing my train of thought here. So basically, Aoki is trying to basically get a monopoly for his party in Japan, and so he wants to flex his influence essentially by trying to get Kume to run for a high-ranking political position in the district that Injinsho is in. Now Kume is incompetent. He's like he is not particularly well liked. He's kind of a coward.
In Ryo Aoki's word, he's incompetent.
These are he's basically saying like I can get this total loser of a candidate to win an election, and so that would send the message of just how much influence that Aoki has. So we need to actually get access to Kume. So.
Do so by raising up a political member ourselves with the 3 million funding. And also, we're now in Sotenbori, not brand new location, but new for this run. And we need, as was mentioned before, Ichi's still rocking that straw hat and stretched out t-shirt. He needs some new drip, and oh man, we need it for this chapter. So we're running around to get some Mirage coat, a nice vest armor, rainbow hat, a lovely magic hat for Ichi, or for later on, some rainbow shoes too, a gallant binding for HP, minister hat for increased elemental damage. It's great. Also, a weird quirk of summons of pound mates in this game. If they don't have an element of their own, Ichi's weapon element will get applied to it. The minister's hat increases elemental damage, so we just get a lovely free summon boost.
And here's dirty little secret number 3. 2 rocket launchers that you can just buy at your local pound shop. Sure, why not? So I'm going to do a little bit of move changing for the moves that we just learnt. Gear, we're going to have a optimize on Ichi. Now, Eri is going to get Namba's shoes. And you may have noticed there that Namba's shoes are actually way worse than her current shoes. Slight problem. Eri's so good, she needs a nerf. And you'll see why coming up here. Despite the fact that we just had 4 million and we're down to 1 million, we need 3 million EXP. There's one place where we can go and get that quite fast, and you might be surprised to learn it's the battle arena. You're supposed to use the battle arena here to level for the upcoming fight. The next boss fight is level 50. As I said before, you can do this at level 32, 33. I've done it myself. Not fast, not easy, but this is going to give us a couple of levels, and it's also going to give us a couple of items and stuff that are very, very useful. But if you're wondering why rocket launchers are 30,000 yen and why they're so good, watch this. Both together. I'm going to go for the first one. I don't trust the right-hand side after earlier.
I'm beginning to feel like Ebisu Pawn might be the least ethical pawn shop on the planet.
I mean, after the Yakuza were banned, they had to sell their goods somewhere. Essentially, every rocket launcher does nearly 2,000 damage, and that works on bosses as well. Now you can understand why we get rocket launchers. This fight, this next one sucks because there's 2 enemies in here that really need to get rocket launched, and it's very easy to miss the both of them.
Actually, 3 of them. That Yakuza on the right also has a crap ton of HP.
We gotta go for the middle when they're all like this.
They always dodge away from each other, and unfortunately that means one of them is not getting hit by the rocket launcher. It's just, if you're very lucky, they don't separate, and you can have a very fast fight here, but it's so rare. So unfortunately, we just have to deal with these jerks.
Definitely taking care of him first. He's got the slower of the attack animations.
He also has an impervious guard ability that makes him counter any attack and a massive defense boost. So, big waste of our time.
Yeah, he's also resistant to like everything except electrical.
Just do our best single target to take out this guy. This is why you'd like to get him as well, because you can see, again, as was mentioned earlier with like certain fights, everyone's just way tanky at this point. But as you can see, we are still getting our level ups at the appropriate times so that we can get our MP back before certain fights. Now, beginning with floor 3, we're going to start using a acronym for some of the moves coming up. This one's a fake version of it, but this is the start of what we like to refer to as DRD. See the real one on the floor after. So the D is for Divine. The R is usually for Rose, but in this fight it's for the good old boy Robson. And the other D is for Darts. And now it should be a little more obvious as to why we get Ares agility nerfed. Someone actually survived now. That's interesting. Essentially, with Ares agility nerfed, after going after Jungihan and Ichi, there's way less enemies for Dart Airstrike to hit. This is the reason, this is everything we've been building up for in the last 3 hours, is this combo right here. And it's the reason why, like, our boy Zhao doesn't fit in. The other problem is as well, again, your majority of your damage comes from your weapons, and it would take a heck of a lot to be able to obviously get an extra weapon up for our boy Zhao. I think the nearest or best one is the one from the Marsh.
The Marsh, or you could use the one. You could use the one that's in this dungeon.
Yes.
We do get a weapon for Zhao here. We don't let him touch it. No. He's not going to touch that.
The downside to the weapon that we get for Zhao in here is it sells for 1 million yen. Now, it should make sense as to why we're in here, and we get it on the next floor, actually. But as long as everything has been done correctly, with the new route that Tom came up with, we should be getting a skill for Jungihan on the next floor that we didn't used to get until Chapter 14. We intentionally aim for the strong arm, again, thanks to Tom for this one.
Divine Shot does double damage on the person you target and then half on everyone else. So if we put that on a specific target, we can just barely clinch some damage ranges. So darts will hopefully just end the fight here, instead of before where we had to have Adachi do a turn.
Now, this is the other upside to having Adachi with Zhao's shoes, is that if there are enemies that do survive, we have Adachi that will go faster than the enemy at this point because of Zhao's shoes to be able to get that little attack in before the enemy gets a go. So everything that we've basically done in the previous few chapters is all just set up for this. We should hopefully get that skill from this fight. There is a peer reviewer, but this floor is very special. There is a condition on this floor that makes every physical attack a critical hit.
Also, we need to show the Rose cutscene.
Oh, we do, yes. Yes, we do.
Luckily, we use this move constantly now that we have it, so we have plenty of opportunities.
Hope you're ready for DRD. There's a lot of it coming up. And hopefully we get the XP. Yep, job level 22 on Jungihan. Essence of Phantom Drive. Not the last essence, there's one more to go, and that's on Adachi, but very, very nice. And we start picking up some of the prize boxes at the end here. On floor 5, we get ourselves the professional overalls. Actual armor.
Floor 6. No, on floor 7.
Oh, yeah, of course, right. Yeah, because then the first one was the thing the Chinese say.
And now, because we have that early essence, we'll use it immediately to...
He's on the left today.
Yeah.
I'm making sure the targeting system works. Robson, do not forget Robson. You know you've been doing this in your practice runs.
Yeah, the essence of Phantom Drive on Jungi Han is a great single target knife attack, which we basically haven't had any knife attacks up until now, and it's great. It does great damage. It's a knife, which is a new element for us, so we can hit some new enemies' weaknesses. On top of the fact, it's a cutscene, so we can skip through most of the attack animation and save a lot of time over head trauma over the course of the run.
I picked up some spare shoes. I said we need more shoes.
Also, we can watch the Essence of Phantom Drive if you want.
But yeah, essentially we're going to go through the next 3 floors. We used to do floor 11 for a specific item that despawns every enemy in the game, but it takes 45 seconds. So we're not going to do that anymore.
Meanwhile, Jungi Han's going full anime over here.
With his lovely Onimitsu head. So whilst we go through these last few floors, Bobby, if you got any donations now, actually would be genuinely perfect.
Yes, and we are actually less than $1,000 to your singing.
Great.
We have a $10 donation from the Tiny Cat saying, I've seen every Yakuza incentive made so far. I won't watch us fall short on karaoke. $5 Baka Mitai train. Here's the first 2 tickets, all aboard. And $10 from Rapik saying, Froob's commentary is always fantastic to listen to. What's also fantastic is Froob singing. $10 toward the karaoke showcase. We also
sorry, just to say, my couch has been absolutely fantastic today as well. Thank you both. I've only had 2 hours sleep, so I very much needed the assistance.
You slept?
A little bit, yeah. Managed to.
That's not what it
Watch
meant.
Rose?
Yeah. I had to think.
Well, watch Rose and then you skipped it.
Yeah. Oh, right, of course. It's fine. I've had little sleep. Sorry, Bobby. Carry on.
We have a $50 donation from ABT saying Ichiban is #1 and so are Froob speedruns. The Yakuza series is my absolute favorite and it's always a blast to see them run. Let's get that karaoke incentive and sing along to Baka Mitai. And we have a $425 donation from SSBB Hacks saying let's get that karaoke incentive met. Good luck with the run, Froob. And we have $128.50 from Squirrel saying donating $1 for every hour I spent on playing Yakuza Like a Dragon. I had to donate in honor of my favorite employee, Omelet. And we have a $50 donation from Mar saying, always a joy to watch you show off the RGG games, Froob. You got this.
Thank you very much. So, we've got 2 weapons on that floor. We've got the Damascus Ladle, which sells for 1 million yen, and the Dragon Knuckles that also sell for 1 million yen. But the Dragon Knuckles are actually Jungi Han's best weapon. So we're not going to be selling those. If I sell those, I'm in trouble. Actually, it's not too bad, but we will lose.
We'd lose a lot of time over fights.
Yeah, I guess.
Dragon Knuckles has a nice little boost to Jungi Han's fist abilities, or fighting or punching abilities, whatever the heck you want to call them. And head trauma, as you've already seen, does like 1,000 damage every single time we use it. Add another like 25% onto that. It is an incredible damage boost. So much so that even in a later fight where the enemy is weak to lightning, which we have the lightning bandages for Jungi Han, we still keep Dragon Knuckles on because the Dragon Knuckle boost is so much more than the lightning bandage damage.
So this is a little bit of an older strat. It's for safety for the run. By eating here at the Smilburger, we get 3 fights worth of a 10% attack buff. That's gonna help a little bit with what's coming up. We've kind of got a thing to reroute here that's a little bit scarier. We're gonna be losing HP on Ichi for one of the hardest fights in the run. Fatal and Saber. And we leave, but we don't go to the story just yet. We have to get a little bit of our damage increase. This is going to be our last big blacksmithing of the run. I'm going to warn you, when we get into the blacksmith section, there is going to be a couple of flashing lights, so just be very aware of that. Because I have to hammer the button a lot. Good, he didn't spawn.
Yes. There's an NPC that is a rare spawn that can appear in that corner, in that back corner back there. And it's like neat. It's a neat little find when you're playing casually. He blocks us from getting the item in that corner, which we need for a weapon upgrade. So it's bad when we get the rare chance.
So that is 6 of our gold safe keys used. We've got 1 more that we won't be using until the finale. And yes, I am absolutely using it in the finale. For those who frequent my stream, you think I'm going to... I had 9 right hands in a row in practice. There is no way.
He's actually not lying. It was terrible. It was terrifying.
I saw it too.
I've never seen luck like that in such a long time. He's in a mood, so...
All right, flashing lights warning here while we do this crafting.
Looking good. Almost there.
Because we upgrade this singular item
8 times.
8 times.
This makes my arm very tired. I'm getting old, unfortunately.
Nice. Just a finish.
Good. 2 for the shield, 2 for the pouch, and 2 for the cards.
Nice. Almost there.
I think it's time to start the end game.
I think so. And that is the flashing lights warning gone.
I'm taking a safety save here. Oh my goodness.
Understandable, because that difficulty spike, that happens in just a few fights from now.
Yeah, so we're taxing over to the Omi Alliance HQ. This is kind of the part where, for those of you who have been keeping up in the entire series, a lot of things come into this chapter that you might have been wondering where they've been.
Yeah, usually in a Yakuza game, the big important question is where the heck is Daigo Dojima?
Where in the world is
Also,
that?
this is a stealth mission. Don't get caught. Froob. I'm
not wearing my glasses. They're broken.
Jungian, take him out.
So you can get into free fights in here before you're kicked out, which is nice. There's a there's a speed tech with this guy. I did it once. I don't like it. I'm never doing it again.
Curse you, Metza. It saves 2 seconds. And it is incredibly pain in the butt, and if you get caught, you lose like a minute. So, not worth.
Yeah, I did it once in my PB. I don't want to do it again. I refuse. There are some speedrun tricks that, like, whilst they're good, no. The pain that can cause, it is very precise. You have to get his attention, run back without getting into the fight, then run around quick enough before he turns around to be able to get back into that room. Now, one thing I am going to be doing in here is I'm going to be taking an item that we don't usually grab because I need all of the defense and help I can get considering this is a marathon run. I kid you not, this is the part of the run that can die at a moment's notice, and this is where everything gets very scary. If you're a fan of the older Yakuza games, though, you're going to be seeing a couple of things that you're going to enjoy coming up.
Also, there's a big menu coming up here, and we're going to let Froob focus on this because it's very important who gets what accessories, and we have a menuing chain that gets us as fast as possible to that, but messing it up can cause problems. So let him focus.
Eri, powers, Chunky Han. With the thing changed as well, your helmet, I went the wrong way in my menu. You don't need the bullet memory for the XP anymore, which is why we get rid of that. Tactical helmet, you get your sandals, good sandals, you get an optional, and you get an optional, and we give you the gallant binding and the 1 remaining super ring that we bought earlier. Now, we need MP, but we don't because we ate a Smart Burger. Here we go.
Not this fight. This fight's a breeze.
Fights like DRD, but...
Are we going to watch the Rose cutscene sometime, or no?
Why is Eri going second?
Eri just needs to calm down.
We can watch the Rose cutscene here. We can watch it here.
Have a little bit of a breather before things happen.
Yeah. Love. Love.
Oh.
All right.
Now you've been looking forward to it, if you know it.
It's
Welcome, Majima. It's the boy. And welcome.
You while I concentrate.
Yep. And welcome to the difficulty spike. Majima is a gigantic pain in the butt, and you remember that rule from before. Name is 6 letters long, starts with M, ends in A. They are very resistant to darts, so we are going to be using Eri's other physical ability in Lucky Punch, which has very good crits if they land. Dang it. But we also started with Ichi doing a Mr. Masochist. which is a general, it's like a 33% damage reduction. It is a massive damage reduction and basically makes all of these endgame fights survivable for us. But it also has the added benefit of not doing enough damage to Majima. We actually did not want him to take enough damage early on so that he would go into doppelganger phase now instead. And now with the attack boost that we got from Smileburger, we have an answer for all these lovely doppelgangers, and that's a cat, which takes them all down, which is a bit of a damage range, but with that attack boost, Airy, please! Also, Majima has lots of terrible moves with AoE and potentially paralysis, so we really have to pay attention to that. We really have to pay attention to Ichi's HP.
It's unfortunate.
But we are not done with this fight. No, 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 because also Majima's Aniki joins the fight in Seijima. Seijima hurts a lot. So, you know those rocket launchers we got? Please stay together, please stay together, please stay together, please stay together, please stay together. Yes, got the double.
I should have aimed for Saijima to get them to stay together still, but that's fine. I got the bonus.
That is okay. We just really need the rocket launchers onto Seijima. We want him out of this fight as soon as possible.
This is a bit not... I shouldn't do this here, but honestly, we can only hit Majima here, and obviously Dark Air Strike's not going to do much.
Yeah, because unfortunately there is a damage gate that Saijima has before this buff, which now is gone, so we can do a bit more damage to him. But also that buff is a precursor to what's going to happen next Seijima turn. Seijima is going to use an ability that, without Mr. Masochist, could flat out kill us. So we're going to play it a bit safe here. Going to buff up Ichi. And now here comes Blade Kill.
We're watching this.
Which weirdly, it hits our allies. They don't take any damage, but Ichi does. Ow.
I'd like to hope the Onomichi head would soften that blow a little bit.
We wish. Yeah, that's 300. And we have a potential future strat where we're going to have 100 less HP on Ichi for this fight. Because instead of Smileburger, we would have another superpower ring. Ooh, that's a bad paralysis, but that was a good thing that you got the heal out right away before that landed. Because if an attack hits Ichi right after Blade Kill, that's almost guaranteed game over. And there's unfortunately nothing we can do about it. But now that we're into the last segment, we still need to take down Seijima. They can Blade Kill again, and we do not want that to happen. Luckily, Majima is resistant to darts, but Seijima is not. And because of a weird quirk with darts, for some reason, Seijima always takes 2 darts. And that's Seijima down, that's great.
This is a good fight.
Yeah,
this
it's a very good fight. Majima will be soon to follow. Nice, that is an amazing Majima-Seijima fight. Let's go.
Get that in PP attempts. Even with that missed lucky punch, delaying the start of the second phase, the turn order actually made itself so that Saijima didn't get an early turn. Because the problem is he will always go for one of Eri or Ichi, which can cause obviously you needing to heal. And you probably saw there that we just got 2 brand new summons. It's the boys, and you'll be seeing one of them very soon.
Yeah, the important thing to note really with these summons, the first time you get them is free. After that, they cost money. And the 2 we just picked up cost a lot of money. So
It cost 1,000,000 yen for use.
So that freebie is really handy.
And I just want to jump in here because you want to know what just cost $20,000? You
no.
singing. We hit it.
Yeah,
we
let's go.
hit it.
It's for the charity, my friend.
Gotta start warming up those vocals, Froob.
I'm gonna need a drink after this. I'm surprised I haven't had a single drink yet.
But also, I'm glad you remembered to put the lightning bandages on this time.
Same. I'm gonna be glad
this
I
guy
remembered to
is-
use Saijima here as well.
This guy is following the train of regular enemies that have way too much HP, has way too much HP, but we can get a damage boost from lightning bandages instead. But also, we use Seijima here.
As you do.
It's on now.
His tattoo. It's a good way to actually put that in. Yeah,
He's a strong boy.
genuinely, I think he could probably do this.
Yeah, I mean, his best weapon in Yakuza 5 is a motorcycle.
It's true. Genuinely, I've said this multiple times. Give us an action game Majima Saijima spin-off game. Like, Just imagine being able to do that.
Also,
have we not
insane damage from Saejima and applies a defense down buff. Saejima is an incredible summon in this game.
Shame we can only use him twice if we don't die in boss fights or game over. Which, boy, if I can get through this run today without a game over, I will be so happy.
Sir, stop bleeding. We want to continue this run.
What was this? I don't remember what this is. Is this a counter?
Also, you're supposed to Essence there.
Right.
Old strats.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be fine.
Oh yeah, he'll still die.
It'll be fine.
Hey, there he is.
Hey, there's Daigo!
I found him. There's
There's
Daigo.
the boy.
I'm not going to do this cutscene because it's going to take too long, but a certain unnamed bodyguard turns up, the ex-taxi driver of Nagasu Taxi. You might see him in the background.
And I'll.
I
Like Suzuki.
I like that we've been calling them boys despite the fact they're literally twice my age.
You can see certain members of our entourage. Watase as well. I love you, Watase. You're the best. And a man called Tendo. We've mentioned him a couple of times without mentioning who he is. Tendo used to be a boxer.
But that is chapter 12 down.
You probably saw the title of the TV program there in the Daigo and Watase's big announcement is that they're going to disband the Omi and the Tojo. This is the reason why you don't play Lost Judgment for this game, because Lost Judgment spoils that plot point multiple times. And unfortunately, we finally get to meet Arakawa Sr. for about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to start this chapter off with Ichi very, very depressed, and Sawashiro is going to pop a man's eyeball out because that's what Sawashiro does. Not a nice man. As you'll see later on, we've got to discuss something in this chapter that's a big problem here at GDQ, unfortunately. Ooh. But we're going to go and meet with Chairman Hoshino of the Seiryu clan over in Heian Tower. We're going to go and basically he's going to give us the idea that we should be the political run-up against Kume.
Yeah.
Surely an ex...
We couldn't find anyone else, so now it's Ichi.
There is, they explicitly state there is nothing that says he legally can't.
True.
Well, he is up against a described as incompetent Kume, so
To be fair,
he has a chance.
to be fair, Ichi runs a successful confectionery store.
And his
true.
goal really isn't to win. His goal is that there's sort of a tradition to like get a handshake from your opponent, and Kume is kind of a coward. So what he's trying to do is essentially get close to Kume so he can also get information, but he also knows that Kume like is kind of obligated to shake his hand, because if he doesn't, that's just a bad look.
Yep. So we're going to try and find out where Ryo Aoki is through Kume. Now, this is a nice fight. This is your usual DRD. Now, thankfully, because Adachi hasn't died, we're very much on the EXP route. In the old version of the route, when we went up to floor 11 of the Battle Tower, he would get his job level 22 here. Instead, we'll be getting it in the fight after this one, which is just perfect for where we need it. But for now, we're just going to use a DRD. And we're going to go on a little bit of a political campaign tour. Whilst that happens, Bobby, if you got any donations, it would be absolutely brilliant to hear them.
Absolutely. How about this $100 donation from Esty Bestie saying Yakuza, Star Wars, and Halo, 3 of my favorite things in a row. Froob is my favorite runner, and I'm really looking forward to seeing Like a Dragon. Let's get those incentives. And yes, what we are working towards now that we get to sing is Halo Infinite. We need to get the meme number of $77,777.77 to see waifu run Halo Infinite. We have gotten a little over $44,000 for that, so that is what we are working towards now. And every donation you make, when you make your donation, you want to put that as your incentive after you put the amount in on the screen. You can also donate to other incentives, but we really want to see Halo Infinite. We have a $100 donation from BlueMage27034 that says, "Go Froob, go, hoping for plentiful darts, airstrike crits, and that the Dragon Engine is kind to you." And we have a $25 donation from RotoMonkey saying, "Had to donate during Froob's run because Froob." We have a $200 donation from Momentum saying, "1 Baka Mitai, please." Oh, you're going to get one. And we have a $100 donation from Daniel H. saying, "Yakuza speedrun, and I get to donate closer to Halo Infinite bonus game? Take my money." We will happily take your money for Doctors Without Borders. Thank you so much for your generous donations.
Yeah, thank you all. I appreciate it. I'd also like to extend a thank you to, obviously, GDQ staff again. GDQ staff have been wonderful. I forgot to tell Tech at the last minute about the audio stuff earlier in Chapter 6. So I'd like, if everyone here could give a big round of applause to all the staff working for GDQ, I'd appreciate it.
I swear the gun just disappeared out of his hand.
Oh, it did.
Good old dragon and shenanigans. I like how that's just the answer to anything weird that happens.
Yeah.
Make it disappear.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, very good
nice.
fight. This fight, because we don't get the essence before this fight, unfortunately, it has a bit of RNG whether or not it will be fast or not. Luckily, we got down to a single enemy. Take them out with paralysis prongs, we're good. But if there are multiple, then we would lose a turn.
It's time to talk about why the GDQ PCs are too good.
Yep, the GDQ PCs are too good. This game has quirks to the PC version, to say the least. We're trying to figure out solutions and mixed success. But unfortunately, as we haven't seen it until testing on these PCs, the game runs too fast for us.
Despite the fact it's locked at 60 FPS.
Yep. And our ally AI, they move a lot more than they used to. In a lot of the upcoming fights, upcoming tough boss fights, our party tends to like just stick against a back wall or a corner and just kind of hang out there. In the fight after this, they walk right at the boss. The boss has a lot of AoE.
It's pretty much the boss with the most AoE attacks, and it's like the one fight that we don't want to get AoE attacked. And the problem, we want to hopefully get Sutomi with a dart here. If so, we'll get through this fight super fast.
Nice.
Good fight.
So essentially what's been going on here is we go and approach Kume, but before we're able to really get what we need, we find out that the Seiryu clan is under attack and the head of the family is in danger. From Sawashiro here.
I'm going to leave this to you so I concentrate on this now. This used to be one of the easiest fights in the end game. It's now, in my opinion, as hard as Majima Saijima just because of this little issue.
Yeah. Yeah, this fight usually is not terribly much of a trouble, but at the end can waste a lot of a time for us. Now it's also a trouble and a time waster if it wants to be. Sawashiro is a tough one. We have Essence of Phantom Drive. He is weak to both lightning and knife, which Jungi-han has both now with the Essence. Does great damage with very little time. We want to push him away from us if our allies are they're moving back, or they're staying away. This is great.
They go forward on Ares' turn. That's why having that is good. And then obviously now you'll see.
Yeah, we want. Are they? They're actually staying back. This is very odd. This is not what was happening.
What is happening?
But yeah, with our normal strats and our abilities, we push Sawashiro away from us. If he uses Vile Blade of Enmity, as you saw, he will just attack where he's standing right next to exactly no one.
I didn't change anything. I stopped trying.
Maybe it's because it's streaming. I don't know.
What? You said one hit. You won.
That's fine. We don't care about him.
That's okay. Jungi-han's fine. But basically, we're just going to constantly dump as much damage out. We are waiting on the dart strike when Sawashiro's near a wall, because if they're on the ground and near a wall and they're like in the animation of getting up, a dart can miss. And we want every ounce of damage we can in this fight.
Oh, I hate this phase. This is, in my opinion, the nastiest one. I'm not sure about you.
This is the nastiest phase. Because this changes his attack into an AoE attack. And if it knocks anyone over, he gets a free opportune strike for extra damage and extra time wasted. Also, he's using a cane. Ow. Very rude. He also has a very, very rude ability as well that hopefully... Oh, and uses it right away.
Really? Nice.
Nice block. Nice. Okay. Cane Strike is an ability that can hit twice, and on the second hit will cause a stun onto our ally. If you can block that second hit, which it is a very awkward timing, you can prevent the stun, which Froob was able to pull off, which is fantastic, which means we can keep our damage up. Yep, we can keep our damage up. We need more MP because we are literally just going all out with the damage.
Would like a crit or two, please.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to describe how hard it is to perfect guard the Cane Strike. Oh, there's one.
Should get one more regular attack in. Good. No opportune attacks from Sawashiro. And the damage from this should push Sawashiro into the third phase. Third phase is the time waster.
This is a really good fight. This is how it's supposed to go.
Yes.
I cannot explain it because I've done practice from the start of the run as well, because we've noticed some weird things in K2 sometimes where if you load, enemies can be out of position, which we thought was the same here. I've done like 4 practice runs from start to end, and every time everyone's walked towards Sawashiro, but
Not today.
I'll take it. I'll happily take it.
We'll take it. Also, now he's using an even odder pair of weapons. What we do not want to see early from Sawashiro is Vile Enlightenment. That is a regen that Sawashiro will apply to himself that heals 1,000 HP per turn. And this is it now.
This should be Itchy coming up as well, so...
Yeah, if we can get enough damage here, Sawashiro will not get a heal off, which we have Jungihan and Adachi.
I want to
This
save
might
the
be-
rocket launcher. I think
Yeah,
we
this
be
might
able
be enough damage. Oh, maybe, please.
to- That's it.
This should be enough damage with the tag team. We can, if we wanted to clinch the fight.
This is now spicy.
Yeah, that was a very good Sawashiro fight. If we wanted to clinch that fight at the very end there, if Ichi was the last one remaining and he's not much of a damage dealer, we can use one of our rocket launchers to make it so that he doesn't heal. Does mean we don't have it for later, but Sawashiro, if he wants to, he can go into a counter, and that counter takes 2 turns in very quick succession and gets 2,000 HP back. And that obviously wastes a lot of time if that happens. So luckily, that was a very, very good Sawashiro, and we didn't have the PC shenanigans that we were seeing literally the entire time we've been here.
Downside, that means we won't have them for the next boss fight. Hopefully.
There's some
Yeah,
really...
it actually, it was a little bit beneficial for the next fight where the damage was getting more split between our allies than it usually does, but oh well. We know the fight now, at least.
Yeah, there's a lot of real intense cutscenes in these chapters. This is kind of what everything the game's built up to. So.
And now we're into chapter 14, which is the hardest chapter in this speedrun.
By far.
By far. We have 2 boss fights in it. Both of them are very dangerous.
The nice thing about getting the one heal Sawashiro is that we have kept both rocket launchers, which is going to make one fight in this chapter much, much nicer because it is very nasty. Nice. I cannot stress enough how actually scared I am of these chapters in a live marathon. Like, we have our ways of obviously making them safe, but being able to do this is going to help us save on healing items, which is going to stop me having, say, like a minute or 2's detour. Like, it's really nice.
This is the fight where cars can come into play.
Like
Such as that. Do you want to include that in the 25, Froob?
No.
Okay.
It's not us. It's them.
Are we counting it as a minus 25 then?
No.
Okay, good. You have a heart.
Unfortunately, it's actually slower for them to get hit by the car.
Oh.
Actually, I have seen it happen where one of these enemies is like a situation like this, where they have almost 0 HP left and they got hit by a car to finish the fight. It was great.
I should have used my essence, but I'm saving my MP on Jungihan for the next fight. Ladies and gentlemen, the foot of Taichi Suzuki. Just for a frame. I'll give you a bit more as well.
Nice. Well, saw the whole thing of him. It's fine.
Oh, yes.
Exactly,
HP
2
magic
frames of
crits. That's what I need to
Taichi.
remember.
Got another shorter menu here, but a very important one.
I'll say. Itchy needs to survive, therefore he gets HP.
Yes,
Lots
he
of
does.
HP.
And there's a quirk that we will get into in the fight of why Ichi really needs that HP.
Just seeing the 4 Onomichi heads just lined up in the menu. I don't know that's so. I don't know that's so.
I'm
so
surprised
funny.
you've been getting all the menuing right so far with all your allies and all their Onomichio heads. Yep. I usually have to pick a costume for every character that looks distinct so that I can tell very quickly who I'm targeting.
Someday I haven't had to use my notes. Anyway, this is happening.
All right.
Man,
This is
who
where
gets
my
no
perfect
Here
guns
comes-
have to be good.
It's another boy, Kiryu. He's a strong one.
English voice actor from OG Yakuza 1, by the way.
Oh, that's
really
amazing.
nice touch.
This fight. Okay, we are going to start this off with a muscle soda onto Eri. We are going to focus almost all of our damage from our female party members because Kiryu has a quirk of his own. he will never hit female members, ever. So Ichi and Jungi Han will be taking all of the damage. And in the scenarios where our allies were walking more towards him, Kiryu was actually splitting his damage between Ichi and Jungi Han. But they're not doing that anymore, so Ichi's probably going to be taking a lot of punches to the face.
Yeah, this is where, as I mentioned earlier, it really comes into play the fact that if Ichi dies, it's game over. He is one of only two actual targets in this fight.
And there's a funny story reason as to why that's the case, but okay, Ichi needs to heal. But yeah, we put Mr. Masochist on because, again, we need that defense boost. Host has a lovely self-heal ability that we use on occasion. It does make Ichi drunk, though, a little bit, but Kiryu will literally punch the drunk right out of him, so it won't bother us.
I think you're all understanding why you put HP on Ichi.
Oh, okay, good. A lot of this phase's moves can stun, and it's a very big time loss when that happens. Luckily, that hasn't happened, and that's why we've also been taken to use a rocket launcher during rush phase as well, so that we can get out of this without having Ichi stunned.
Finally, jeez.
Okay. And rush phase is also very fast, so like if Ichi's like down to even like 450 HP or something, he pretty much has to heal because if you don't perfect guard 2 uppercuts, that's going to be game over.
Falls on Sayako for a second. This is the Onomichio heads. Okay, that's next phase.
Could you imagine if this fight, they took off Ichiban's shirt but kept the Onomichio head?
Oh, that'd be amazing. But now we're into beast phase, which is not actually that terrible on its own, but has a quirk that we don't want to see. Don't do it. I said don't do it.
It's on Jungi Han, that's fine.
Okay, it's on Jungi Han, it's fine. Okay, that beast throw does nearly 200 HP. If it wants to, it can double hit. And that's incredibly dangerous on Ichi. Because we do not like losing 400 damage. That's why we use the rocket launcher.
You do not want to be in beast phase.
Yeah,
You do not.
you want to get out of it as soon as possible.
You have one rocket launcher, you save it for beast. Pure and simple.
But we're into the final phase. If Jungi Han takes damage here, we're perfectly fine with it. Jungi Han can die at this point because we're so close to the end of the fight. Luckily, Jungi Han is going to be taking this for us.
Over.
Should be over. It's pretty close damage range. Beautiful. That was a great Kiryu fight.
These endgame fights are so good, which means he is not going to be good. Either of these.
Yeah. Because unfortunately, that was not the harder of the 2 boss fights in this chapter.
You've probably noticed a certain someone keeps turning up on the load screen. Yes, same. Hi, Reiji.
This has been going...
It's been going far better than I ever expected.
Yes.
This is the kind of luck I want in an actual PB attempt. That's how well this is going. When I remember to run downstairs. Don't run downstairs in real life, folks. It's dangerous.
Yeah. Hand on the handrail. Okay.
Do need to heal, actually.
Yeah, we need to do a bit of heal. Jungi Han doesn't get a level up after that fight, and he needs MP as well.
Yeah, that should be good.
I like how we're talking stair safety in the only video game in history where the characters walk downstairs like people.
Shout out to Fist of the North Star. I know my entire community is thinking about it. I know I am as well.
Oh boy.
Fist of the North Star is, I like to say there's no bad RGG speedruns. There's one. It's Fist of the North Star.
All right. This fight coming up, again, a regular enemy that is way too much HP. So we're going to be focusing him down with Jungi Han and Adachi.
Eri second, stop that.
Yeah, Eri, you need to stop that. And Eri and Ichi will be dealing with all the other riffraff. With a Gary Buster Holmes, nice bonus. Bonus for Gary Buster Holmes is increased damage, also a guaranteed stun on all enemies. It is a fantastic boost.
No, paralysis sucks.
Now, paralysis is unfortunate, but he usually just goes for a regular attack. It's pretty fast. Again, we gotta keep our focus down on the big guy.
I would like to briefly point out, we are talking a lot about the 2 bosses in this fight, but there is another fight in this chapter that can
Oh yeah, the next
unexpectedly, definitely not speaking from experience, wiping a fight that can just wipe you out if you're getting unlucky.
Meant to do that. So something we didn't actually mention earlier is that if you can end enemies like that with an actual status ability like bleed or poison, they don't have any animation on ending the fight, so it just ends faster.
Calculated.
Yeah, sure, why not?
This fight, oh, Daiguchi. This gentleman with the crossbow and knife, if he wants to, he can do a couple of really bad things, and those really bad things can do a lot of damage. They could, I think they have, I have seen them flat
Nice
out.
crit.
Oh, nice crit from Airy. Okay, one quick menu here, very important one, although very small.
Thank you. I remembered it, and I was worried that I wasn't gonna get it out in time.
Yes, you remember the optimize.
I'm gonna use these here.
And that also gets the fruits out of our menu for faster animation.
I definitely want full HP for this.
Now
the
we're
hardest
here.
fight in the speed run right here.
This jerk, again with his cutscene gun. Also, he has an ally with him, Mirror Face. He's here for plot reasons.
Same.
It's fine.
Please give us the Damascus bonus.
Okay.
If ever there was a fight we want the Damascus defense bonus in, it's this one.
Our last muscle soda is going straight on to Airy. Ichi is going to get our defense boost. No Damascus bonuses, unfortunate, so we're going to have to deal with it. Airy's going to be doing darts this entire time. Who is it going to hit twice? Twice on Reiji is good. We want to finish off Reiji as fast as possible. And again, with the weird quirk, darts will always pick one target that will hit. Well, that will hit two, and the last will hit. Will get the last one.
Did we mention the fact we're fighting a Dachi with a Dachi? Except our Dachi has an orange on his head.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh wait, it's supposed to be head trauma.
Yeah, head trauma.
happens.
Because yes, Ishioda loves to counter any essences and any summons.
As shown.
And, yep. And we really do not want to see that in
He
the
might
second
kill
phase.
Ichi, actually, if he goes for...
Let Adachi
Yeah, we're
take
fine.
this. Okay, good. We're healing.
Jungihan is usually your support in this fight.
Yep, that's why. That killing slash from Mirror Face is a guaranteed crit, can poison, and also does more than 300 damage. Very dangerous to have that hit on Ichi. Okay. Pretty soon here, we're gonna tick on over. Ishioda is going to get into second phase.
He has a little bit of HP left, even though
Yep.
he's...
And this is the fight where we wanted to go back to Dragon Knuckles. Even though Ishioda is weak to lightning, Dragon Knuckles do more damage with their boost. Also, that was a very rude extra attack.
I probably should have healed, actually, just to be safe, but it should be fine.
But now we're getting Malicious Grin. A full party-wide fear that Reiji kicks out. Luckily, it's only one turn, and we put a Courage Pendant onto Jungihan just in case, so we're going to be playing it safe here. We're going to make sure that Jungihan heals so that everyone can survive this. Because of stuff like this, that did 400 damage.
We're playing this hyper safe.
We do want their damage to spread now onto our feared allies because they can knock the fear out of them before their turn. Like that. Thank you, Mirror Face.
We want to use Gondara's summon to stop Reiji from having as much damage, but genuinely there's no way I risk Ichi being that low HP.
Yep. Playing it safe is the better idea because Reiji also has another thing in the second phase called Fearsome Counter Shot. He was countering before with just a regular attack. Surveillance is great. Literally does nothing.
It just looks.
But yeah, Fearsome Counter Shot, again, will counter almost all summons and all essences. And that fears and does about 500 damage. Luckily, we've only used Gundawara.
Okay.
Okay, it's pretty
I
close to
think
the...
we res at this point.
Is he down?
Yeah.
Oh.
That was a mistake. Because that's going to be... Ooh, wow.
Okay.
Maybe we do res. Because this might be bad, actually.
A little close.
Yeah.
But this fight, probably going to play it a bit safe here with a heal. Or with a res and probably a heal, because... Reiji does take 2 darts, though, so he might actually die from 2 darts. No, we're going to play it safe.
No.
Because, again, stuff like this happens where Reiji just likes to be gunshot happy and do 400 damage whenever he feels like. But luckily, Reiji should be done. So close. Reiji will be done after Ares' turn, and then we can just breathe a sigh of relief. Focus all of our single target onto Mirror Face, and this fight is luckily done. Oh my gosh. Always so stressful. Those gunshots do so much damage. And then obviously the killing slash, as you saw. If they decide to team that up onto Ichi, it's just the game over. And there's not much you can do about it. Whew.
Thank goodness.
We're out of there.
Good job.
One final Houndmate unlock, by the way, just randomly. He doesn't even turn up in the story at this point. We just get it at the end of the chapter. Give it a second. After we slam Rage into a table. That then explodes. Fun fact. Yup. you'll be seeing him. Jeez.
Also, we haven't showed Shield Rupture Essence yet.
True.
Which, that one's okay.
What's the current time on the run, actually?
340 exactly.
Really, huh?
We're doing pretty well.
Watching cutscenes as well, that's really good. Mm-hmm. So we're gonna head to Kamurocho. That's pretty
Into
much
the
it.
final chapter of this speed run.
So whilst this loads, whilst we go see, you can see the face-off here on the really cool load screen.
Yeah.
Have you got any donations? That'd be a great time because it's going to be one of the last few times.
All right. Well, I've got a $5 donation from Lady Conniver saying, amazing to see another Froob run at GDQ. Always so much fun. Playing through Yakuza series has really helped me and my other half during the pandemic, and I've spent many hours being terrible at karaoke. Let's meet that incentive. We did meet it. Hey, how about this donation from Focus Site, who had that run earlier, $25 donation saying, a bit late with this donation, but giving $5 for every fast text that happened in my Extreme 2 run. Thanks, GDQ, for letting me share a very unique game and a hidden gem, and best wishes to Froob throughout this incredible Yakuza run.
That was a great run, by the way. At some point, you get the time, definitely go back and check out the Mega Man block. They killed it.
And what about what's coming up later? Here's a $25 donation from Turner saying, let's go Halo Infinite. We have a whole group of developers from the studio watching and donating and excited to see waifu runs completely demolish our game. Thank you so much for that. That is the open incentive right now. We need to get over $77,000 for it. We've raised almost $46,000 for it. You have this game and the next game. But thank you so much to 343 for watching.
Yeah, we still got about, hopefully, of the main game, about 20 minutes left, and then obviously the last summon to show off. And then obviously, karaoke, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were doing a bit of prep there. We got refreshed on our muscle sodas. We need our buffs back. We got a couple more rocket launchers because we don't go anywhere without our rocket launchers. And we also picked up, crucially, the Curse Substitute. Because a certain boss likes to whip out a right hand that's an insta-kill attack. And as was mentioned earlier, if Ichi dies, it's game over. And that fight is a long fight. We don't like dying to it.
So here
Also,
we are.
the lovely story reason why it's party leader death is that the fights aren't actually happening as they appear on screen. Ichi's imagining all of this like it's a Dragon Quest fight.
Pretty much.
So if Ichi dies, then all of the imaginary elements disappear and then the fight's over. But hey, look, we're back at the Millennium Tower. Who could have guessed that this would be where the finale takes place?
This is a Yakuza game, what? So, Phantom Drive on the first guy, and then we're going to be using our essences. Most of what we're going to do is going to be using our essences to go through fights as fast as possible, obviously. We've gotten every single move that we basically need in the run at this point. And we just got to get up to the top of the Millennium Tower. Some of these floors are going to look quite familiar as well as we go up them. But in the Millennium Tower, we actually have 3 fights we can avoid. Some of them only take like 30 seconds, but one of them is a minute and a half if you actually do the fight. So we actually got quite a cool bit of tech to show off in this place. A couple of the fights are just going to be like normal. This is just use everybody's like really strong AoE skills. So obviously start with a good old Divine. A good old Rose Typhoon. Crits don't matter for most of these fights.
Also, I love the music as you're climbing the Millennium Tower. This music does not change throughout any of the fights and just keeps going. It puts such motion behind this end game.
Yeah, again, like as we mentioned earlier, the soundtrack is fantastic. I love the Omi Alliance HQ, where the background music is a quieter version of the fight theme for the Omi Alliance members. It's so good. Like it's really good. This entire game is really, really good. Like you can tell it's their first take on a turn-based RPG, but it does so many things right and unique. It's just good fun, and it still has that Yakuza magic to it.
It's an excellent first outing, and looking forward to, believe, I don't think there's no one to confirm it, but I believe they're working on LAD2.
It's Yakuza 8, or Ryuga Gotoku 8, which, considering this was Ryuga Gotoku 7, we're assuming. A big old assumption.
Would love to see more Ichi and more JRPG, because this is the only Yakuza game I've actually ever played, and I just love it so much.
Okay, so for some reason in this fight, these first two enemies are always going to go first, even if you're level 99. They just have like a ridiculous amount of actual agility.
Also, they really hit airy for some reason.
Yeah.
They always hit airy. It's ooh,
boost.
nice Robson boost. Unfortunately, the boosted summons don't have a different summon cutscene, so still skip it.
Should enable Horikawa to go down to Adachi. And thankfully, both of these are weak to one thing in particular, which is knife attacks. Which, as you all know, our boy Jungi Han can just do this.
Beautiful.
Nice. Everybody levels from that. Or mostly everybody. If you haven't died in the run, everybody levels from that one. Remember that. All right, so our fight skips are going to start coming up beginning on this floor right here. The first one is probably one of the trickier of the three to be able to pull off properly. Remember earlier I mentioned about displacing our hitboxes. So basically, if we bounce off a wall or stuff, our hitbox is going to go the way that we bounce off the wall and can push us into these fights. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to go along a wall in the next room without bouncing off it to make sure that we can obviously go around it. It's very tight timing-wise. It's okay if you get into the fight. It's like a loss of like 30 seconds or so. So it's not like amazing, but it's not the worst one in here.
So let's just skip it. Easy peasy.
So go to the right. Careful not to bounce off the wall. Hang as close as possible. Through the door. That was very close. It always gets very close to starting, but that's it. That's the first skip. Here's a man with a bucket on his head for your reward.
Also, he's spraying us with detergent.
This gets rid of buffs. He has one thing that I still do not understand what it does, even to this day. Also, we've got some stronger versions of the Sweeto Trash, folks. Having a good old time in there. Adachi, that's unfortunate. We want Adachi to go after the Dark Sweeper's next attack. So now this fight's going to go a little bit slower, because the reason being is that the Essence of Shiorocha gets him on the ground, at which point Jungi Han just attacks him. Instead, I'm going to have to use head trauma. We don't use his essence because he's actually resistant to knife attacks because of the bucket on his head, probably. I don't know. Is that how buckets work? I don't know. Because of the new route, we are going to take a heal here for MP purposes. And this is the reason why you have to start pause here, is that when you're in that heal menu, you can actually go over story triggers like the one on the stairs there. And I've seen many people, myself included, get very, very confused as to why the next cutscene isn't starting.
Also, the furniture didn't load.
That is so weird when that happens.
I've never had it happen, but Froob's had it happen quite a few times.
Which is
doesn't
weird,
affect anything, just, you know, it's a very barren office building. It must be under construction.
Yeah, the PCs here are much better than my PC back home, so I was expecting them to load it because it has every time in practice. So, nice, easy fight. The next fight is absolutely the hardest fight in this entire set piece.
Tough one. Gotta focus for it.
Yep. I need a little bit of serious time for this, unfortunately. Okay, we will show them how it's done, Jungi Han. You won't do anything, thanks. That's the fight.
Okay. Oh,
Hard fight.
whew.
Very hard fight.
Tough every time.
Speaking of genuinely hard things, there's a fight spawn on the right. Look how close it is. You have to hug the corner like that. Otherwise, you get into the fight and it's a 1.5-minute loss. That looks like an easy fight to skip, but it's actually an easy fight to go into. That's the problem. But thankfully, it is one of the easier ones. There's one more fight skip coming up on this floor after this next fight, which had a couple of optimizations by Tom recently again.
Because luckily, we want this guy to be standing. He's close to a lot of walls, so usually a dart would miss. But it turns out we actually don't really need to knock him back at all. We can instead just Essence.
I didn't give me my input again.
Ichi doesn't have to do anything, so he just guards. Then darts. If Adachi had a fast roll, we wouldn't get another attack in. But that's already enough damage for Adachi to finish the fight once it's his turn.
And there's a good showing for, like, obviously the difference when guarding to not guarding, and that's the reason why, like, in certain fights like the Reiji one at the end of the previous chapter, there wasn't much I could do with Ichi. Like, I could have kept Eri alive maybe, but there wasn't that much benefit to it. So sometimes guarding so that we don't take that damage is actually really, really useful. the next boss we're coming up to, there may be a guard or two just in
Also,
case.
final fight skip here. Wait for these gentlemen to get behind the pillar, then go, and then we actually trigger the fight after them. And because after fights, they go back to their default spawn location, which is on the other side of the wall, we can just waltz on past.
That's a crit.
Yep, nice crit means that we can Rose Typhoon on this fight to take out one enemy and do damage on the second.
Shame. I was hoping that wouldn't be close enough. We're hoping Paralysis Prongs paralyzes so he doesn't use a buff.
Good.
He can still go even with the paralysis
Yeah.
on, but
Paralysis is iffy. I'm not sure if it's done on purpose or not, but a lot of times enemies and allies can just kind of be like, I'm not really paralyzed, and just do their turn anyway. Also, he's very far away, so hopefully with enough darts and in essence we can finish. Yes, we should be able to. Otherwise, we gotta watch Joongi Han run all the way over there and take our time.
we are absolutely grabbing this healing item for safety. It's a Stamina and Spark. It's the best heal and MP heal at the same time for a single target that you can get in the game. I think this is one of the only places you can actually get it. I might be wrong with that. Take the safety heal, because here's the problem with this set piece. We have 2 fights left before we get into the biggest RNG fight of this run. But the downside is there's no checkpoints in here. If we die at any time, we go back to the start, which is 7.5 minutes ago. And the downside is there is a fight coming up that can kill us. Not this one. This one's nice and easy. It's the last sighting of the Robson.
While you're in this easy fight, I really just want to emphasize that we got about 2 hours left for Halo Infinite. We are almost at the $30,000 barrier. There's a $5 donation from Carolyn Design that's asking a $5 hype train for the bonus game. Let's get this.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I know Wife is looking forward very much to doing Halo Infinite, so let's please get that. I'd like to see it myself. This is the fight. This is the fight. This one is stressful. Essentially, they have, again, the kind of like disarm, hand grenade stuff that can really damage. That's fine. That's actually nice. That's very nice. This fight's now over. It's just the first turn that's a problem.
Because this guy goes down before he even gets a chance to do anything. The other guy, again, has too much HP. So we gotta knock him around a bit.
That should not be classified as next to a wall. Apparently it is.
That should be fine. Unfortunately, probably will just have to head trauma instead of an opportune. Or you can try for the opportune.
Nah, I'll not risk it. Not
That's
with-
fair. Don't want to.
Mind you, if I wait the actual time. Yeah, because this is the problem. Watch the damage this does if it misses. It actually hurts. That
Ow.
was with a perfect guard.
Yeah, those grenades are nothing to sneeze at.
All right, last big menu here, so we're gonna let Froob focus.
Substitute. No. You get the shoes of Adachi. Thank you. You get whatever you want. You get your superpower back, and you get magic. I was supposed to put the EXP items on it, but it's actually not that much of a problem if you don't, because right now we should have good EMP. Yeah, it should be fine. Oh, wait.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Yep. Always the check. So, this is the biggest RNG fight in the run, and it's also the longest. This is Tendo. He used to be a boxer, you know. We have access to 2 different poison attacks. The first is on Joongi Han. What this game doesn't tell you is there's actually multiple levels of poison. Joongi Han's is the basic level. It does about 98 damage, but we have a second one that does near 200. Now, Tendo doesn't get rid of poison in this fight and gets about 3 or 4 turns in a row sometimes. So essentially, we're going to try and get poison with Joongi Han immediately, and then we're going to use Eri with Trickster's Top Hat. That's not been landing lately.
All right, Eri.
A 1
Come
in
on.
4 chance. Ice, fire, thumbtack, poison. That's fire.
That is not poison.
With Itchy, we will use Mascus, no bonus. So no bonus for Mascus today. Sayako, as you will see, does a lot of damage. We're going to be trying to buff her at some point. But essentially, because of the fact that Eri is one of our big damage dealers, we can't spend too much time trying to get poison off. I will be trying to get poison again with Joongi Han, because this is very unfortunate.
Any poison adds up a lot over the course of this fight, because how much health does Tendo have? Like 26,000? Yeah, an incredible amount of HP. This fight goes a long time, so as fast as we can get poison.
Come on, Eri.
Come on, Eri. 25%, let's go!
Nope, that's nice.
He also just gets a lot of turns.
Yes.
A lot of turns. Tendo kind of does like only 3 things in this first phase. He will do a basic attack, which is the fastest and what we want to see. He will do Dragon's Descent, which is second best. It's a charge-up attack. It's not that much more powerful than a basic one. We do not want to see Royal Beatdowns, because Royal Beatdowns are followed up with a Relentless Finish. Both of them do good amounts of damage.
I might give it 2 more, I think. I don't know why I didn't use Poison Shot. I should have done.
And this is why we don't like seeing Royal Beatdowns, because, oh, lovely 3 hits in a row leaves Jungihan not in a great spot. Come on, Eri.
No, one more, I think.
Yeah, we can try one more.
Definitely gonna keep trying to get poison with Jungihan though. We need some poison, ideally.
Tendo's not being too bad to start here.
Yeah. I forgot it redoes it to the other menu.
Whoops.
This is turn 2 for Sayako. I gotta remember the buff timing.
Yeah, Ichi's gonna be mostly our support here. If Ichi gets a free turn, we're gonna throw in a rocket launcher here to try and finish this fight a bit faster. But for the most part, Ichi's gonna be focusing primarily on buffing and healing this entire fight.
Imagine actually using poison.
Come on, get a poison. Oh my god!
This is absurdly
This is really bad luck. Come on, Eri, make up for it.
Oh! I gotta do damage with her now.
Yeah.
I have to use damage. Let's heal.
Yeah, so now we're gonna buff Eri, and we're just gonna focus down the damage. Unfortunately,
He sucked all the good luck out of the system.
Yeah. Anyway, if I rebuff both of them here, now they'll be on the same buff cycle, which is nice. It makes it a lot easier to remember. So Muscle Soda over onto Eri. You'll see the damage that Eri does now, and you'll understand why there's like a risk-reward system to trying to get poison off all the time.
yeah.
Where's my cursive? Cool. Good targeting. Appreciate that.
We did do the calculation. It's pretty much 3 to 4 turns is what you want to give Eri before you just swap into damage. You're just losing too much damage from Eri, because Eri does that. Eri does fantastic damage this fight, so we can't just keep trying for Trickster's top hat. Please target. Okay, good. Very rare that Royal Beatdown and Relentless Finish will follow into the same target, and if it's Sayako, Sayako has a high chance of just dying. Okay, we got a poison. We'll take it.
I think it's important just to get one off.
Yeah, so now every single one of Tendo's turns, you'll be taking 100 damage.
Well, that was Sayako for a second there.
If it was Eri's poison, it would change into 200.
Kill one of them. This was a bad idea. I'm hoping you'll go for Ichi or
Yeah, that was a risky. Come on, basic attack. Crap.
Yeah.
Don't hit Eri. You jerk. Well, that's 2 down.
Now we're in the healing phase. This is why we have premium first aid kits.
This is when Tendo fights can go wrong.
Mask's bonus already fallen off Jungihan as well. This is...
Yeah, not having poison hurts us so much over the duration of this. Okay. But now the mask is wearing off pretty much on everyone. We kind of have to worry about our HP evenly across the board.
This isn't even the bad part of the fight, folks.
And yeah, as was mentioned before, perfect guards are incredibly important in this fight. Every bit of damage reduction we can do can save us a heal and mean we can get out of this fight faster. Unfortunately, we also lost our buffs on the 2 members that got taken out, so we're gonna have to reapply those.
The downside is I haven't been able to use a rocket launcher yet to push him quicker to phase 2.
Yeah.
So I might just hold that in case of right arm shenanigans, honestly. My dude.
Luckily, Jungihan's the fast one. He's our backup healer, so if we need to, we can always heal with Jungihan.
I think I'll probably just self-heal with an item. I think it's toughness time.
Good.
Yeah, I agree, Jungihan. I agree. This is a very stressful fight.
It's a very stressful fight, and not having the Trickster's top hat poison prolongs this fight much, much longer than we want to see. Whoa! Sayako hanging on. All right, we should be pushing into second phase real soon here. Hopefully with the poison tick and Eri damage, it will tick over.
It's a nice crit there, too.
Okay. Into second phase, which actually does a bit less damage. He'll do, hopefully, less royal beatdowns. But now he gains access to 3 different charge moves. A more powerful Dragon Descent, which is fine. We're not too worried about that. He has the left hand, which is a guaranteed crit, really high damage. But if our party members are full HP, they will survive with a perfect guard. Right hand is the instant kill. It can target anyone. We actually want it to target Ichi because we put the Courage pendant onto Ichi, which makes him immune. So if he targets Ichi with the right hand, that's great. He basically just wastes a turn. If he targets it with anyone else, we just kind of have to pray he whiffs.
Yeah.
Jungi-Han has fast feet. He can usually dodge.
Yeah, the useful thing with that attack is it's telegraphed.
Yes.
You know when it's coming and who he's targeting, so.
Tendo can focus one person 3 attacks in a row, which would kill Ichi at full HP. Nothing I can do about it if it happens. I think this is a mistake. Should be okay. I can at least heal with Jungi-Han.
Yeah.
I think
Jungi-Han
Aries'
is...
last turn, so I need to buff now.
Jungi-Han is luckily incredibly fast, so we can have him make up for some of our slack on occasions. Right hand is, if it targets Jungi-Han, we do have an option for if it targets Jungi-Han. If it targets Sayako, we actually are going to swap Sayako out at the end of this fight. If it targets Sayako, we can actually swap her out before it hits her, and Tendo will change the target to Ichi, which again is immune to right hand, so it actually works out really well in our favor.
You can now understand as well why perfect guards are so important in your endgame. Like,
Yes.
So very important.
Incredibly
I got
important.
I got more lunchboxes than I expected.
Still got to pick up or send in a rocket launcher here at some point.
Let's not mention it. It's
Yeah.
fine. It's fine.
But while he's actually charged, there is a small mechanic that can sometimes happen to us while he's in this charged up state. If you do enough damage, he will actually stop what he was charging. But unfortunately, it's like over 2,000 damage you have to do. It is pretty rare that we'll have enough damage without a rocket launcher to do it.
Oh, okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
One right hand.
Jungi-Han. No,
Jungi-Han. Yep, Jungi-Han's got a turn.
This is the one other person than Ichi that can potentially survive this by using this skill right here.
Increase
Give him 30%
evasive.
evasion. I still...
Jungi-Han is really
I think
evasive.
we still rocket launcher with psycho damage as well. I think that's maybe enough.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's probably enough. He's probably gonna like dodge it anyway, but it's fine because this pushes us to the next phase.
Yeah,
A lot
that'll push him beyond that because we did have a full almost 4 turns. Yep.
Yeah,
So the
fucking
God's
hell.
Warning got canceled because
Yeah.
of all the damage we did with the rocket launcher and the turns.
Nice.
Just glad he didn't use it on anybody else.
Jungi-Han is fast feet. Normally that evasiveness increase is not a guarantee that the right hand will whiff, but it's pretty
saw in
high
practice.
odds. As we saw in practice.
This is fine.
Okay, left hand. It hurts a lot. It's, I believe that, I don't remember who
will
that was
heal.
targeting.
Yeah, it's Jungi-Han. I don't
Okay,
will heal.
yeah.
I think I take Psycho out this turn.
Yeah,
It's about time.
we're pretty much at about 10% HP left, which is about the time we want to take Sayako out. She is one of our main damage dealers, but we really need to set up for the next fight after this so we can really have it go quickly.
Camera. And that's the evasion.
And
Good
that's
lad.
the evasion.
Go.
Fast feed on Jungi-Han.
No need to buff anymore.
Yep, no more buffs.
You had to get one in at the end, didn't you? So this is supposed to be an insta-kill if we didn't have the accessory on Ichi, but I don't care.
No biggie.
You had to get one in, Tendo. Nerve of this man.
We're done with Tendo, though.
That was, to be
that's-
fair, apart from the first phase, that was not a bad Tendo.
Yeah. That first phase was rough without the poison, but that second phase went very well.
Jeez.
And now we got a couple fights that are, for the most part, formalities to close out this speed run. We got one big AoE, or one big multiple enemy fight. The young master joins us.
There's a way to do this fight fast. It's a little luck required, but if we get the good order, and you'll get to see the last of our summons here, and then obviously we'll be doing on
Also, I think I cut off Kumo, but he's also the governor of Tokyo now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, you didn't cut me off.
Man rose to power in his own way.
Yeah, so we will focus down Aoki with as much single target as we can, and Ichi will be the only one doing damage to AoE, because if we do enough damage, we can push Aoki out of this fight early. Good crit.
But yeah, as mentioned, this fight is kind of more a formality. There are optimizations and things that can go wrong here, but Aoki is a far cry from the boxer. You know, being that he spent much of his life in a wheelchair, he's kind of not well equipped to fighting. He lets other people do his dirty work.
Indeed, and we use Saejima there to wipe out a bunch of the enemies and apply the defense down buff.
This one.
Aoki loves to summon more backup. Now,
Nice targeting.
yeah, we didn't get a transfer shield onto Aoki, so if we do enough damage, and if Froob wants to go for
Yeah,
it,
we're going for it.
okay.
See if we can get that crit.
Yeah,
Come on,
we're
Harry.
gonna save the rocket launch for later. Get the crit.
Nice.
Good girl. Now we're
What?
gonna watch,
Yeah.
because Majima's back.
Side note, replacing Mark Hamill for Majima was hard, but I think Matt Mercer did a good job.
Yeah, I agree. Fully. I don't know where he's keeping all the knives, but it's Majima. Yes, it is. I'm glad he didn't use that against us in any of the other games.
But now, luckily, with both of those crits from Eri onto Aoki, with Jungihan's damage and with Adachi's damage, we will hopefully see Aoki flee the fight now instead of summoning a second round of backup. That was also another good crit.
Looking good.
It's a very tight window on damage.
That should be
That
good.
should be it. Nice, early Aoki.
Let's go.
So now it's all we got to do is clean up these last two and this fight's over. That is a very tight damage window. It's pretty luck intensive if you get it.
Saves you like 30 seconds. It's
Yeah, it
really
saves a
good.
very large amount of
Actually,
time.
maybe more than 30 seconds, actually.
Yeah, because we just have to clear up the riffraff and then we just have to wait for the Young Master's turn again by guarding constantly. It's a big waste of time when that happens.
And one last fight, which nobody has ever died in before. Don't tell them, they don't need to know.
Nobody has died in this fight.
We sacrifice all of the HP for attack.
Yep, just going for pure damage
No one
because
has died in this fight before.
it's down to one-on-one. The Young Master
Such a
versus Ichi. Hand-to-hand combat. Well, after...
One-on-one. Still so cocky.
Okay, now it's hand-to-hand.
Now we're talking.
By the way,
That stupid grin
while we're praising voice actors, I think Kaiji Tang knocked it out of the park with this scene in the dub. I think Nakia, his voice in the Japanese, does a great job with the character, but I like the English dub quite a bit as well.
Both of them are great.
Final fight of the run. Again, one-on-one. Well, we do have a friend to call first.
That's something that I'd like for LAD2 to do, is just like have us fight like the tattoos of like the Yakuza members as well with Ichi's imagination.
Oh,
That'd be
that'd be
fantastic.
great.
It's a lot of damage.
Oh, nice whiff counter.
Yep.
We want to perfect guard these. We don't want to see whiffs. Whiffs, he does a little huff and it wastes our time.
No, it's
Also,
a
we're
lot of damage.
also going to bring a cat. Also,
Robson does more.
Yeah, Robson does more damage than Kiryu, by the way. Also, again, this is a hand-to-hand fight. You still have an item.
Oh, yes. Hello, young master. Hi. How you doing?
Greetings.
Go, because we usually use it in the other one.
Yeah, we use it usually.
Somebody
early.
told me to atomic drop the young master, right? This might do the
Yes, I
counter,
did.
which would be very bad, actually. Bonk. Nice crit. Nice crit.
That actually did as much damage as Essence.
Yeah. Definitely need him to go away.
Now we get to roadside weapon, and we'll use this until the fight is done.
All right.
Easy fight.
So time is going to be coming up.
Fourth QTE.
There-
Yep, fourth QTE.
Fourth
See, and that's
QTE,
the
yeah.
huff we normally don't want to see. That's why we want a perfect guard instead. But that is the fight over.
Don't fail this QTE here because it resets the fight back a little bit before this.
3 more QTEs, and that is time. And unfortunately, we're not in the Japanese dub. There's a lovely bit of shenanigans you can do in this, in the second to last QTE, where Ichi will charge infinitely and go Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen with the English dub.
I'll show you what I mean. Essentially, like, even though we said you don't want to veil that QTE, the rest of these are actually fine. So as you'll see in a second. How intimidating. How absolutely intimidating. Eventually, Ichi will win this fight.
Next time on Like a Dragon.
I'm definitely not stalling for time because of karaoke.
But that's already been met. And time is coming up.
Now.
Time. That was a very good run.
Yeah. Outside of the first phase Tendo, that was actually really, really good.
That was a very good
That
run.
end game was beautiful. Very beautiful. Could not have asked for pretty much a better end game, to be honest. Whew. We do have one more summon to show off as well.
Yeah, one more summon.
Probably get to New Game Plus for that.
Yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes here. Play the game. Like we've talked a lot about the story. This is the stuff to play the game for. There's some.
This scene
Is amazing. And unfortunately, we can't play the credits because that would
Copyright.
Mute the VOD, yeah.
Mute the VOD.
I have GDQ turn up on my doorstep and say, hey, so about that VOD? Wasn't me. Can't prove it. Yes, you can.
Yeah,
It is a great song.
But I think while we are loading up our New Game Plus file to showcase that last stuff, we can probably fit in 1 or 2 donations.
Absolutely. Go for it.
Yes, because we are working toward that Halo Infinite bonus game. We've raised almost $50,000 out of the $77,000 because of the hype train that's been coming in. $5 from Carousing Bear saying, choo choo, the Halo train is coming through the SGDQ station. $5 from Doom Cookies saying, hype train. $25 from Gaming with Fox saying, thank you to all involved, let's get Halo. And $5 from Perry Repose saying, the GDQ staff and behind-the-scenes workers are angels, so hopping on the $5 train to get them their Halos. Thanks for making this event happen.
Right, of course. Just making sure I didn't have the Harites on, actually, but I could have.
Because for Bakamitai, we're going to give you the authentic. The English version is fantastic. For Bakamitai is incredibly done. I believe Greg Chun did the vocals for it, and he's also the voice actor for Nanba, and it's very excellent in the dub. But we'll give you the real one.
The real Yakuza user gamepad thing, this is something I can show off as well very quickly when we go and use Nancy. There's something very weird about this game. If you are running this game on PC, like we are, don't use mouse and keyboard. I went to the wrong place. I want to go. This is actually Jinjo. Mouse and keyboard is slower. That might sound really stupid because I went back to Kamurocho. What's wrong with me? You might think that I'm just stalling for time. You might think that obviously mouse and keyboard would be pretty good for menuing, and you'd be right. But the problem is what happens at the end of a fight. So you've seen everything that's happened so far. I should be able to get the guaranteed fight around here.
Does anyone have Harites on?
No.
Okay.
Night chats. Should get the fight spawn over here, please, so we can get our Nancy out, and then I'll use mouse and keyboard to show off the silly little thing. There we go, that'll do. Also, at Chapter 7, all your enemies in this early area actually get stronger. So, I'm going to change the mouse and keyboard for this fight against the Threatening Men. Actually, until I get to Ichi, I won't. We're using our New Game Plus file, which is very, very strong. Anyways, we have one last palmate. This is all the palmates in the game, by the way. There's way more than what you saw. But as I said, I promised you that I would give you good old Nancy. Take a drink before we do karaoke.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep. So, Notice how at the end of that fight, there was actually a delay in getting past the end results screen. For some reason, if you're on a mouse and keyboard specifically, there is like a 2-second delay in ending every single fight. Now, I don't know why either. It's just a thing. It's just one of the weird oddities about this PC version. Anyway.
So after watching Nancy again, I do feel ashamed that I had to cut Nancy from the run.
Yep, which is a shame because
So here we go.
Apologize in advance.
We are going to sing Lovely Bakami Tai.
Despite the fact that I did it on this PC, it still hasn't counted it on this PC.
Oh, geez.
So I'm going to have to do the button presses as well. Bobby, you want to join in for Bakami Tai?
What? No. See, I got
last.
stuff.
You did such a good job of
joined
raising
last
money
time.
for this.
No. I got stuff to watch here. You don't want me to sing this, too.
What stuff? What stuff are you doing over there?
How about this? How about we all sing it? How about we all sing this?
Okay.
And here's what I want you to do. I want you everybody to get your phones out, and I want you to turn the flashlight on and to get some fireflies out there while we sing this. And everybody at home do this too. Yes, your cats, your dogs, your family, your roommates are going to think you're a fool, but we're going to sing about that. How about that?
I'm going to warn you, the lyrics are slightly not timed at the same time as they are on the screen. So this is going to be great.
It's going to be fantastic.
Passionate backup so we get the movie. Now, usually we would be able to just play the movie when you play the song once. I did actually play it in practice when I was up here, but apparently the thing hasn't saved it. So here we go, folks. I have to do the button presses as well. This sucks.
Apologies to the Japanese
Concentrate.
restream.
This will really be impressive if I get both of these.
Bakamitai kodomo nano ne yume o otekizu suite uso ga heta na kuse ni waraenai ega o miseta. I love you mo roku ni iwanai kuchi beta de honma ni bukio nano ni doshite sayonara wa ieta no dame yo dame nano yo anta ga suki de suki sugite dore dake tsuyoi osake demo yogamanai omoi ga bakamitai. Give yourselves a hand.
Oh my God! Please never make me do that again.
No, I'm done as well. No, that's that. That's the end of the run. We're done. I'm leaving.
Look, it's hard. It's hard with the mask on, man.
I gotta fix my glasses.
All right.
Well, I guess we'll do...
Final shout-outs.
Yeah. Couch, over to you first. My
You first,
absolutely
Kumo.
wonderful couch. Thank you both very, very much. Put my glasses away.
You first.
Well, shout-outs to Froob. Shout-outs to the Yakuza community.
Yeah, thank you so much, Froob, for having me on the couch. It was great to represent this alongside you. Always a blast. Thank you to Yakuza speedrunning community for welcoming me when I only joined this run like a year after it came out, completely new to the community. And just shout out to all the lovely communities that we're a part of.
Yes. Yeah. And I guess, thank you all, obviously, for your generous donations. It's been wonderful, even if I had to sing live on stage. Once again, massive thank you to GDQ. I understand how very lucky I've been to be able to come here. I've had some very bad news about my legs, which might mean I might not be able to make future actual GDQs in person, which really sucks. I also got very sappy, again, listening to the legendary KZ Froob yesterday with their retirement, but essentially, I'm very, very lucky. GDQ have been phenomenal. They're raising money for such good causes, and please support the marathon, support everybody who's doing the hard work here, and thank you all so much.
Let's give it up again for my buddy Froob and the wonderful couch that he brought on. And for those immaculate singing pipes. And hey, as promised, Bohemian donated $99 saying, as promised, here's the $99 for Atomic dropping the Young Master. What an incredible run for an incredible game. Can't wait for karaoke. Well, I hope it was great for you. And remember, we are going for that Halo Infinite bonus game. We've raised almost $50,000 out of the $77,777 that we need for it. We're going to take a quick break. Just relax after that, and we will be back. Don't close that tab. You are watching Summer Games Done Quick 2022. We just had a great Yakuza Like a Dragon run. That was amazing. Don't worry, we've got more stuff coming up. We got Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast by Covert Muffin up next, and then the bonus game Halo Infinite by Waifu. We've raised over $50,000 for that, and we do have a $300 donation from Anonymous saying, miss the Halo Infinite bonus game? Not going to happen. We'll make it. And we have a $50 donation from Joran that says, we need more GDQ. Here's my $5 for the hype train and $5 for 9 others. So while you are getting your donations in for that, let's hear from a word from our sponsors. All right, you are watching Summer Games Done Quick 2022. We have a $5 donation from the Mandalorian saying, hop onto the $5 Halo hype train. This is the way to more GDQ. But this is actually it for me for the week. Thank you so much for allowing me to be in your homes and for having my singing voice here. My name is Bobby Blackwolf. This is an amazing, amazing event. I am so glad that I've been able to be here for the first time in person after doing the virtual runs. But don't worry, Musical Daredevil is going to be coming up next to get you through the next runs. But right now, we have an interview. Jhobz, what you got for us?
Thank you so much. I'm Jhobz, and I am joined by two very fantastic people that I'm super excited to talk about today. Leila Foulahan, and we also have Greta Doucette. Thank you both for joining me there from Médecins Sans Frontières.
Thanks for having us here.
Yeah, it's so great to be here with you.
How's it going? Just being here, and then just being able to see everybody and stuff. How does it feel so far?
It feels so great to be back in person. It has been a long 3 years away from everybody, and we're feeling the energy and feeling good.
Yeah, and it's it's my first time actually being in person, and so just like being able to feel the energy here, it's just been so incredible.
Well, and I'm sure it's super exciting for you as well because I know that you are really into gaming, and you're a bit of a gamer yourself.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I like to what I'm called a self-proclaimed cozy gamer. I'm sure we all know this. I really got into it when I was a kid. I have two older brothers growing up, and Animal Crossing was like one of my gateways, the original on GameCube, and we're still going at that today. Yeah.
Maybe like some Stardew Valley in there.
Oh yeah. You don't even want to know how many hours I've put into Stardew. I basically try to speed run it, but it's hard to do that.
Leila, you were telling me you had some gaming origins there as well. For
not as much as Greta. My origin story started, I guess, with Oregon Trail, and then I'm like an original NES person, and then some Super Mario 2, 3, but I really was pretty good at Duck Hunt.
Yeah, tell me, you got to show people your skills at Duck Hunt. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I had a pretty good run at Tony Hawk 2 in college. I can't forget that. Love that.
Really great games. Well, why don't we focus in on a little bit on what you do for MSF? And I've been talking with the two of you for years now at this point because we do a lot of coordination for some of the interviews with the charity partners that we're able to talk to for these events. But what is it that you all do on, kind of a day-to-day basis or just in general for MSF? Leila, let's start with you.
Yeah, so I'm the digital marketing manager for our peer-to-peer and streaming programs. And what that means is we oversee everybody that wants to do any live stream fundraising campaigns or any third-party community events and partnerships. And so we get to work with the community and work with people's passions and help them raise funds within their communities for MSF.
Awesome. And Greta, how about you?
Yeah, so I really assist Leila with a lot of that, and I take on a lot of like community management roles. So I get to work with streamers and content creators and fundraisers one-on-one. I'm in Discord and Twitter and on Twitch, which is really incredible. Being in the chat even for GDQ here as Doctors Without Borders it's so fun. And
we love I swear, especially for staff, every time we see like the Doctors Without Borders Twitch channel pop into chat, it's just so amazing. We love it.
I love it. Yeah, I love like being here in person, like watching, but also getting to be part of chat. It's so great.
That's fantastic. Well, like I said, I've known you all for several years at this point, and I believe this is the 10th year of MSF supporting Summer Games Done Quick, or vice versa. It's really a supportive relationship both ways, I feel. So Leila, tell us a little bit more about kind of the history that you have with GDQ.
Yeah, the history with MSF and GDQ, it was started in 2011 when y'all reached out wanted to support the Japan earthquake and tsunami response. And at that point, people were streaming from their homes, and it was raised $25,000, which was incredible at that time and definitely got us to notice. And then in 2013, we were lucky enough to have GDQ reach out again and wanted to have us be the beneficiaries of the first Summer Games Done Quick for MSF. At that point, it was in Denver, raised 10 times the amount in 2011, that first year back. It was really, really remarkable. And then after that, we've had this great partnership ever since. It's been the 10th year. I joined the team in 2015, and 2016 was my first time working with you all in Minneapolis, and it's just been incredible to see everything grow year after year. The attendees, the revenue, the donations, the excitement, the energy, our partnership, our relationship. It's been really, really a wonderful thing.
What was that like your first time attending? What was going through your mind, if you can remember? Were you expecting something completely different than what you got, or?
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect actually at that point, but it was just magical to see everybody and how dedicated that they were, and the relationships between the whole community and everybody here. It was really, really a special experience, and it's just been great to be a part of it.
Yeah, and we love having you all here as well, to be able to interact with the attendees and be able to tell people about what MSF does with the money that we raise. And Greta, I know that some of the projects are particularly impactful to you as well. Could you tell us a little about some of the projects that are able to be funded because of fundraising programs like Summer Games Done Quick?
Yeah. Well, we've raised, SGDQ has raised $15.8 million over the last 10 years, which I actually, is the equivalent to all of our work in Ethiopia in 2020, which, it's really amazing to see that impact in our projects. And some things that are really near and dear to me is our maternal and reproductive health care and our mental health care. We provide those in many countries across our projects, and it's in all different contexts and settings. So, it can be hard to access these types of things, and seeing our mental health care grow over the last 10 years, and even in the time I've been at MSF, and providing that, to refugees, to those in need who have mental illness or in just distressing situations. It's just been that's such an incredible thing to see that impact that Games Done Quick has had on the work in the ground.
Yeah, I'm always amazed, and it's why I always love being able to talk to both people that are in the field and just anybody at MSF. We've talked to a bunch of different people at this point. Everybody always has just stories of either ways that they've been impacted by MSF personally, or they've seen the impact that MSF does with their great work. And I always love hearing about them, because I think it's just amazing and reminds us all why we should go to gamesdonequick.com/donate and donate to Doctors Without Borders. So I touched on it briefly at the beginning, but we are back in person, which is super cool, super exciting. I guess first question about that, what's your favorite thing about being back in person? Greta, you seem ready.
Yeah, I was my favorite thing about being here for the first time, I mean, honestly, being here for the first time is, it's so incredible, because I've been with MSF on this team for 4 years now, and being behind the scenes and helping set up and being online for the past few years. Being here in person, my favorite is seeing everybody and meeting everybody face to face, and feeling that energy and that connection. It's just been so incredible, and seeing the crowd cheering when we hit those milestones, and actually hearing people clapping, and everything. It's just been amazing.
Yeah. And then Leila, how about you?
I mean, it was incredible to be virtual the last 2 years. It was remarkable that it was able to be pulled off, but being back in person, there's nothing that compares to it. I mean, just goosebumps being here and hearing the crowd again. And just getting to see everybody. It's been quite an experience. I mean, this whole working with Games Done Quick has really kind of shaped our whole program in a sense too. We've really moved into live stream after we've seen the effects that it can have, and it's just been really, really a truly great experience.
Yeah, I'm so happy we could be that catalyst
for
MSF to be able to raise more. Do you want to expand on that a little bit, on just the fundraising with individuals and streamers?
Yeah, I mean, so we work with all individuals that want to raise funds for MSF. And, we used to be heavily involved in endurance events and kind of in-person community events. And then over the growth of Summer Games Done Quick and our relationship, it really put us, let us see a focus into live fundraising and supporting this arena, and it's really changed our program. It's allowed us to work with expand MSF's presence and demographics, and it's been a great experience overall. Made a huge impact on our fundraising.
That's incredible to hear.
It's the biggest fundraising partnership by far every year, continuously.
Wow, that's awesome. I always love to hear that. Just incredible. Well, we're here on Tuesday. We still have so much of the week to go at this point, but thinking about just looking forward towards the end of the week, that's always something that I really have appreciated over the years, is that y'all are always here with us at the end,
yes.
whether it's 2 a.m., 4 a.m., whatever it may be, here to just say thanks and say, goodbye to everybody. So what is it, how are we feeling already knowing that we're going to have that kind of finale moment again? And I got Greta for you. It's your first.
Right.
Yeah.
I look at it when we were virtual and, I always almost tear up and I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to say bye to chat. Like I have to say bye to working with everybody until next year. And looking forward to the end of this week, like saying those goodbyes but also like celebrating with everybody what we have accomplished here. And like that excitement and that energy that is in the room. I'm just so excited to feel that and be a part of this community. Yeah.
It's so great to have Greta.
It is.
At the last time when they hit the 3 million, everybody's like running back and forth in the room and all of this. And
You're not a box in my screen.
I know, like
with choppy internet.
like here I am.
Layla, how are you looking forward to the end as well?
Of course. Those minutes are really the most special, and it really gets emotional, and the energy at the end, and just everybody pushing towards that goal and understanding the impact that it will have and the far reach that it will have is it's very, very special. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, there really isn't. That's probably the best way to describe it. There isn't anything like it, and it's not just about the dollar amount at the end of the day. It's the impact that it is able to provide. So I love that MSF is always able to also kind of look. We could look at kind of the bigger picture that the dollars have an impact on. And speaking of bigger pictures, I think we have a little bit of a bigger picture we'd like to take of this area, because it turns out someone's just been sitting over there playing their Steam Deck the entire time.
It wasn't a bit, Hobbs. I didn't leave. I've been here playing the entire time until about 5 minutes ago, when you might have noticed we had to swap my headset out.
What are you talking about?
I couldn't hear the interview, so I wrote a help message by swapping the Steam Deck to desktop mode and used the text editor. Honestly, very versatile little package right here. Thanks so much, Valve. $100 minimum donation from now until the end of Mario Party.
The most real recommendation for a prize you'll ever get from Seth. That was amazing. It could help you in your broadcast production.
When all else fails, it's got a text editor in it.
I'm sold.
Oh, Leila, Greta, after years of, doing these events for MSF, it is just an honor to be sitting here on the couch with you two. And I've heard that you two, genuinely do love all of the prizes that, people make for this event. You really wanted me to come on and share and show some of those off. And I am, of course, more than happy to, because we have some absolutely amazing prizes that all of you can win. All the prizes I'm going to be talking about now and during Mario Party a bit later tonight. So make sure to get your donations in before then. I'm going to tell you right now, $100 donation is going to get you entered into all of the prizes available right now, including this lovely Steam Deck from Valve. But let's take a look at some of the stuff we have. So from Studio Pen, we have this trio of beautiful watercolor style Generation 1 Pokemon starters.
Beautiful.
I don't know if either of you two were, big Gen 1 Pokemon.
Oh, yeah. Huge, yes.
All right, but what's your starter of choice, Greta? Hit me with it.
Ooh, it was Bulbasaur.
It was Bulbasaur?
Ooh, incorrect choice.
I don't know if we can be friends anymore. I was a Charmander person.
Charmander.
Yeah,
Listen, I was young.
$5 minimum donation from Studio Pen. Thank you so much. From our good friend Puzzle P, we have this absolutely lovely Mario Party painting, Party Roulette. Just got a bunch of different characters from Mario Party 1. You got the dice block, the chain chomp, the Bowser space. Everyone fears the Bowser space. Bowser Revolution, the bane of many friendships. Those coins have been redistributed. That is our wealth now. $10 minimum donation. Thank you so much to Puzzle P for sending that out to us. From Chu, and Chu is an artist whose work I just absolutely love. We have a Bowser's Fury poster from Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury.
Oh, wow.
These things are absolutely massive. They're just full of color. They're full of detail. They're so cool. On the back of every poster, Chu sends to us as a prize. They sign it. They date it for the event. It's a one-of-a-kind collectible you can get by donating to the amazing cause that is MSF. $15 minimum donation. Just going to gently set that down there.
Oh, I love that. Bowser's Fury is such a good game. That art is awesome.
such
Yeah, it's a good game.
From Mr. Ed Enigma and his TikTok community, we have a lovely Bowser amigurumi. Greta, you were actually talking earlier that you know a bit about amigurumi. You do some knitting in your spare time.
Yes, I am. I do a lot of crocheting, and I can tell you that this is a very sturdy, well put together, beautiful, thick boy. He's just glorious.
It's a $20 donation, and Greta, if you ever need something else to do with your time, you're more than welcome to come talk about prizes.
Might have to just come hang out right here.
For sure. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much to Mr. Enigma for sending that out to us. We also have this lovely stained glass piece of Master Chief's helmet from Halo. It's absolutely fantastic. I heard someone in the audience clap for it. Come on, you can clap for it. It's great. This is an incredible piece right here. It's a $25 minimum donation. Absolutely incredible. You gotta check it out. You gotta get your donations in before the end of Mario Party. I already talked about the Steam Deck, and unfortunately, while I forgot to bring it over because it's next to Jhobz, we have a lovely chainmail piece of Dr. Wily's castle from Mega Man 2. It is absolutely fantastic. Jhobz is trying to levitate it into his hands at the moment. That's not going to happen. But if you do want to see it, you can head over to gamesdonequick.com because that's got all of the amazing information you need. Ooh, we got us to the camera operators. Thank you so much. It's incredible. That's chainmail, right? That is little tiny metal rings of different colors strung together to make an image. Amazing. How do you do?
Gorgeous.
I can't draw with actual drawing.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
Stunning.
A huge shout out to our friends over at the Chain Nerd for sending that out to us. That is a $50 minimum donation from now until the end of Mario Party. Again, make sure to get those donations in. $100 is going to get you into everything I just talked about and get you halfway towards our grand prize. An amazing pair of replicas from our friends over at Heroic Replicas. You've got the Falchion from Fire Emblem. You've got Sly Cooper's cane from Sly Cooper. You don't want to miss it. It's super cool. And again, head over to gamesthequick.com. You're going to be able to see pictures of all the prizes. You're going to be able to see all the upcoming speed runs we have in the marathon, like that bonus game we've got coming up, Halo Infinite.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to see incentives, like the incentive to get Halo Infinite marathon. I think we're about $20,000 shy of making that happen, but we've got all of Jedi Outcast to do that. I know we're going to pull through. And of course, you can find all the information you need on the amazing charity that is MSF. I can't say the name in French if someone else can. I don't want to embarrass myself for like the 6th year in a row.
Médecins Sans Frontières.
Thank you both so much for doing that and for being here with us and for supporting Games Done Quick for this past decade. It has been an honor and a pleasure to acquire and send out prizes for you. And thank you all at home for donating because we have almost raised $500,000.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Let's hit that number tonight.
That's amazing.
Let's make Halo Infinite happen. But for the moment, let's stay tuned. Let's get excited because we got fan favorite Covert Muffin up next with some Star Wars.
Yeah, Covert Muffin.
Thanks again, Leila and Greta.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sent and Jhobz. And of course, thank you so much to Doctors Without Borders for being an amazing cause and for being such an amazing partner for us for these Summer Games Done Quick events. As for me, I am Musical Daredevil here at the hosting desk once again for our next couple of runs. Thanks so much, y'all. And fun fact about me, I was also a Bulbasaur person. I did try Charmander once, didn't work out. Bulbasaur was there for me, and I was there for Bulbasaur. That's just how it went. Now, another fun fact. Did you know that a $10 donation to Doctors Without Borders can purchase 45 emergency food rations for use in a crisis or natural disaster? Or a $25 donation can purchase life-saving treatment for 15 adults suffering from malaria. So when you get in your donations, of course, making sure you add in the incentive for our bonus game, Halo Infinite, know that your donation is going to an absolutely amazing cause. And speaking of our Halo Infinite bonus run, we have raised over $56,000 for that bonus run. The total for that is 777777, a favorite number of Bungie. So we have just a little bit over $20,000 to go, but we only have one run to do it, our very next run. So you do not have a lot of time to get your donations in. So make sure you do that if you want to see Halo Infinite added to the SGDQ schedule. We have $55.55 from Mango Dubs. I'll donate anything for John Halo. We have $100 from Travis. Looking forward to watching Halo Infinite. We have $5 from The Mandalorian. Hop on the $5 Halo hype train. This is the way to more GDQ. We have $50 from 343 Kubli. Greetings from a 343 dev.